3. Tools, we're already at weekend number 3 already today. Guys, this tournament is important because this is maybe the last chance that these players get to collect their proceeds for their qualifier next weekend for Arlington.
Yeah, qualifier is going to be a big deal. That's how we determine who goes to pool play, and seeding reigns king. Make sure you get that highest seed possible so you have the best possible chance to get a top 8 finish.
Right now, we're going to be watching. We're going to hop right in just a moment to watch Oreos versus Spectre Esports. They're in-game. We're going to hop right into the action. We have our casters ready to hop in as well. We got Eli and Makowski, who we'll go say hello to right now.
All right, Eli, here we go. HCS Open number 3, the last chance, like Ali said, to accrue some pro points and jockey yourself for the best positioning as these teams look to secure pool play in Arlington. Eli, welcome to the stream. What are your thoughts as we start off our tournament day?
Just more Halo action that we've been waiting for all week. I've been keeping an eye on some of the scrim results and seeing some interesting stuff that I'm sure we'll get into later, but I'm also excited to see this team that's on our screen right now. Persecute, I mean, you and I are definitely both fans of this guy. We've also got Clay, who's actually the younger brother of Boo Boo Doo Boo, so we know he's definitely got some big brain plays in the tank. Definitely a screen that doesn't look much like his brothers, though. He's a lot faster paced player than Boo Boo Doo Boo, and he's a phenomenal player for sure. We've also got Furiously, another FFA demon, and our good friend Hunter JJX. I think we've known this guy since we were like 14 years old, so it's always cool to see a familiar face on the screen here.
Yeah, I really love the veteran leadership, I'm sure, that Hunter JJX brings to this Oreos roster. You got a couple of young guns, 3 to be in fact, Furiously, Clay, and Persecute, as that's the score count, 3-1. I just pulled up Hunter JJX's stream. You guys can do the same. Make sure you guys support our content creators and competitors here in the scene, as it looks like Oreos looking to secure one more hill to secure game 1, but for now, Spectre Esports are controlling the seaside.
This is definitely one of the harder hills to break. As long as your team controls multiple parts of the map at the same time, you can force the enemies to spawn far away. Spectre, though, unable to stop the push. Looks like Oreos pushing in from both the blue side and the poster side of this hill, able to get control of it.
Clay looking to lock down the seaside of the map. Has some cross shots on the cafe side, but he's got to worry about the window. Cole Kane putting in some good distraction shots for now, but Furiously has the flank, secures that slay on Cole Kane, and now what perfect time for Furiously. That's a little bit of a gifted double there as he takes down Fate. 3 go down for Spectre Esports. And as I glance over at Hunter JJX's stream, it looks like they're on the verge of scoring. Need one more kill. They get it. A few more seconds, and game 1 will go to Oreos.
It's just looking like the firepower maybe a little too strong on the side of Oreos. All these guys very individually talented. Could say the same about Spectre, but I don't know. I just feel like the guys on Oreos are maybe just one step ahead when it comes to that gun skill, and I think it's going to make a big difference in this series.
Yeah, you're right. 3 out of the 4 players for Oreos there. I call them young guns, but all of them have experience dating back to Halo 5. Like a lot of Halo players, they've been playing Halo for quite a long time, and starting to see a little bit of that shine there in game 1. And yeah, talk to me about what that team composition means, Eli. You got, again, a veteran in Hunter JJX. He's been competing since 2009 or so. Clay, Persecute, Furiously, they're all in that 18 to 21 range or so. I consider that a young gun. But talk to me about what that veteran leadership brings when you got a guy on the squad like Hunter JJX, who's been doing this for nearly 2 decades.
I mean, Hunter just brings so much expertise to the game. I mean, a lot of people think of him as a content creator because, yeah, he's on the stream almost every day. That is his full-time job, signed with Complexity. But the fact of the matter is he's a lot more intelligent of a player than I think people give him credit. He's been a deep thinker of the game for many, many years. Didn't start out that way, obviously, but I mean, if you just spend 20 years doing something, you better figure something out along the way, and he certainly has. I mean, I was actually watching his stream before the tournament just to see what was going on with him, and I hear him kind of feeding Clay some information about how he wants him to play. He's like, hey, listen, if we say there's 3 players on one side of the map, Clay, I want you to hunt down that 4th player. He says, just treat it like you're hunting gazelle. like just be on the other side of the map and just make the game easier for us to play. And it kind of looked like that's what he was doing here.
Yeah, I love that, actually. And you've got 3, again, moldable players, and probably Clay, one of the most moldable, a great free-for-all player. And, oh, let's not forget, share some of those genetics with Boo Boo Doo Boo. It's the younger brother, actually, of Jesse, Boo Boo Doo Boo, as Clay, a heartfelt intense competitor in the free-for-all side of things, and you'd probably say the same for Persecute and Fleuriously. These are guys that are continuously pushing in the top 8 for free-for-all, and really curious to see what they could do in 4v4. Eli, I saw last night Fleuriously's tweet. He didn't have a squad for the tournament this week, and I couldn't believe that, but very glad to see that he got on this team of 4 as the Oreos. It might not be a shoe-in for a top 8, top 12 qualification to make it to Championship Sunday, but I think they'll be in the mix.
Absolutely. I mean, this is not a team you can take lightly if you're any other team in the bracket. I mean, a lot of these guys on the fringe of the top 16, this is not a squad they want to go against. Like, yeah, they just formed this morning, so they haven't had time to really nail down a lot of strategies. But I mean, it doesn't really matter when you've got a veteran like Hunter JJX on the squad. He's going to be probably a bit of a puppeteer. He's going to be playing the game, but also trying to, you know, hold the team down with strategy, rotations, be heads up, have the heads up awareness on spawns. So not an easy team to beat.
And it looks like we may have just dropped new information that a lot of people are learning for the first time. Yes, Clay CCM on your screen. That is Boo Boo Dubu's younger brother. Very, very similar, I'd say, in gun skill. And these are the reps. These are the reps that Clay is going to get in that hopefully propel him to be as good of a 4v4 player as he is in the free-for-alls. As very excited to see these individual players compete next year in HCS Season 3. On the other side, we got Spectre Esports as we're kind of getting things rolling along here. And Spectre Esports last week, Eli, gave Passion United, another one of those top 24, 32 or so teams, and they gave them a really good series. So not counting these guys out just yet, but who from Spectre should we watch out for if they're to pull a comeback here and tie this series up at 1?
I've been really impressed by Ringar. Whenever I see this guy play, I mean, he's a grinder. This guy plays matchmaking all the time. He's always trying to improve his game. Also has side gigs going on at the same time. He was a big part of the reason we saw that classic Halo League. We actually had some of those tournaments on LVT with some old school throwback maps and kind of nerfed the new school movement. So he was a big part of that, kind of paired up with Unique to make the CHL happen. And I think he's a great person in the scene, and he's also a great player. I feel like people don't recognize he's a very talented and strong player.
Spectre Esports and Soldier grab the camo off the start. Soldier able to trade out, but he goes down shortly after, and Oreos are going to regain the lead with control of the gold side of the map and that shock rifle as Clay takes to the bat ledge, gets a good shot there on Colcane, takes him down to Absolute. It looked like, yes, he was Absolute. One body shot from Fleuriously, cleans him up as Persecute cleans up with the headshot. 6-4 here off the start as Oreos take a 2-kill lead.
Also want to highlight Fate ZD. This is actually a young gun that I keep running into in matchmaking, and he is an absolute demon on the map. If he can get control of the shock rifle at some point this game, I absolutely expect him to pop off.
Fate, 17 years old, based in NA, a young up-and-coming competitor we see in the scene as we see him land a headshot there on Persecute, takes him down, stays alive on the grapple side of the map. Now he's put it to work, slips and slides his way toward the tower, has the high ground. All 3 collective members, all 4 actually there, pushing in through the tower side, and they've made their move. Fate pushes in A1, but goes down shortly after. Persecute trades out with him. 2 go down on each side of the map, and it's Persecute clearing the map with an overkill extermination as Oreos separate with this lead.
Persecute on fire early. That's good news for Oreos. Persecute, one of those players that can pop off at any moment, seems to have an extremely high skill ceiling. I feel like this is a good roster for him. He's teaming with old buddies. He's teaming with guys that he's played with before. There's probably a lot less pressure on him than perhaps some other rosters he was on in the past, and that might be the recipe for the best version of Persecute.
I was really interested last week when I saw Persecute self-claim in the LVT Halo Twitch chat that he might have been hurting his previous squad when he was duoing with Gunplexion, and in terms of overextension or taking gunfights that he maybe should not. And so that's I think one of the benefits again of teaming up with the Hunter JJX. I hope and think that he's going to help alleviate some of those pain points or mistakes that Persecute makes. Again, is still a young player here with plenty of upside and opportunity to learn and grow, and I think he'll have that chance to do that with this squad here as they now are up 6. Soldier looking to break through on the gold side of the map as 2 players go down for Spectre, make it 3, as Oreos will hold on to that 6-kill lead.
I'm noticing a little bit of desperation out of Spectre, some forced pushes. It seems like they're maybe dying staggered apart from one another. I'm glad to see they've slowed it down here. Oreos also kind of giving up this gold control. You have to think after they got several dead, they should have maintained presence in gold, but that's allowed Spectre to push in here on this side. The good news is Persecute trades in the tower side, which is massive right now. That leaves the rest of Spectre kind of trapped here with nobody to pinch on the other side. Fluriously is going to get some great damage down, and right now neither team really wants to push through that doorway because it's they're just going to get grenaded out and potentially give the other team a double or triple kill.
Oreos tried to push in through the Dorito gold side of the map. 3 went down to 1 HP, and now all 4 go down. It's a team wipe for Spectre Esports, and they're right back in this fight. Down 2. Fate looking to push up on the tower side of the map. Has 100 JGX down to 1 HP. Fluriously in there hiding as well. A mix and match medley of red and blue in the tower side as Orioles will go 3 down again. Spectre Esports, they break into gold, Eli, and then they break into the tower, and now they have the lead. 25-23 after the 5 perfect shots from Soldier.
Wow, impressive stuff out of Spectre. So they first collapsed into the A side and then knew they were forcing the spawns on the C side. Decided to collapse back on the next set of spawns. I don't think Oreos was expecting it. They were going to try to set up kind of a counter push break strategy, but Spectre didn't even allow them to do so. They're playing faster than Oreos expected, and they've now secured another camo to further extend the lead.
This stretch of gameplay continues on as Spectre Esports will earn another camo. Can they find more value? They did at the start of the match where they went 1 for 1 with it. Colcane with that camo looking to push up into the long haul side of the map. Doesn't earn a slay, but that assist still counts towards the value of this camo as he gets another assist, counting for 2, maybe 3 kills. Probably see an assist pop up on his screen here in a little bit as the teamwork has been spot on, but it looks like instead Oreos have enough player support on the A side of the map, but just like we saw previously, Eli, their backs are against the wall and they're sort of clumped together. Grenade damage could cause hell for them.
This is not what you want to see if you're an Oreos fan. They have very little map space to work with. That allows Spectre to just kind of surround from all angles here. They're going to push in through the pipe side and the tower side at the same time. Hunter, though, finding this Fate off guard as he tries to grapple to the top, gets the nice 5 shots to shut that player down. Hunter with just 3 kills right now, but he's got 8 assists, so he's really team shooting quite a bit to help his team secure these kills, but they've got to finish off more kills if they're going to come back. Now a 6 kill deficit for Oreos.
6 kill deficit for Oreos and a near +6 for Soldier. There it is on the spot. 13 and 7, doubling up on that kill count as Soldier clears the lobbies. Yeah, Persecute on the other side with 13, but just not enough slays, and Soldier really having himself a game here, sitting at the top of tower, looking to continue on. Another camo's up soon, and that's been a key point of contention for Spectre Esports. They've gotten 2 out of the 3, and they've done more with it. Another camo grab could secure a Game 2 victory. Instead, it could be the 5 perfect shots. The melee assist as well from Soldier as he adds another 2 to the board. And Spectre Esports, they're going to take a lead going into the 40s.
Oreos have to slow down the deaths here. They've got to preserve their life as long as possible. Just deal safe poke damage. Right now, Persecute knows this player's one shot, so he's going to try to finish him before he gets his shields back. Overextend just slightly, though. Takes heavy fire. Finds an escape option that he thinks is good, but no. Fate's going to shut him down with the camo. And it's because of this map control and positioning that Spectre has had this lead.
And you can see Spectre with this 6 kill lead and the camo, they're electing to just take control of gold. That's been a point on the map that they've held control of, and it's boded well for them. Fluriously looking to push in through that gold side, break through, bring Oreos back. They're still down by 6, now 5 after the double. Takes to the bat ledge, and with shock in his hands, Fluriously could bring the Oreos right back, still down 5.
Rengar, though, shuts down Persecute. Actually gets a double kill, turns 2 on Hunter JJX, and tries to get a third. Fluriously finally going to shut him down, but those kills just getting Spectre closer and closer to the end. But Ivan, Mr. Fluriously himself, says he has the opportunity to maybe bring them back. Still 3 shots left in the shock rifle. If he can hit more shots like that, this comeback's absolutely doable.
44-42. And you can feel the momentum mounting here for the Oreos as they still have 2 shots left in that shock to work with. All 4 grouping up on the tower side. And this is smart here. They split 2-2. I was wondering if they were going to all push 4 into tower like they did previously. They got dismantled doing that 2 times on the tower and gold side of the map. Now splitting out 2v2, looking to see if they have the numbers and the positioning to get this opening break slay.
This positioning is not great, though. They find themselves kind of trapped at the seaside. recognize there's pressure coming in from both sides. They push out one side. I like this, but they've got to be concerned about who's coming up behind them. If they get flanked right now, these two players that are one shot could get finished off, but no. Spectre actually reroutes and goes through the front of the tower instead, which was even less expected by Oreos. And that was a great heads up play. This huge brawl could end the game right here.
Oh! Bait and switch! As Fate earns a backspec and a little bit of bags, as it looks like Spectre Esports are going to shut the door on a potential comeback for Oreos. Instead, as Spectre Esports comes back in this series and ties it at 1.
Wow, impressive stuff out of Spectre. I mean, honestly, they just played the map and sandbox better than Oreos that entire game. It felt like Oreos never had a lot of space to work with, and Halo Infinite's a game you've got to take up more map space. You need at least 2 adjacent corners of the map so that you can work together and get that team shot coming out, but Oreos always shooting from the same angles. That means that Spectre has more escape options in every single engagement, and I really think that was the edge that secured the win for Spectre.
100%. It almost felt like Oreos got caught in that trap of thinking, you know, playing together means staying together and being close together. No, that is not the case. Playing together means that you're shooting the same things, you're watching the same angles, you're protecting each other, you're working on that bait and switch. And ironically enough, we saw way more of that from Spectre Esports, as didn't have much of a fight in game 1. They went down 4-1, but here in game 2, it was a impressive performance from them. They were down at about up until the 30 mark. I think they tied it at 27 all, and then after that they never let go of the lead. It almost felt like, despite the fact that Spectre Esports were in the lead for less than half of the match, it felt like they were in full control the whole time. Why is that, Eli?
It's just all about that map positioning. I mean, they were, anytime that they identified Oreos were in one part of the map, they would send players to the both left and right of those players. So essentially Oreos had nowhere to go. I mean, anywhere they try to run from one side, they run into the other, and every single time it felt like they just did not have enough of the map to work with.
Yeah, I think an example of that would have been when Oreos were expecting to push through the back door, the side door, but instead Cole Kane busts through the bridge and pushes through the front door. It was right around this moment here, just moments after, where it felt like the potential comeback for Oreos had died. And Rengar, Cole Kane, Fate, and Soldier, got to give him credit. And Soldier especially, 15 slays there, I think was what he finished with. Let me see, actually. No, at that time he had 15. Soldier, though, absolutely popped off. I actually don't see. There we go. It is 17. He ended up with 17 slays. Anytime 15 or more in a Slayer is really doing your 25%. So Soldier, MVP of game 2, but Spectre Esports going to need more of an MVP performance from the likes of Soldier and maybe even Fate here in game 3 if they want to take a 2-1 series lead over this Oreos roster that we know has more pro points, know has more pro experience, but it's why you play the game on the Xbox and PC and not on paper.
I think that Oreos aren't done yet, though. I feel like Recharge Slayer, definitely one of those game types that you do kind of need more reps with a group of guys to be good at. It is a bit more organized. There's a bit more structure and teamwork and maybe some forethought involved before the map even loads up. Livefire, though, I feel might be a different story for Oreos, because this is a map all these guys have played on plenty of times. When it comes to strongholds, they're all going to play this fast, aggressive style where if they win the slays in each of these engagements and they push together, they should be able to come out on top. But it's Spectre starting off strong. They've got 2 right now, and they're looking to turn 3.
Yeah, my eyes were on, okay, who gets B off the start here on Livefire, and C goes in their favor as well. It's not going to be that dangerous trip cap it looked like was forming. Instead, Spectre will lose control of A and C. Oreos start the scoring instead, and I think that's massive because it looked like Spectre could have really started out with a stretch run of 30-plus seconds. Instead, Oreos are going to regain the lead quickly.
This man on your screen has camo sniper, 2 bullets to work with. He's going to land the body shot on this player. He's going to reset C. He's going to now see if he can help a teammate. Might get a little bit of motion sickness watching this guy play. He is always moving that reticle all over the place. It's just a very unique aiming style.
Really is.
We talked about like who could you identify just by gameplay alone, and he's definitely on that list.
Yeah, left stick aiming is what's most popular in Halo, but here you can really see how it's all on the right stick for Hunter JGX, and he's hitting his shots with accuracy, earning the killing spree here to start, and a 30-point lead on Spectre Esports, as it's now Oreos with a trip cap, and Spectre haven't been able to break out of that, but it looks like for now they'll gain control of A.
Look at this. Spectre trying to cross over to the seaside. They've got Furiously Dead on the map, so they know it's going to be a little bit safer to get here. Persecute, though, hits the skill jump to the back of the tower. He's weak. He's going to try to stay alive. Great positioning. Decides to drop off the tower just in case that player chased him. He might try to do the jump again to sneak back up. Looks like he is going to do it, hitting it flawlessly both times. Shows that he's definitely practiced that jump. And look at this. He's going to use that to turn 2. Might make it 3. At least gets that player to 1 shot. And Oreos definitely have the pressure on Spectre.
Soldier now is the last Spartan standing. He's on a solo mission, and he takes down the opponent at C. Spectre Esports, though, that's their only control point. They're going to have to look to push on through and finally recapture B. If not, Oreos are going to take that lead heading into the hundreds as Soldier sets his sights on B. First needs to take down Hunter JJX. Doesn't get an opponent to face him. Doesn't get any shots on Hunter. Instead, Hunter's going to counter it and contest on the other side. Soldier's going to need a little help. He's going to secure B. Has Hunter down to 1 HP. QT's out of there, and he finally gets cleaned up. And that will clean up B for Spectre Esports. But just like that, Oreos get back on C. Spectre have never been able to get a stretch of time, despite the fact that they're scoring caps.
So even though Hunter went down in that moment, he wasted so much of Spectre's time. Not only were they not scoring during any part of that due to the contesting of that stronghold, but it also opened up the ability for Furiously to get the camo. So Hunter JJX playing perfect distraction at a moment when his team needed it most, and that's why Oreos continue to score.
Furiously rolling through, looking for the trip cap. He's got a little contestation over here. He's actually got some shots into the back of an opponent. Persecute looking to pinch him and clean him up. That's Cocaine in the hill, and he's got a little bit of help on that C side of the map. That's going to give them control of C, and now they're looking to flip A. They have the numbers edge. 2 go down for Oreos, all 4 alive for Spectre Esports. This is going to give them much of the map to control and take space to their liking as Cocaine looking to flip B. A flips in favor of Oreos, but it looks like for now Spectre Esports should finally get back on the board with scoring of their own.
Right there we saw, I think it was Soldier pushed into A in a moment that might have been a bit of an overextension in this game type. If you don't have the numbers edge significantly, might as well just protect what you've got if you're currently scoring. He decided to push in and try to stop the cap on A. Gets taken down, which actually gives Oreos a bit more space to work with. They're going to continue this fight. So far they are winning it. Going back and forth to both teams, but at the end of the day, Oreos might be able to secure B here, but no, Clay also gets taken down, and Oreos have to reset. Now they have to decide, are we going to go for C or B? They're going to spawn at C. They're going to take this first, but they've got to rotate quick or Spectre's going to start scoring again.
And that B anchor cap point here on Livefire is so important to control, and now Spectre do have a string of scoring. Previously down by 100 seconds, now they're down by less than 30 or so, getting close to it at least as Rengar goes down. It's going to give Oreos the numbers advantage. They need to regain control of A or B, but for now, they're just looking to secure the slays. 3 go down for Spectre. It's going to allow Persecute to push up on the nest side of the map. Has a QT there. It's used by his opponent as Soldier goes down. 2 cap points in control now of Oreos as they are able to flip control of this map and regain scoring for them. Spectre did a good job to get a little bit more scoring on the board, but with Oreos reclaiming control of the map, they look to take the lead right back. But now you see all 3 swinging red, but no, that's going to get shut down shortly after. That's bait.
That's exactly what I meant that Spectre should have done in the play prior. Oreos recognize we've got a couple zones and we're forcing the spawns on the other side. No point in overextending, just hold what we've got. Persecute playing great defense on that C side, rotates to B just because he knows his teammate needs help. Now he's going to take this pivot position on the nest where he can protect both B and C and help whichever teammate needs it most.
Oh, I love this positioning. Like you said, look left, you got C covered. Look right, you got B covered. As Persecute looks to help lock down C, takes down 1 before shortly going down after to Fate. Young Gun not having himself a great game here, and it feels like Spectre Esports going to need him to get off the bench. Clay sending another member back to the respawn screen, and that's going to continue control of B and C for Oreos as they look to head into the latter part of the 100s with a 100-point lead.
And the bad news for Spectre is Persecute just got the sniper. We've all seen what this kid can do with it. He already got an overkill in the last game. Can he get another one in this game? Clay is going to try to shut down the A side, uses the QT to get out into safety. Persecute does get shut down, so Spectre does a great job to push here. Several members of Oreos get taken out, and Spectre are going to regain control of both A and C, but these 2 are not the 2 you want. They're very difficult to protect both at the same time. That B position really being the most powerful and most important one to hold on this map.
Seeing some objective efficiency here from Fate and the rest of Spectre Esports, as previously it was a continuous, it was a 3v3, it was a 2v2, and during that instance, Spectre Esports were able to capture all 3, despite not having a numbers edge on the kill-death ratio. They do in terms of cap points as they regain control of A and B. And here we go, Eli. This is a little bit more of what you were talking about. They have a little bit more of an opportunity to control the adjacent cap point, but it looks like B is going to flip into favor of Oreos, and they should secure it, if not for Fate rushing in a little late with that sniper rifle, looking to land a couple of close-range shots, but he's going to go down instead to Persecute.
Did burn some of the ammo, so he's not giving Persecute much to work with, but Hunter JJX gets a nice double kill. He's now going to rotate here and try to contest this camo, which is coming up right now. Looks like Oreos sent Clay after it. Clay gets taken down, but the longer this fight goes on, the better it is for Oreos. They're already scoring, so they're actually not too worried about this fight. Ultimately, I think Fluriously will be able to grab that camo after Oreos wins this fight. They're also able to grab A, forcing the spawns to the other side, and now Fluriously is going to make their life difficult.
Fluriously with that camo has a repulsor to work with as well. Could send a member into the drink if he wants, but instead he's going to take him down with the slay, the headshot, the back smack, looking for the triple kill. Repulses up to the nest bridge. Perfect utilization of that equipment, almost combining it as movement tech, and Fluriously going to combine that to control C as well. Trip Cap looking to finish off this game 3 here for Oreos as they have control of A, B, and C.
This is the most powerful position you can be in this game type, where you have a trip cap in effect and force the other team to spawn by that turbine side. You're just so far and exposed to the rest of the map, and just like that, that sequence is what slammed the door for Oreos to get the victory. And we're going to go on to game 4 here.
And it looks like for now this is taking on the age-old tale of in Halo of, you know, the underdog. It might take game 2, but the tried and true is in the OBJ, and it looks like for now Oreos, with their edge and pro points and experience, are going to take it in the OBJs. You see a much bigger disparity between the final scores, 4-1 in that game 1, 250 to 104 in game 3, a really close game 2. And it looks like Oreos are taking that experience edge into a 2-1 series lead, looking to shut the door in game 4.
What I'm looking for from Spectre is to take their time on some of these pushes. I saw multiple occasions, one member of Spectre maybe pushing into the fight ahead of the rest of the team and dying early. And if you're that first guy into an engagement, you've just got to deal safe damage and stay alive. Like, have an escape option in your head in case you take some early damage. Just get out of there. Do enough damage so that your teammate who's full shields can come into the fight and finish the kill that you started. And then once you have your shields back, re-engage and finish the whole sequence. But more often than not, the downfall of Spectre was that first player in the push dying early, and they're going to have to fix that if they can win this game 4.
Big game there from Persecute as he clears almost 1,000 over everybody else in terms of damage points. That's huge. And I think on the flip side, what you mentioned Spectre Esports needed to do to potentially take an upset series win is what Persecute is implementing into his gameplay here today. Now, we saw one overextension in that previous game, but I think for the most part, Eli, Persecute's doing a great job of busting through the door, doing initial damage, and then dipping out right at the right time. Like I said, we had one overextension from him, but his plus 800 damage differential shows that he's doing a great job being that entry fragger, but not going down. And a lot of times you expect an entry fragger to go down, but Persecute really doing a great job playing his role, getting that entry damage, and then staying alive, opening up the bait and switch. As we open up Empyrean CTF Game 4, my favorite game map combination. I'll tell you, though, it's Hunter JJX's least favorite. I don't know if that bodes well for Spectre Esports. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. Just a little anecdotal note from what I know about Hunter. But, yeah, my favorite game mode map combination coming up, but not so much for Hunter JJX. But I don't think that means he's not going to pop off potentially with a snipe on Empyrean.
I don't think he's even going to go for it. I mean, look at the guys on his team. I mean, he is certainly a phenomenal sniper, but he's got Persecute, who I'm sure he has a ton of faith in. Also, Clay. Furiously, I feel like, is the type of player that just wants to outgun everybody with his DMR, so maybe he doesn't even want the sniper either. But either way, I think this game type bodes well to a team that's just got a lot of Halo experience, period. I mean, we know for sure that Hunter has played on this map probably more than anybody else in the lobby, although on the side of Spectre, we've got a lot of old heads that have been playing Halo for a long time as well. And look at that. Like I said, Persecute's going to be the one that gets the sniper, and that's exactly why. Getting an early double kill, that's going to open the door for Hunter to get the overshield. Looks like Furiously got the rockets, and this could be the recipe for an early cap for Oreos.
Looking like a Halo 3-esque quickscope there from Persecute as he was awarded the no-scope, despite look like having a nanosecond of scope in vision there as Persecute lands the double kill, has the sniper lined up on that Mauler side of the map. He knows he's cleared out the spawn for now on the snipe, but it looks like with 2 members pushing it for Oreos, that might get some back flag or even some sniper spawns once again. But Persecute for now going to continue to do some damage with the snipe, but his 3 teammates go down. That's going to reset things for now.
That's got to be a really heartbreaking situation for Oreos. I mean, what looked like perfect conditions for an early cap. Your sniper gets a double kill, you secure the rockets and the overshield, but you don't convert it into a flag cap. That's not good news for Oreos. They're going to have to do that all again and make it work this time, as now it's Spectre who get a clean 4 dead, and they've got the flag already to the sticky side. All the spawners of Oreos in the courtyard, and without some good grenades and shots across the map, this could go all the way, but no, those good grenades and good shots do come in, and it's now up to Rengar and Fate to see if they can bring this one home.
Wow, Soldier was just barely through. I'd say the halfway mark of the long haul is where you usually feel safe about scoring, and he almost dies right on top of that line. With the flag going out a little bit further, that'll get reset. Looked like a dangerous counter cap for Spectre Esports, but impressive to note that they get the flag run shut down. Let's go back to back team wipes on Oreos. They're back in the base, and they look to have another pull out, if not for Hunter JGX defensive opening break slay there on Soldier.
So far, both teams playing great defense. Love the fact that all members of Oreos work together to clear their side of the map. They do so almost flawlessly, only losing 1 player, that's Hunter. Hunter's going to come off spawn and try to fill in the gap that his team's not currently filling, but in the meantime, the rest of the squad is going to push up and apply pressure to these spawners. If they can get a couple slays in this sequence before Hunter shows up, this could absolutely be another flag run.
Persecute sliding and frying in, and as he goes down, Furiously looking to carry on the mantle. As he goes down to 1 HP, has a flag out. Gotta imagine he's trying to bait it here. Difficult situation to stay alive, as Ivan will in fact go down to Fate. And despite a pull for Oreos, that is not going to be one that causes any fear or concern for Spectres. They're going to push right back up on the mid-map and gain control of the Rockets overshield in the suit of Oreos, but it gets denied by Rengar as he slides off the map, unfortunately. I don't even think he hit a G-slide there, just a little bit of unfortunate self-destruction there, as Spectre Esports will actually go 4 down because of it. So Oreos with an opportunity here to get a good pull and a flag out.
Furiously trying to capitalize on the mistake. Rengar falling off the map, but looks like Soldier and his teammate able to work well together to secure their side. Clay's stolen the sniper of Oreos. He gets taken down, but wastes it. Looks like a full clip of ammo before being taken down. So it's actually a pretty good strategy. Steal the other team sniper, burn at least a clip of it out, and you're going to leave less resources for the next sequence. Persecute has got more ammo to work with here. Already put it to work to get a couple of kills and almost sniped his teammate there. I was a little bit worried for Clay's health for a moment, but he's going to now use this sniper to try to clear some enemies out of the Spectre base.
Oh, Persecute lines up what looked like a headshot. Instead, gets the body. Clay looking to clean up, but no, Soldier with a nice double kill. Takes down the sniper and Clay. He gets cleaned up shortly after, Furiously on the trading side of the map. He goes down to low HP. He's going to reset instead, going to allow Persecute and Hunter JGX to push through the long haul side. Now he's going to time that re-engagement on the training side perfectly as Persecute and Clay combine for the double kill spawn snipe for the rest of Spectre Esports, and it looks like Oreos have their best looking run of the day.
Hunter's got to secure this kill, though. He does. It gets cleaned up by another player in the flag. It's Fate. Fate now with a 1v1. He's going to win that against Clay. Great shots by Fate ZD. This young player definitely showing a lot of promise early on, and right now it feels like neither team has had a good opportunity to kill any spawners during a flag run. That's the #1 predictor of success. How quickly can you kill those first couple spawners while you have the flag out? And so far, those first spawners are the ones that are stopping the flag runs, and that's why we haven't seen a cap just yet.
Oh, Soldier with the double kill. Perfect 5 shots. All 4 go down for Oreos, despite the all 4 down for Oreos, which we've seen now 3 times, I think. Persecute holding on to a +6 edge, and that's been the case for the entirety of this match. So despite the slay disparity going in favor of Oreos, albeit all from Persecute, Spectre Esports have done such a great job when flags have been pulled by Oreos. They look deadly and dangerous, but no, they don't even get that much further out of the base than maybe the Mauler, as Fate looks to extend it past that. And for now, it looks like we'll have a dueling situation. Flags out on both sides. Mirror image.
I actually really like the way Oreos played that. So they knew after they got 4 dead They had to cycle through to the side of Spectre's base. When Soldier had the rockets, he didn't know where to put them, and now Oreos are going to bring this flag all the way home, and finally somebody's on the board. And it was because even when Spectre was on Oreo's side of the map, Oreos just flipped the map, went to their side, killed the only guy on that side, ran the flag perfectly, and they get rewarded for it.
FaZe looking to push back on through the green hall like he's done so often in this game. And it feels like if you had to give an edge to time spent on the opposing side of the map, I wouldn't be surprised if you said 51% Spectre, 49% Oreos. It feels like Spectre has that slight edge, but instead it's Oreos with a slight edge with the lead. 1-0. Flores looking to push out off the back wall. Has 3 go down for Spectre Esports, and that's going to give mid-map control here to Oreos as they look to push through for number 2.
It really does look like Oreos is finally starting to find their groove where they're working together a lot more efficiently. Like we talked about at the beginning, that first run probably should have gone all the way home if they just blocked the spawns correctly. But ever since then, it seems like they're tightening up their teamwork. This kind of makes sense, right? This first match of the day. These guys literally just made the team this morning. So it's going to take a little while to warm up and start working together, but I'm starting to see it here.
Yeah, you knew things were maybe a little off for Oreos in that first opening break where they took down everybody for Spectre Esports, and then the spawns started going everywhere. 2 on the snipe side, 1 in the backup flag, 1 on Mauler, and ironically enough, this is probably the one map where you don't want to split spawns, Eli, right? You'd rather have all 4 spawn on that snipe side and you easily take them down. As we did see that later on for Oreos as they were able to secure 1. Less than 5 to go as 2 go down on each side of the map. Flores looking to control the green wall, but he goes down as well. And if Rengar can get this slay, this double on Clay, he should secure the rockets. And another chance late to bring Spectre Esports right back in it.
Let's look at the stat line here. Persecute with more than double the kills of 6 other players in the lobby. Soldier, only person even close, and he's still 7 kills behind. Persecute absolutely popping off. He continues to do so. Huge piv as the rockets are coming up. Not only that, but 100JJX is also securing the overshield. But no, a perfect grenade coming in from Rengar. He might shut this whole push down single-handedly.
Wow. Unfortunate for Spectre Esports. They had previously had positioning on the rockets, but Persecute took it instead. Now Hunter JJX has the OS and a flag out down the long haul, and if it gets through the halfway mark, that should go in. Persecute gatekeeping on the bridge side with rockets should make this a 2-0 lead for Oreos, but despite 2 going down, Hunter JJX is able to secure. You can see Fate sprinting through the long haul, trying to get some last-second shots on Hunter JJX, but no worries as Oreos take a 2-0 lead.
Fate feeling like he had to do his best to stop the flag, but him still being there and dying early in the next sequence is pretty bad for Spectre. Now they're 3 dead. They're going to spawn on the wrong side of the map, and Oreos could very well turn this into a 3rd cap right here, right now.
Seeing that string of pulls here as Oreos have really amped up the aggression and the slays. Soldier, last Spartan standing, looking to make a hero play here. No shots from the training side, waiting for some type of damage to defend. There's Clay on the green wall instead, as Soldier gets back down, but stayed alive long enough to allow Cole Kane and another one of his teammates, Fate, to push up and potentially stop this flag, but it looks like instead Persecute gonna get onto the platform and into the base for that 3-0 series win. 3-0 in this match, I should say. 3-1 series overall as Oreos take it over Spectre Esports.
We kind of expected Oreos to come out on top, but they looked a little shaky early on toward the end of the series, kind of cleaning up the whole sequence and actually working together throughout those flag runs, not only the defensive efforts, but also the offensive efforts. And now that they're kind of clicking, they're going to be a danger further in the bracket.
Yeah, Oreos, a team that formed deep in the middle of the night, early this morning, and you could see that in the early goings, but you could also see as the series went on, it seems like they got better and better with each passing minute, and I think that stamped 3-0 victory in Game 4 shows that Oreos are improving, climbing up the ranks, and they're going to have to climb up the ranks and play a little bit more difficult team in this next round, but excited to see where they take this as we send things back to the desk to Aliak and Tools.
Fun game between Oreos and Spectre Esports. Tools, I want to ask you about Persecute. I know we were talking about this a few weeks ago. Was it a few weeks ago? Was it last week? Persecute.
Just a little bit ago. But Persecute, phenomenal player. I think a player that's been really popular because of his streams, because of the plays that he makes in particular, right? We saw he got that overkill in Game 2, was popping off with the sniper in Empyrean. He has that high talent ceiling potential, right? I think the one thing he probably needs to work on, he knows he needs to work on, is raising that floor and just being that best possible teammate. But when you see what he can do in games, you start to think like, wow, this guy is special. He needs a shot on a team, and you can see why 29 kills in that last game. He has the potential to take over. I think he has the potential to make a difference on the team. I just don't think he's really found that right situation yet to land himself in one of those top 8, top 16 finishes on LAN. And honestly, it's a shame because there's just so much talent, right? And that's what you see when you watch him play. You just see talent in the way that he shoots, the way that he controls the map. It just hasn't been realized into results on a LAN yet.
So we got a little bit of a clip here from Persecute Tools. Hopefully we get to see that overkill. He's such a good player. I mean, I feel like he's such a likable player for the community as well, to not just watch as a content creator, but as a, as a competitive player too.
What I really love about the Persecute streams is it feels like you're watching the journey, right? There's not a lot of streamers right now where you get to feel that sort of amateur journey to becoming a pro player. But when you're watching him, right, even when he's in matchmaking, like he's going toe to toe with these pro players, he gets ready for tournament day. You can see that he's putting a lot of work into his next steps. It's just about finding that hero's end, and I feel like he just hasn't been able to write that last passage yet. I'm hoping that it comes soon because there's just so much talent, right? Persecute, a Las Vegas native, just knew that his internet was really hampering his ability to become a professional in this game, made the commitment to move to Georgia so that he could have a better connection, so that he could have a little bit better of an advantage in these online tournaments. I think it's given him a little bit of a resurgence in his gameplay because of it. But he's someone that's committed to this grind, and honestly, I think that's tippable. It's respectable that he's been able to write out this way. I want to see him have some success, and so far I think he's been showing why he's so good in the tournament today.
I hope that he does get to find that right team, find that right thing that clicks for him. Oreos, what do you think they did right versus Spectres? I mean, they're gonna go up against maybe, but probably Sentinels up next.
It's all about the objective games, right? That's where I think they were shining the best. It shows that they have a little bit of a better understanding of the game than Spectre did. They were able to control those spawns and control whenever there's an objective orienting the map. That's when we saw them have a little bit more success. We do need to see them, I think, be a little bit more consistent in the Slayers. Slayers are hard, especially when you're playing against teams that have just as good slaying talent as you, but they are the difference maker between going far in a tournament and not going far in a tournament. If you're not able to clutch up in those Slayers and win important game 5s, then you're going to find yourself in that elimination bracket just a little bit earlier than other teams. And, everyone talks about how Slayers are coin flip and that they aren't as important as objectives, but they are the difference between a team that's going to go and get a top 8 finish and a team that's going to finish top 24.
Well, some exciting matches up ahead. We actually got a lot of teams that are just starting to play already in, round 3, round 4, like a lot of top teams that we're going to be watching right after this break. Welcome back, everybody. We got a match right now. Sentinels versus Stealth Gaming. We're going to be hopping right into that. Tools, any thoughts before we jump in really quick?
This is your chance to see how good you are. How do you stack up against a pro team? Most of the times, it doesn't go well. This time, try to prove everyone wrong. It's going to be a tough task for Stealth Gaming.
All right, let's hop right into our next game, Sentinels versus Stealth Gaming.
All right, Eli, Stealth Gaming with an opportunity to see what they got up against the world's best. Sentinels with a chance to maybe secure some more montage clips if you're the likes of Sparty and everybody else on the team who's more than viable to pop off at any moment. As Sentinels hopping back on board with them, what was your thoughts as they placed 4th last week? Weren't able to get over that monster hump. I believe Sparty has never beaten Monster online, but they were able to take a 4th place finish. Something to be proud of nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, I think that feels good if you're a Sentinels fan, and we all know how much potential this roster has. I mean, they got 2nd place at one of the tournaments last year. They've always been kind of going toe-to-toe with some of these top teams, so I like to see them come into form last week, and I hope they come into this week with the same form. This is definitely not the test of that just yet. I expected this one to be a bit of a wash, if I'm being honest with you, but this is also interesting to me because this team definitely one that is more organized than many other rosters we see near the top, and if they can stay disciplined and play their process in these early matches, that bodes well for them in later matches as well.
Yeah, Sentinels one of only 2 teams to not make a roster change in between off seasons, and I think that's really impressive because more often than not in Halo, you know, Eli, you know this going back to the 2000s. 2nd place all the way through to 256, however many teams are competing, they're going to make team changes, right? The only team that usually sticks together is the team that wins. That was FaZe last year. Why do you think Sentinels did stay together, despite the fact that they were a top 4 team or so? They weren't even in the mix as a top 2 team outside of that SLC event where they did get to the grand finals. But talk to me about Sentinels and why you think they were so hell-bent on sticking together, despite, again, not being one of those 1-2 teams and still sticking with it.
I mean, like we said, they got 2nd place at a major. They knew they had great potential. Plus, they're just all great friends. I mean, there's something that probably just feels right about playing with these guys. And look at the free agents that pop up that are available to them. Are any of those players worth swapping out for any of the members on this team? I don't think so. Boo Dubu and Falcated roommates. I don't know if they're ever going to stop teaming together. These guys have been teaming together for a very long time. You add Sparty, who's in the conversation for potential MVP of next season based on the way he's been playing, if he keeps this up. And then you got Lethal, arguably the greatest of all time. So, I mean, this roster is just absolutely stacked from top to bottom, and I don't see why they would have made a team change. And while everybody else changes around them, they can just continue to build what they've already got. As we see another little jump there from Boo Dubu showing off some tech here early in LVT.
Every week of the off season, now preseason, we get to see Solitude. We get to see a new bit of movement tech. We saw previously on the A ledge. Now we're seeing ways to jump off of that snipe wall over to camo. Love the developments we've seen here in the off season, and I agree with you entirely, Eli, as Sentinels look to go up 2-0 here in this match. 2 things. I think one was the fact that every single free agent change would have been a horizontal decision, and that's probably one of my biggest pieces of advice to Halo Pros. Halo Pros are just players looking to form a good team. Never make a team change that you think is going to be horizontal. You have to make a team change that you know, without uncertainty of a doubt, that it's going to improve your squad. I don't think Sentinels had that opportunity, again, because of the fact that all 4 of these players are so stacked and cracked. And then the other reason why Sentinels were to stick together going into Season 3 is because they see the potential. They see the opportunity. They got to the Grand Finals last year. I believe they got swept in that Grand Finals to SSG, but this is a team, again, with Spartan individually surging towards MVP potential. Lethal the GOAT doing GOAT things like that triple kill right there. Are a couple of reasons, big reasons why Sentinels did not make a team change and look all the better for it. They seem to carry on some of that cohesion, communication, and strategy into HCS Season 3. They've got more to build on than every other team outside of, well, FaZe. So I think it makes sense when you look at all the different intricacies as to why Sentinels did not make a team change, and it's working in their favor as they secure another cap of 3-0 in this Game 1, looking to shut the door with an easy sweep.
A lot of people that watch Halo all the time might not realize that every single time you make a team change, you kind of start from square one. Like, you got to go over every single game type with that new player. Make sure that everyone on the team knows what place they play in a variety of situations. As we see, an overkill from Sparty could turn it into a kill tech, maybe with the staggered spawn. No, he's just gonna get the hill time. He said, let's just get this over with. These guys probably maybe happy to be in a Twitter clip, who knows, but Sparty known to get the overkills. But yeah, like I was saying, I mean, every time you make a team change, you gotta teach each other how you want to play the game. You gotta figure out how each other want to play. Just putting 4 good players on the same squad doesn't mean you magically work together perfectly. You've got to really work on it and build upon it. And Sentinels have already put in that work, so they're kind of probably dealing with less stress and less pressure than many of the other teams that they're facing against.
Stealth Gaming not raising the white flag just yet, as despite the overkill from Sparty, they're about halfway to tying up this particular hill. Again, I'm not trying to build a case for how Stealth Gaming are going to come back in this one. This is probably a foregone conclusion.
Oh, no.
A little bit of a awkward gunfight there again with Sparty. Awkward overkill. Gets it nonetheless. We talked about the potential for him adding some more montage clips to his resume as he out DMRs the 4th for Stealth Gaming, and that should be 4-0 for Sentinels, but they do get the truck spawns and do a good job to take Sparty down right off the rip, but Boo Boo Doo Boo takes them down instead. Panoramic, the last player alive for Stealth Gaming, as Boo Boo Doo Boo and Sentinels look to put the finishing touches on game 1.
Actually like to see that from Boo Boo Doo Boo right there. Like, yeah, the skill difference is certainly visible, but he didn't just run in and try to win a 1v2, just did some safe damage, split off to group up with his teammate, just to absolutely guarantee they can close this game out in an early fashion and go ahead and move on to game 2. We'll have to see if Stealth Gaming can put up a better fight in the Slayer here.
Yeah, big convincing win there for Sentinels, but you know that's what we expect. And I think for them, as they look to continue on through this series, Eli, we talk about this a lot. It's all about playing the process correctly, despite the fact that you've got a team on the other side that you guys know that you clear tenfold. You got to still play your process. You can't overextend or get ahead of yourself. And we saw Boo Boo Doo Boo. You brought that up at the very end of that match. A great example of that. Still playing through his processes, as Sentinels take an easy 4-0 victory. They're probably looking for a little bit of stake in game 2.
Yeah, it's hard to cast these matches without seeming mean at times, but I mean, it's just the fact of the matter that there's levels to Halo, man. Like, the skill gap is a real thing, and when you get to see matches like this, it does put it on display. But I mean, Sentinels, you got to keep in mind, Sentinels beats top 12, top 16 teams nearly as bad. So
yeah, like this too. Yeah, so
there's just levels to all of this, man, and there's teams that could beat Sentinels this bad. You know, I mean, probably not this bad, obviously, but when they go against FaZe, you know, it's a pretty difficult task, as we see this overkill from Sparty. Actually backed up to dodge the first melee, kind of baited it out, then goes in for the next melee. A little bit of close quarters combat skills being put on display there, and we're heading into Recharge Slayer here.
Yeah, almost a little bit of a underneath ninja there for Sparty as he does secure the overkill. I'm going to put a challenge out there, right? And I think this is also important, right? You don't want to get... You still want to play within yourself, but I think when you're going up against lesser opponents, you know, for Sparty, you got to challenge yourself. I'm putting the challenge out there for Sparty. I want to see 1 overkill a game in this series. Otherwise, we're docking a game off the board and we're sending to a game 4 even if they sweep. That sounds ridiculous, but like I said, you got to have fun with it. You got to try to find ways to challenge yourself, and maybe for Sparty, that's one way. You got to secure the stake and an overkill here in game 2 to feel good about yourself if you're Sentinels, but I think they'll feel good about themselves regardless as they look to take this series convincingly and continue on in the bracket. But first, Recharge Slayer.
I think the members of Sentinels are going to fight over who gets to use the shock rifle, because whoever gets it might be the one that gets the Twitter clip. You know, it's like, I don't know. These guys have fun. Honestly, in the earlier brackets, 'cause we don't often look at these matches, right? So people aren't used to seeing these. But in these earlier matches, a lot of the pros just kind of, they're not putting their full energy into it. They're going to try to save that energy. A tournament's a marathon, right? Like, you don't want to go completely insane. You're not going to be screaming call outs in these early matches, because like you want to save that energy for the later rounds. And Sentinels, like I said, it's clear that they're still playing their process, but they're not going to burn themselves out early.
Do we have the Boo Boo Doo Boo tech jump by any chance? As it looks like Sparty's going to give us a little delay in the break. Ironically enough, Cobra Team with tech on it, but it was the tech jump we saw from Boo Boo Doo Boo from S4 to Camo. Never before seen on broadcast for the HCS, at least. I'm sure there's some streams where you've seen it. Oh, look at this. Here we go. Oh, did he? Okay, here we go. Boo Boo Doo Boo with the skill jump. You can see him jump off the invisible wires, clambers up to the location here. And I don't know how that's going to be implemented into professional gameplay. You maybe think Bubu trying something new in a little earlier round. You know, you got a little bit more room for error, but that's something new. We have not seen yet. A new tech jump once again discovered here on Solitude. Eli, what are your thoughts?
I don't know. I think it's super cool, man. This is one of the few maps that has that double jump on lots of different parts of the map. Basically, there's certain ledges that you can't stand on, but if you run into them and jump, and you have step jump enabled. So step jump is a setting that makes it so you only jump as high as the thing you're jumping on requires you to jump. So it kind of fools the game into doing the step jump, but then you jump a second time, and that's how you get a lot of the double jumps on this map. But that jump in particular that we just saw, that wasn't even step jump related. That's just somebody found a tiny lip there.
You're right.
And he's using it. Reminds me of like a ghost jump from Halo 3. If anybody watches
100%.
you know, those jump montages, which are absolutely worth watching, by the way. One of my favorite ones, Tangerine. I don't know if you've seen that, Mikowski.
Yes.
But, oh my
Great
God.
jump video.
It's just a whole video about jumping. I mean, we got to be such nerds to get excited about that. But man, there's some cool stuff you can do with the physics and ghost jumps in Halo 3.
Right, throwing the spike grenade, jumping off of it, or jumping off the cone, or go check out that Tangerine jump montage. Another great piece of Halo content for you guys to enjoy as we have a little bit of a break in the action. But I agree, Eli. I'm such a big fan of these tech jumps that are getting discovered here in Halo Infinite. It reminds me of the classic Halos, and you, man, we're on the same page. I thought the exact same thing. Those ghost jumps from Halo 3, probably one of my favorites that was implemented into MLG, HCS, and MLG at the time gameplay, was the gold jump on Guardian. You remember that, where people discovered there was like a little mini micro ledge? You couldn't necessarily see it with the visible eye, but Halo, throughout its history, has always had those little invisible ledges that you can interact with and work off of. And I'm glad to see that continue on here into Halo Infinite as our series continues on here. Recharge TS looks like we're re-racked and reloaded, ready to go.
Man, what I'm looking to see here from Sentinels is perfect spawn prediction. I want them to be holding 75% of the map so that the other team has no space to work with. I want them to hit from multiple sides, maybe play duos on opposite sides of the map from one another. We saw that in later stages of the tournament with Sentinels last week, where on this exact game type, Sparty and Bubu would be a duo on one side of the map, while Lethal and Falcata would be a duo on the opposite side. And if you play that process correctly, you can constantly split the opponent into positions where you can collapse on them over and over. If they spawn at C, you go through tower and long haul at the same time, hit them from both sides, get 4 dead. Guess what? Those duos just continue backwards along the same perimeter they came from, and now they're spawning the other team in gold, and they're hitting from left and right on the other side. You can absolutely put another team in the blender in this game type if you do it properly, and I think Sentinels knows exactly how to do it.
That's a great callback, Eli, to the back-to-back championships in the off-season LVT 2v2 tournaments. Bubu and Sparty competing deep into those 2 brackets. Actually got upset in week 1, almost like a top 32 finish, and then they went on to win the next 2. And that duo ship, we'll call it, has carried on through into the 4v4s. How many micro moments have we seen where you're looking back and you got deja vu thinking back to that 2v2 tournament between Bubu and Sparty as they look to continue on with that 2v2 teamwork. Bubu now with the shock rifle in his hands, looking to just secure the gold side. 2-2 off the start. Nice start for Stealth Gaming as they're competing here early, but Bubu looks to change that with some perfect shots in the shock rifle.
Look at this, just absolutely predicting where that player would come from. And like I said, they forced this long haul spawn, and they're going to hit it from both sides. Bubu playing Gatekeeper on the gold side. Now that they get the 2 dead, you see how 2 members of Sentinels are going to continue to play this left side. They purposefully spawn them in the gold side. Members of Sentinels also going through A, hitting from both sides, and they force the split spawn. So this player, Tanoramic, spawns completely opposite of the map due to the movement from Sentinels, and this is exactly what I expected to see here.
Sentinels looking for a team frenzy. They've scored the last 8 in a row, but Stealth Gaming get too quick to make it an 8-kill game. Previously, though, 2-2 off the start. A +8 edge here for Sentinels recently as Sparty looks to continue on through the blue side of the base. Helps take down 2 with the use of that shock rifle. Spots a player down here low at the stacks. Stealth able to trade out, though. Takes down Bubu. But Sparty looking to make another jump up to the C platform and continue on this shock.
Look at this, the confidence. They are not letting up whatsoever. They say, listen, we know you guys wanted to have a good tournament experience. We're going to give that to you. We're going to show you what it feels like to play against a top team. And I mean, honestly, I do encourage everyone to sign up. Like, yeah, you might get washed like this in some matches against top teams, but you're going to have the film, the experience. Go back and watch it. Study what they did to you to have such a strong performance, and maybe take some of that to your own gameplay leading into the next tournament.
I mean, Eli, we know what that's like, to practice and play in free-for-alls for years just to get a chance to scrimmage against top teams in the HCS or Halo community. So for Stealth Gaming, here you go. This is why you sign up for tournaments. Like you said, your call to action to sign up, get in the mix, get in the arena. It's for opportunities like this. Stealth Gaming would never get a scrimmage or an opportunity to be in the same lobby as Sentinels. But here in the HCS Open Series, you do. A great reason to sign up, because this is the best opportunity to learn and grow. You can take this VOD review and turn it into gold and improve not only as an individual, but as a team. And probably people in chat who think I'm crazy right now with this score 27-11, but nah, I'm a big believer that you got to start from the bottom. You got to work your way up from the mud, and this is one way to do it here. Sentinel's going to beat up on Stealth Gaming, but again, if they take the opportunity, learning lesson, there's plenty of upside here for Stealth Gaming, despite the fact that they're down by 20 kills.
I mean, you got to think about it from the other side too. Boo Boo told me about his come-up story. He was just a young kid playing Halo 4 and had a lot of raw talent. Finally got noticed by a pro here and there. Slowly worked his way into better and better lobbies. Really just, you got to start from the bottom, and it starts with getting destroyed in a few tournaments by players like this, and then you eventually get better. You study, you work on it. It's a process. Nobody became a pro overnight. I mean, there might be very small number of examples of that's what it looked like happened. Like, people think that's Boo Boo's trying to show off a little bit with the shock rifle here, but even those like overnight success stories that might be perceived that way, a lot of the times those players have been playing for 5,000 hours or more before they became an quote-unquote overnight success. So you got to start somewhere, and entering these tournaments is a good place.
Love that, and I totally agree with all of that. As Falcated looks to land some shots on the elevator side of the map. Stealth Spectre, he's had himself a great game, sitting at 6 and 8. And there's been multiple moments we've seen him take on a 1v1 piv or orchestrate a bait and switch and take down 2, as he finds another way to take down Boo Boo Doo Boo and avoid the sticky martyrdom. So a great game, not just a good game here from Stealth Spectre, but a great game as Sparty having himself a great series. 17, 5 and 3. And you said, you know, Sparty could still do this against a top 8 team. He did last season against Complexity. We had a rampage, 20-0. Actually finished 20-1 in that game. So anybody can get it, I guess, as Sparty gives a little bit more out. 18, 5 and 3 now. Cross map shots on Tanoramic. Sorry. As Sparty just looking to stay alive, continue on with that impressive plus 15 KD here in game 2. And that'll do it. The Steak-tacular, as Sparty secures it with those slays. Everybody getting above double digits, it looks like, outside of Boo Boo Doo Boo. But what do you know? 11 assists. Everybody playing their role, despite the fact that this is one of the earlier rounds, Eli.
Absolutely. I mean, to be honest, at the end, it kind of looked like he was going for the grapple super slide ninja on the guy long haul with the 360 mixed in. He was cooking in the kitchen, man. I didn't know what he was going for exactly, but these guys, I mean, they use this as an opportunity to practice some crazy techniques that they might be able to pull off later, but they don't really have good opportunities against, you know, the top 12 teams. So we might see a little bit more of that. Looking across the board here, high accuracy numbers across the board. We see very little damage taken as well. Almost a doubled up difference here. But I mean, honestly, with the amount of damage they've taken, based on how many times they actually died, it's a lot more damage taken than you'd expect, but it's because they're just playing their lives really well. If one of these guys does actually break their shields, they're usually able to just back off. Remember, their team's going to finish that kill, and they can get their shields back for the next engagement. And that's really one of the things that separate top players.
Well, we have a round 2 matchup here between Sentinels and Stealth Gaming, and a level 2 hype train as well. So a huge thanks to the community who continues to show out and support us. We reached 2,000 subs for the first time ever last week on LVT Halo, and I think after a week, I think we're back down to 1939, I think it is. So pretty close to maintaining 2,000 subs, Eli. We haven't even gotten to LAN just yet, where we've seen incredible support on LAN, covering things like the open bracket, the free-for-all grand finals, and all the matches that you would have missed if not for LVT Halo. And you guys show us the love right back. We appreciate you guys, and thank you so much for the support, all the subs, the bits, and I know I'm going to bring up a sore subject, but even just sitting through the ad break, great time to pop that copy pasta ad break in chat, because I think it kind of turns things on a positive note. And again, you might hate the ads, but you love the results of the ads, which is allowing us to fly to Arlington, to travel to every single ATS event this year, we hope, and again, provide coverage of Halo that you guys might have missed. As Beige, it's another 10 bomb, 210 in the channel. Beige, thank you so much for all those gifted subs. A really cute boy with the prime time. Appreciate that as well. As the subs continue rolling, as too does the gameplay, as we get set for Game 3 on Livefire.
Beiji, one of the goats of LVT chat. This guy is always in here dropping subs left and right. Support, unbelievable. Man, even stops by my stream after I'm done casting and drops some more on my forehead. So thank you, Beiji, man. This guy is amazing. Also, Drager with the Prime sub. Converted his Prime sub into a tier 1, actually. That goes a long way. The tier 1's very important for partners on Twitch, by the way, guys. So we appreciate that. We're hopping into the next game here, though. Got Livefire, Strongholds, and man, this is... I gotta be honest with you, if you're playing against a better team, this is one of the most devastating game types. It is hard to even get a single point against a team as good as Sentinels, to be completely honest.
Yeah, I'm eyeing a potential sub 5-minute match here for Sentinels. Knowing what we know about them, they could absolutely roll on this Strongholds Livefire combination as they take down all 4 to start. 3 go down afterwards for Stealth Gaming, and Boo Boo Doo Boo with multiple win conditions in his possession. Sniper and camo at the top of Snipe.
Sentinels, one of the best teams in the world at forcing, predicting, and then responding to spawns. So you see Boo Boo Doo Boo purposefully just holding this corner of the map to manipulate the spawns. He then moves to this side of the C plat to open up those dummy spawns. He just sees where his teammates are. He opens that spawn point up. Now he probably knows there's enemies spawning behind the tower. Look at that, throwing a grenade in a spot where I don't think this player was called out, perhaps by his teammate on Nest, but Boo Boo's so aware of the spawn system, probably didn't even need his teammates call out to predict that spawn point. And look at this, they're purposefully spawning them on the turbine side. They're going to use this strategy against top teams later on just to get these spawn kills.
God.
And this is an absolute masterclass about where to position your Spartans to force exactly the spawn that you want. He's going to continue to spawn kill these players that spawn on the training side. He's not done yet.
The spawn recognition here from Boo Boo Doo Boo has been flawless, as too has his gameplay. 4-2-0, lining up that reticle, centered right along that overshield stump. Looking to line up another potential headshot. Now he's perfectly centered with that reticle in the back of A. And again, Eli, this goes to show the process being played by Boo Boo Doo Boo. Maybe not going to see a 150-0 against his next round opponent or the likes of an SSG or FaZe OpTic, but Ken continues to play his process perfectly. Lands the double kill, triple kill montage clip. No, can't land the quick scope on the player down by Mud, as Sentinels will reset with a 180-0 lead here in Game 3, looking to shut the door with this sweep.
If I'm not mistaken, he actually quiglied the double body shot there on those players' pillars before cleaning it up with the double kill. Finally, the first time I think that 2 members of Sentinels go down in this game at the same time. Can Stealth Gaming convert it into a point? Lethal's going to try to stop that here, but B is actually being converted. If they can kill Lethal right now, they can get on the board.
These are those moments in the match you're looking for, where you can go back and watch the VOD and say, all right, here's how we broke through. Unfortunately, they did not, as sub 5-minute. This might be a sub, not 3-minute, but sub 4-minute instead, as Sentinels looking strong here, rolling on Stealth Gaming with full control of not only the cap points, Eli, but most importantly, the spawn control has been magnificent.
This is what I talked about. You control 75% of the map. You see this L-shaped formation that Sentinels keeps putting themselves in while members of Stealth Gaming are dead. That's going to force Stealth to spawn only in the other 25% of the map. Sentinels predicted and set that up every single time, and that's why they win 250-0. I mean, it's just perfect gameplay.
perfect gameplay, and some unbelievable support continues to roll along. Went from a level 2 hype train to level 6, all in a matter of 5 minutes or less. So again, thank you guys so much for all the support. Kells with the 5 gifted, Thrill Seeker with the 12 months, congrats, and thank you for 1 year of support. Dragar with another Prime sub. Don't let Jeff Bezos steal your 7 cents a day. Make sure you guys use that Prime sub on one of the many great creators here in the Halo community. As we send it back to 2 that we know very well, know and love very well, Aliek and Tools. Take it away.
You heard it, guys. Use your primes on the channel. Wow, that was the fastest. Oh, man, I just don't. I was shocked at that. Tools, I just don't want to say anything. Tools. I blinked. I blinked and it was over. I drank water when it was over.
It'd be like that. It'd be like that sometimes.
Sometimes. Wow, that the game 1. I think we can talk about game 1 though. Spartan with that overkill in that first game.
It's just great gameplays throughout, right? We saw a couple different things. The overkill from Spartan was phenomenal, but Boo Boo Doo also hitting some tech jumps throughout. What I really love to see is just this Sentinels team playing a little bit loose, right? Playing across the map, away from each other, taking some of those individual fights. But look at this. This is the clip I want to talk about in particular. Honestly, Luke, can we rewind this just a little bit? Because I want to talk about that play Spartan makes at the very beginning in a little bit more in depth, but the way he shoots his disruptor pistol off of the BR platform to get a chain reaction off a call out that another teammate made about a player coming into that light rifle hall is some big brain stuff, and we see that from Spartan so often. I feel like Spartan doesn't really get that love of being this cerebral player, but he is one of the players that makes the most out of the sandbox. Really, in my opinion, the players that have the mastery of the sandbox, Aliek, it's first place, and first place is tied, Lucid and Spartan to me. Like, those two use the sandbox more than anyone else in the game.
I feel like Spartan to me already came up to me as a player who used the sandbox. I might have seen a few clips of him already. I don't know, anytime we get to see an overkill with anything that's not a bandit or an Evo or a creative overkill, like I'm down for it. We saw that disruptor in that first clip, and I'm sure we'll get back into that in a moment. We're looking at Falcator right now.
This was crazy that they're getting like spawn snipes off right here, right? Boo Boo 2 just knowing that they're gonna spawn over at dummies, and this is what teams kind of do when they're able to have that huge skill advantage over another team. What you practice is your spawn traps, right? And that's what we saw Sentinels doing in this Strongholds game. Is, all right, let's get everyone in this position. Let's see like how we can manipulate these spawns. Look how often a player was just looking at a spawner on the map.
Yeah, it's definitely very clear. I feel like when you get it's good to watch games where you have a clear skill advantage, because then it becomes so easily visible what the Sentinels or a pro team is doing to the other team. I think it's great to watch. Our next game is going to be Sentinels versus Oreos, guys, starting in just a few minutes. Live fire oddball. Is there anything from this last game we just watched that you wanted to talk about before we jump into Sentinels and Oreos?
Now, I think we set the stage right. You know, the Sentinels, they're playing loose, they're playing fast. It's going to be a hard match for Oreos because of it. But there's some talent on the Oreo side, right? We saw that Persecute was absolutely popping off. There's a lot of individual talent there. Combine that with the experience of players like Hunter JJX. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be a surefire thing. But I would definitely say do not hold back, right? Like, this is a team that could absolutely find some upset potential here and there. Try to make these games close. The question at the end of the day is the execution on that last phase.
So we talked about Persecute on our last segment, but we haven't talked about Hunter JJX. I feel like a lot of people know him in the community, but there might be some new people in watching Halo Infinite on year 3 that might not know about Hunter JJX.
Hunter JJX, right? Like, if you came in, you know, in Halo Infinite, like, you didn't get to experience the pro version of Hunter JJX from back in the day. Has a lot of experience behind him. honestly, like I'd say you kind of missed out on the golden era, right? When all these players were coming up back in the day in that Halo 3 era. Look at him on tour. This man does it all, dude. 100 JJX, he does it all, right? Former pro player. Now he tours with his band across the country. Is a content creator. Plays in Halo tournaments. Like what can't you love about this man? He's like a Mr. Do It All. He's also a father. He has a great kid. He brings his kid with him on stage at his concerts, and it's like the coolest shit ever. I have to say, I mean, this man's just a rock star.
A Halo rockstar. I feel like we should at some point get into what Halo players have as a hobby. Just I didn't know about 100 JJX being a Halo rockstar.
It's inverted for 100 JJX, right? Like the Halo stuff is his hobby.
Oh, it's the other way around. Yo, we got a clip right now of 100 JJX. Let's go. Let's pop it up.
Yeah, look at it.
Look at him rocking out. Okay, look, he's got that headbang action going on.
I love it. I absolutely love it. I think it's I think Hunter's doing some great stuff over there, right? Showing that like life is much more than just the game. Has Lil JJX out there on the stage with him, rocking out his band. Like just has a lot of outlets to get that sort of creative energy out there. Love to see that. Love to see the lives of different Halo players, former pros, current pros, and being able to like expand their network and try to get to see like what it truly means to be them.
That's amazing. Oh, he's and he's a co-streamer this week as well. 100 JJX, shout out to a co-streamer and all the other co-streamers that are watching LVT Halo today. Thank you so much for hanging out with us and watching. Man, Tools, we just got a lot of support lately in LVT Halo, and I'm just so grateful for everybody who has been supportive of our what is it, community, of our group, our squad.
I mean, at this point, you can just say of Halo, right?
Of Halo.
I feel like LVT Halo sort of encompasses what the Halo community is. Appreciate everyone that's been coming out, and as members of the Halo community, right, it's great to support us, but it's also great to support everyone else. You know what I'm saying? Like, pull up those tabs if you want to keep up with games across the way of the bracket. Like, open up other pro players, make sure you're watching the co-streamers, go see what everyone has to say. We're always going to be here, and we appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? Keep that LVT tab open. But let's give some love to everyone out in the scene. The other thing I want to talk about in this match, Aliek, is we actually have some brotherly action going on in this game. So Boo Boo Doo, the older brother of Clay on this Oreos team.
Hold on, I didn't know about this. Are you trolling? Or is this true?
No, this
we
is
got
100%.
Halo with the brothers. What's happening? I didn't know this existed still because split screen is no longer a thing anymore. But I think Halo split screen should come back. Side note. But tell me about Clay and Boo Boo Doo. Is there a sibling rivalry going on?
Well, I don't think Clay's gotten the best of his brother too much, but you can definitely see that talent is there. It's Clay's still a very young player, has some time to put into Halo to try to get to that level, but he's surrounded by a lot of great mentors, right? And that's what I think we've seen in Clay's gameplay throughout the years, is we've just seen steady improvement. He hasn't been fully committed to Halo at this point, and that's the one thing I think if he wants to go pro, we'll probably have to change, is we'll have to see him like fully commit, try to run the circuit and go to every single one of these lands and compete. I do think that talent's there. It's just it just needs to be grown and cultured.
Well, I can't wait to see that in this next match. I was just slightly distracted by the chat in the, in the lobby. I don't know if you caught that. I was wondering if they were talking about Clay, but yeah, I'm excited to see Clay and Boo Boo then. See how they play. Oh, is this a photo? We got a photo of them together. Look at this.
Like, dude, which one's okay? So like, you definitely tell that like Boo Boo Doo Boo is the one on the right, but Boo Boo Doo Boo sharing some of his old shirts with his brother over in the space. Love to see. So this is during a Microsoft Halo 5 2v2 tournament at the Microsoft Store tournaments. I'll say you go to these lands, you have one of the most prominent up-and-coming players in the Halo 5 pro scene playing with his brother at the Microsoft Store. Like, that's gonna be a pretty tough tournament. That's gonna be a pretty tough tournament.
Did any of you all play in any of those in-store tournaments to win like gift cards and games, the Jew tools.
Oh, I didn't pay for Game Pass for years.
All
because
right.
of those tournaments. I farmed my turn. Wait. Pull up this shot. 1 second. What's Clay saying to his brother right
That's
here?
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
What he said, like, he pulled him up on you. He said, that's who's gonna go. Oh boy.
I don't know, but that photo, I felt like for a moment I was like, is this an AI photo for a second? You just never know. They just look so alike. It's like a mini Boo Boo Doo Boo.
They do look like one
Yes.
to one
Yes.
with each other.
Raider Scream Boy.
This is insane. I'm gonna Louis. I'm gonna send you something in a second.
Be careful with the
Boo Boo
photos you
Doo
give,
Boo.
Louis, because
Yeah, you know what? But like, Boo Boo Doo Boo has some unique talents. Obviously, we know about his Halo gameplay. We know that he's a long distance runner. I believe he's finished a marathon at this point, but he's great. He's been out there on that health grind with Shotzi, running and doing all those great things. But he's actually had a little bit of a bout as a professional boxer as well. I wanted to get his training clip up here for everyone to see.
that'd be
But
pretty cool.
honestly, he's got some great hands, some great technique. I'd be very fearful of Boo Boo Doo Boo if you ever reach him in the ring.
Well, I can't wait to see this clip. I feel like we got some talent in the Halo community and the Halo pro scene. That's not just Halo. Like, we got Halo Rockstar, and now Boo Boo Doo Boo's a boxer? Hold on.
Yeah, here, Louis, I'm sending it to you right now. I found the clip. Boo Boo Doo Boo. I mean, this guy, honestly, you gotta fear him. Wherever you see him, this man is he's a do-it-all talent. Can shoot the gun, can run to your home and beat you up there. You know, it's just he's an all-around talent.
IRL 1v1's happening.
Look
There
at
it
this.
is.
Look at this. Oh, the up down. Oh, are you kidding
But
me?
look at that attitude walking away, too.
Ooh. Don't mess with the Boo Boo, or else you might be getting the Doo Boos.
I love it. You know what? I'd 1v1 with him. Sure.
You think you can take that on?
Yeah. I used to do Taekwondo.
You can
I'll
hear the
1v1.
wind from my punches. Oh, okay, chat. Here's the
Fight him.
question: can you take Boo Boo Doo Boo on? I'll start the poll. Can you beat Boo Boo Doo Boo in a fight?
I'm just reading chat now.
Yes.
Who can? No one can.
Or no?
Maverick
I
said
don't think
no
anyone
one can.
I don't think any of these guys can. I'm gonna be honest.
He wants to flow with everyone here.
I mean, I just take a look. Like you said, let's play the video one more time. You can hear the wind of his punches. You know what I'm saying? It's just there, and I think all of you don't know what you're talking about if you think you could beat Boo Boo Doo Boo in a fight. I think Boo Boo Doo Boo clears almost everyone in the Halo community.
I'm just choosing message. I was gonna read something, but I wasn't sure. I was like, hold up a minute. I'm not sure that means exactly what I thought it meant. There it is. There it is. Can you give me you know how to do sound effects?
I mean, look at that footwork, right? Like, he's moving so fast. His footwork is so fast that it looks like he's standing still. But in reality,
crazy.
he's moving his feet so fast that it doesn't even be captured by the screen, right? So, like, he's got that insane footwork, right? I think he's next up for sure. And I think this chat so far thinks that they can win against Boo Boo Doo Boo. I'm saying that you guys are absolutely off base. You guys cannot take on Boo Boo Doo Boo.
I'm impressed, Tools. I'm
I
impressed
do
with
like a
it.
bracket of like all the pro players. We list all the pro players, right? Mm-hmm. We put them in a box and like a boxing bracket. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, who is the best Halo boxer?
Boo Boo hands down from what I see.
I mean, I think Boo Boo Doo might have some challenges. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Somebody said
I think
Sparty
Stellar-
though. Somebody said Sparty would win.
Sparty, I think that's
Yeah.
a good one. I'd put my money on Stellar. You know what I'm saying? I don't think people have seen Stellar. Like, Stellar's kind of a sleeper agent, right? You see him at LAN, it's like, oh wow, that's, you know, he's like,
You chill.
he's over there.
You chilling.
I think Stellar could take every single person on in the Halo community. Stellar is built different.
Carnage said, I destroy every Halo player in any fighting game or IRL.
Yeah, I think they're probably off base on that.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
There has to be a couple Halo players that are like combat trained. You know what I'm saying? That like do like combat sports. Is there any? Got chat. Does anyone know if any of them do combat sports?
We need to investigate. What are their hobbies? I'm telling you, Tools. There's more to this than we know.
Yeah, we gotta send out the polls. You know what I'm saying? We gotta send out the papers.
Quick little Google Doc link.
Ooh. Some wrestlers. Maybe some of them did like wrestling in high school, you know, or like back then. That's one thing. Like wrestlers. Like if you ever do wrestling, you never forget it. Like,
what did you do, Tools?
I was a tennis player.
You're a tennis player.
A lot of tennis.
Like Mario tennis or IRL tennis?
No. Yeah, I was kind of sick with it in high school. Back with the tennis.
Okay.
I'm a big tennis fan. I want to get back into tennis. Actually, I love tennis. Really fun sport.
No martial arts for you then?
Nah. I would be insta slept. I don't think I could beat any Halo pro.
All right, let's see it. Can you beat Boo Boo Doo Boo in a fight? 55% said yes, but 45% said no. I think it's pretty divisive here. I don't think they see the true power behind that video. They don't see his
They don't see the power.
They don't see the power.
They don't see the power. Now, the one sport I always wanted to do in high school, but wasn't able to, was volleyball. We didn't have a men's volleyball team.
Oh, our school's volleyball team, men's volleyball team, was sick. They would beat up everybody.
See, that's I'm jealous. We didn't have a volleyball team.
I did a little volleyball and tennis myself.
Ooh, tennis. Let's go.
I did tennis.
Yeah, next Arlington, we go get a court.
1v1. Only 1v2s. Yeah. Tennis.
Man, I wonder if I could even hit a serve over the net these days.
I've been warming up though in Mario Tennis lately. I think that should help.
Mario
on
Tennis.
The Switch, yeah.
Which character are you on Mario Tennis?
Well, Daisy.
Is that supposed to be obvious?
I could not hear your question, but sure. Whatever that was.
Well, I think the chat's probably done with us.
1v1 me tools. All right, guys. Next match is starting Sentinels versus Oreos.
Well, I've always wondered how Boo Boo Doo Boo got his name, but now it makes sense. Left fist Boo Boo, right fist Doo Boo. There you go. And this is a series, Eli, that I'm quite excited for because the history of Halo includes some legendary brothers either competing with each other or against, like we'll see in this series. What are your thoughts as we kick things off here on Livefire?
I mean, this is going to be a fun one regardless, right? I mean, we've got the brotherly rivalry, and earlier Tools and Aliak were asking, like, are they rivals? I mean, the reality is no. These guys definitely root for each other. I know Boo Boo has been mentoring Clay and wants to see him succeed. He recognizes the talent that his brother is, but it's just one of those big brother's gonna beat you up for a while until you get better. So I think that's kind of what we're looking to see, and that's just kind of how it goes sometimes, man. And every one of these reps that Clay gets to play against his brother, probably fun for him and also a learning experience to help him get better.
Yeah, this is cool, man. This is another one of those early round matchups that I am quite excited for, as this one presents a little bit of upset potential. Sentinels, let's be honest, Hunter JJX said himself in chat, Sentinels a top 4 team, Oreos a team of 4 that just formed this morning, so it's going to be an uphill battle for them, but for now, the bleeding not too strong as Sentinels builds a 20-second lead.
Look at this, Lethal back to his old ways, hitting a snipe on the sliding player in front of him, so great target selection there. 2 players that were on his screen, but lined up the player that needed to go first. Try to stay alive, but Persecute hunts him down. You know he wants a sniper rifle, but it looks like both teams fighting for it pretty heavily here. That ball has not been played, though, so whoever wins this next fight should get a lot of time.
And that lack of play ball reset could provide Oreos a chance to break through and take it right off the rip, but there's still 2 members of Sentinels at the tower as they'll combine for 2 slays. Hunter and Furiously go down. 4v2 for now, and Sentinels are going to use that numbers advantage to regain control of that oddball. Maybe, Eli, that was a conscious decision made by an IGL for Sentinels to keep the oddball on the map. We're going to slay these guys. We're going to protect this tower, and they've done just that. Sparty with more ball time now.
Now, this is definitely a major step up in difficulty compared to their last series. Every member of Oreos a great shooter, and all of the Sentinels know this, so they're going to be approaching these fights probably with a bit more teamwork than we saw last time. They're not able to just 1v2 different members of Oreos. They're going to have to play a bit smarter. So far, they've got a 20-point lead in oddball, which is pretty significant. Sparty's going to try to secure some kills here, and if they can get one more, I think they're going to pick up that oddball.
Sparty clearing the cuts with the double kill, now has the oddball, and I love this rotation here. Kills 2 players on that the seaside half of the map, if you could argue, and he rotates it to A because of it. Now on the screen, Door looking to score some more as Fluriously earns a slay on Boo Boo Doo, and with that slay and a little bit of QT, he has the flank, he has a position here to break through and cause some chaos for Sentinels.
He's going to try to use this as much as he can, wants to get full value, gets taken down before gets taken down to low shields before he can do much damage of his own, so he's forced to blink out a little bit early. Now kind of forcing this engagement while both he and his teammate were one shot. If Oreos want a chance to beat Sentinels, they have to be more disciplined. You can't just force situations. Sentinels are going to punish you every single time, and so far all these plays, Oreos are able to get multiple kills, but it's always that last player on Sentinels alive, just that slight edge that is winning them out time and time again.
And a little too much one-by-one pushing here from Oreos as everybody's taking 1v1 gunfights. There we go, Hunter and Fluriously combined with the edge for a triple. There you go, that's one way to use your numbers advantage and teamwork. But the oddball's on the opposite side of the map. This is a great example here by Sentinels of pulling the attention away towards the other side of the map on the screen. Door all the while they're still scoring. They finally reset once the pressure comes on to B, and it looks like for now Oreos have the reset win.
I think one of the things that makes Sentinels so good is every member of this team has such a strong understanding of the big picture of what's happening on the map. So yes, they lose a fight on one side of the map, but they just send their resources to the other side, and even when they go 3 dead, they're able to stop Oreos from getting significant ball time at all. They still only have 11 points despite winning that last fight.
Yeah, it was once just a 15-20 second game or so, but Sentinels have really run away with it. Falcated earning another slay, another 3 down for Oreos. That's going to cause Hunter JGX to have to overextend and take on a 1v4 because of the situation in this match. Sentinels needing only 10 more seconds to secure round 1 as 3 members of Oreo spawn on that C platform. They're not even going to have a chance, it looks like, to break through to the top mid or nest bridge portion of the map because of it. Sentinels will take it convincingly, 1-0.
Lethal 13 and 4 with significant ball time. Lethal absolutely coming into form. I called him a question mark in one of the first times we'd seen him in the off season, but I mean, how could I ever possibly question this man? He just needs to play the game for like 3 days and he's back to his old ways. So love to see that. As long as he's in form, I think this team are going to be contending for that top 4 throughout the season.
Well, how dare you have a wrong opinion, Eli, or how dare you have an opinion that might change with more intel and information as the weeks pass. I agree. Lethal has gotten stronger and stronger. I'm not sure if that office buff is what's causing it, but nonetheless, Lethal looking like an improved player from Season 2 to Season 3, and that says a lot when you're the number 2 ranked player of all time, as Sparty looks to push in for another team wipe, takes down all 4 for Oreos. Don't even really have any members spawn just yet. Boo Boo Doo, a little bit of brother-on-brother violence as he takes down his little brother with the hands there. A little no-scope melee combination. Pretty mixy start though. 5-3, now 8 and rolling for Sentinels as Oreos. Can they keep it close?
It's going to be very difficult if they don't have the sandbox edge, and Boo Boo Doo loves to hit these slide repulsor plays, trying to end up in the highlight reel. He's got the triple. He might do it into an over on his little brother. Little brother shows up and wisely backs out. He's like, you know what? I've seen your Twitter clips. I know what you're about to do. Just relax, brother. Let me take you out real quick.
That was actually really smart. He took his brother off guard there. Boo Boo Doo expecting a push still for maybe the top side. Instead, Clay flanks around to the left and uses even ground to take down his older brother. But for now, his older brother getting the best of him as they're up 1-0 in this game in 20 seconds. Round 2.
That's got to be at least a small advantage, right? When you know somebody so well, I mean, they literally grew up together. He probably watches him play in all the tournaments, right? Like as soon as Clay's out of the tournament, he's still got his brother to watch to see what happens. So he knows what Boo Boo's going to go for, and I think that he put that on display right there, just kind of predicting what Boo Boo would go for, and takes him out. And if he can shut him down, that is definitely one of the win conditions for them to come back. But as you said, I mean, this team formed literally this morning, and Sentinels have been rolling for a while now. They're going to make this very difficult.
Oreos go 4 down. Only 4 seconds here in round 2 as Sentinels. This kind of starts off to me, Eli, as a really tough series layout game 1, right? You have an oddball barn burner set up for game 1. I think a Strongholds might have fared better for Oreos because we know they can slay out, but oddball. This is a game type that requires meticulous positioning, holding tower position like we see here for Sentinels like they are, and knowing when to rotate and reset the oddball as well. There's just so many variables to understand to play oddball at an optimal level, and we're going to see a little bit of that disparity come through as Sparty thought he might have had a ninja, but instead he'll take the smack. 3 go down for Oreos as Sentinels look to put the finishing touches here on game 1.
What I'd like to see from Oreos in this moment is to not just give up, don't just roll over. Like, yes, you're losing by a pretty significant margin right here. It's not been going well, but keep trying to work on that teamwork. You've got to get on the same page with these pushes so that, you know, if you do get sent to the losers bracket, you maintain some level of momentum. Right now, it looks like they are playing a little bit better together. I like to see this. So, member of Oreos flanking through the dummy side. At the same time, another member goes through top mid. They're hitting this tower side from multiple vantage points, and that's going to apply enough pressure to send him to the back of the tower. He finds his way back to the top. If they can shut him down, could maybe actually get an oddball set up in some time here, but I have to imagine the members of Sentinels are going to come out swinging off their spawn point.
Oh, but Lethal goes down. Valkated, though, on the seaside of the map. Looking to even out those numbers as 2 go down now for Oreos. Make it 3! With the use of the repulsor no-scope. Valkated, overkill, no. He'll go down to it looks like Persecute as Sentinels need just 10 seconds. And with numbers dwindling now for Sentinels, they might not edge that out. Persecute with a little bit of help there on Lethal is going to secure round number 2 as Sentinels take game 1 convincingly.
Positioning right there at the end, so good. Lethal just sitting there knows that if his teammate gets chased, he has the perfect sight line to finish him off. Persecute with the last-ditch effort to kill the ball guy, but Lethal's going to shut that down. He's seen that play probably 1,000 times by now. This guy's been playing since what? When did we first see Lethal? 2010?
I would imagine 2010 at the Doritos Combine in Orlando. There he met Ryanoob, and that's where the rivalry began.
So crazy, and he's still doing it. I mean, we said he was the number 2 player on that top 25 of all time list, but the difference is the guy that's ahead of him.
It was Nashville, sorry.
Okay, Nashville, but the difference is the guy that's ahead of him on that list doesn't play anymore. So Lethal's story has not been finished.
Right?
Like he could potentially, and a lot of people are gonna flame me for this because Ogre 2 definitely the GOAT in my eyes as well. But I mean, if Lethal wins a couple more tournaments, like, can we start making the argument that he's now the greatest? I mean, in this day and age, to start winning again would be unbelievable.
And if FaZe keep winning tournaments, does a Frosty or a Renegade overthrow Ogre 2? All right, we're getting a little too ahead of ourselves. We're a couple old heads in the booth. Me and Eli, we go way back to the very beginning of Halo, so we're siding with the Ogre twins. There are GOATs forever, but it's not to say that 5 players are right there on the heels in the all of FaZe and then Lethal as well. I think you're right. A couple more tournament wins, a world championship, no less, could make that argument a little bit stronger for some of the new bloods in the Halo community. But for now, the Ogre twins reign supreme as the GOATs of all time. There, I said it. Final word. As Boo Boo Doo looks to push up on the P side of the map, try to prevent an overshield grab for Oreos. And I think he will. Yes, Falcated with the triple. Easy overkill here. 2 presses of the B button, and he's got it. Overkill reversal. Looking for a kill tack on Clay. No, he won't secure it as Falcated goes down. Lethal trades out, and Sentinels have a strong start here. 7-4.
Hey, props to Clay for challenging in that situation. I feel like a lot of people just hide, like, you know what, I'm not going to be part of the kill tack. But he said, no, I'm going to try to shut this guy down right here, right now. And Hunter trying to get an overkill of his own, starting with the triple kill. And they're only down by 1 right now.
It's a slugfest back and forth, and this is where, if you're an underdog, you look to make your mark. You look to make Sentinels bleed, maybe even lose a limb, as Hunter JJX continues his life on the generator side, splits from his teammates for now with that damage. A little bait and switch opportunity, but he's got to be careful. This could turn from bait and switch to 1v3, as it will. Hunter JJX goes down, and Sentinels regain control of the map, but Clay looking for a trade double kill here. Is not actually going to trade. He's going to stay alive for a little bit longer. Lethal re-engages. Clay goes down to 1 HP. Now bait and switching with his teammate there, Persecute. But Persecute goes down. Clay likely will as well from the cross-map shots from Sparty. as Oreos go 3 down and Sentinels go up 7.
Sentinels up, but I like what I'm seeing from Clay. Followed up on his teammates. Damage, gets that kill, tries to buy some map space for his team, but the power just too strong from Sentinels. It seems like every single time they come off spawn, they know the exact part of the map to fill in to make sure their team comes out on top at the end of the engagement. Right now, they've been shutting down Furiously, who a lot would look at this team and say he's the most accomplished player, at least in this game. And he's been shut down so far. You have to think that if Oreos are going to come back into this, Furiously's got to have to come back into this game.
Yeah, everybody's having enough of a game to be in it, right? Clay, Persecute, Hunter, JJX all sitting at about even or so when you include the assist, as they do earn that next overshield. That's massive. We saw that go to Sentinels off the start. They turned that into an overkill, almost kill tag, as they're only down by 6, 22-16. Hunter JJX with a few slivers of overshield left in his suit, looking to make hay and make use of it. Stands out on the car side, but my God, everybody for Sentinels calling out Hunter JJX's location, shimmering with that overshield top mid like a Christmas tree star or something as he goes down. Persecute with the heat wave, looking to take down 2 opponents that are low shields as he does just that. Earns the rifleman spree for his 5 rifle slays. As we see that lead stick here, about 6-8 now, 8 kills separating these two teams, but Oreos have done a good job to stay in it. Can they maintain that 1-2 position deficit heading into the 30s and 40s? We'll still have a game if that's the case.
Have to imagine Hunter was frustrated after that play. As a veteran, he knows how important it is to be aggressive after you get 3 or 4 dead in this game. He wanted to continue that steamroll, but Sentinel's just finding perfect angles to shut him down. Now it's Lethal applying the pressure, gets the triple. Last player gets cleaned up, and look at this, immediately goes back to mid-map. He's not concerned about pushing into that base, has a teammate there. He's going to actually just rotate and try to apply pressure to the next set of spawners. This spawn awareness is what makes this team so difficult to play against, especially if you don't have the reps together to know how to play against it. And this has just been non-stop aggression. The lead has now blown up all the way to 13. This next overshield, if they can secure this could be the nail in the coffin.
Lethal's done such a great job cycling the opposition in this series. More often than not, he's viewing the back or the side of the head for Oreos, and he's turning it into Slay, sitting at 11, 2, and 3. Looking like the main Slayer. As Falcated matches him in kills, but with much more deaths. Lethal having a much more efficient game. Sparty with that overshield eventually goes down. But with this big lead, Sentinels feel safe and comfortable with it. 38-25 as Boo Boo Doo Boo looks to assist Sentinels as they roar into the 40s.
Wow, look at the way Boo Boo he hit the curb slide into the opening to get the early shots, immediately uses the thrust to get back into safety. Falcated picks up a triple kill here, always in the right spot to follow up on that damage, and the Sentinels just masters of the bait and switch. We saw it perfectly on Boo Boo's screen right there. Pulls all the attention to himself with what looks like to be a very aggressive play, but immediately thrusts out of the sightline of Oreos. The rest of Sentinels come swarming in, follow up on the kills, and that's what makes them so dangerous.
3 members for Oreos weep in the fridge, maybe looking for a little bit of milk to go with those cookies as Lethal pushes on alongside, has a frag nade out, might take down Persecute, but no, he's doing a great job, dodges 3, 4 frag grenades, and he's not yet to go down, but he finally does. Persecute, a thorn in the side, and a great game of his own. Most kills, most assists for his team, and right about least deaths. Persecute having himself a good one, but Sentinel's just too strong as they're just 2 kills away from securing game 2.
Honestly impressed by Persecute here. I mean, it seemed like his name's popping up in the kill feed with double kills pretty frequently throughout. I think he also had a triple kill. We saw one from Hunter as well. So they're fighting back, but it's just an experience diff, I feel like. And Sentinels knows how to play so many engagements. They've already watched so much film together. They know, hey, when they spawn here, we want to go X, Y, and Z. They've got it all mapped out, and they put it on display here against Oreos.
Ironically enough, it was Sparty who filled in the main support role for that Slayer game 2.
Wow.
14 assists. Take a look at that. That's not something you see from Sparty very often. More often than not, he's got the 14 slays, maybe close in assists, but that's one of the more support role defined games I've seen from Sparty in recent memory.
It's just a function of being an entry fragger though, right? Like he's often just going in, dealing a ton of damage. If he gets taken down, his teammates are right there to follow up. So when you have that many assists, I mean, it's clear that his teammates are listening to his call outs as well. So that means that You know, listening definitely a strong part of the Sentinels roster right now, and they're just kind of flowing around the map together, and they're gonna have to keep this up. I mean, this is a tough match for them for sure, but can they keep that up going into the later stages? We'll have to see.
I don't know, maybe at this point Clay could make the short drive over to Jesse's house and, I don't know, pull the Ethernet cable or something. I don't know. At this point, the strategy is going to have to get a little nefarious if Oreos are to take down a Sentinels roster that looks really strong here today and sets up for them really well. As like we talked about, the levels to this gets harder and harder with each passing round, but for Sentinels, seems like the difficulty level is actually going down as they get further along in the tournament. So Sentinels finding their form here as they look to secure a real sweep.
Now, if we recall from the last series that we watched from Oreos, they actually lost to Spectre Esports on Recharge Slayer. I do find that this map is quite unique, very different from the others, requires a bit more teamwork, coordination. Got to control different parts of the map. You got to decide which parts of the map you're going to push. So I think this one definitely favors Sentinels even more so than some of the game types we've already witnessed, but maybe Oreos have had a chance to talk about that loss and maybe we'll make some adjustments. We'll have to see.
Nobody securing any time, despite the fact that 30 seconds have been milked off the clock, and it's Sentinels getting their foot in the hill first. Booba looking to secure the first bit of time as he secures a frag grenade off screen on the long haul. 3v3 for now. Booba with a quick shot takes down his younger brother Clay, looking for the double, but no, he'll go down. Not before Sentinels put 25% on the board, but if Oreos can make a play here, take down Falcated. Nice chase grenade though. Hunter not going to be able to extend forward, as it looks like this lead will hold for now for Sentinels, but it's highly contested. 2 players for Oreos at the back of gold. Fluriously takes down Falcated, and look at that trade out. All 4 of those players just about go down. 2v2 for now. Hunter JJX milking some time as he takes down 3, but a nice trade there by the third for Sentinels to, that was Sparty, to take down Hunter with him. That would have prevented some scoring for Oreos. Instead, Sentinels maintains this lead.
We see Sentinels clearly favoring this A side of the map. That's where they want to spawn throughout the hill. They're not extending into the hill when they don't have to. They're just going to get the right part of the map first. They're going to continue the fight, and as long as they hold this side, they're going to keep Oreos out of the hill. They're going to wait to get into the hill when it makes sense, and I think right now might be that time. As long as they can take out Persecute, who they know is top gold, I think this is going to finally be some more hill time for Sentinels.
Uh-oh, Booba got the kit. He's got the full kit at that. Shock rifle, grapple, camo as well. One of the best Halo players in the world with camo, and I have a feeling he's about to show you why.
There goes one. Hunter's. Oh, look, I actually love the way Hunter played that. He's respecting Boo with the shock rifle, knows that he can maybe bait him to waste some ammo with that play, but it doesn't matter. He gets taken down eventually anyways, thanks to the cover fire from the rest of Sentinels. And it's going to put that last shot to work. Still has a little bit of camo left, at least a few seconds here. Does finally dissipate. He's going to apply pressure to these enemies on the long haul as he somehow finds a crazy Tarzan grapple play to get to safety. And this man just knows how to use that grapple better than just about anybody we see.
Angular velocity on 100 here for Booba. His shots are 2. No, he goes down to Clay. Little brother gets another revenge slay, but Sparty, revenge of his own with a double kill along the White Hall, looking to secure this hill. We've seen him hit shots through the Shroud Screen. He's going to hit a melee instead for the triple kill as 3 go down for Oreos. But they've got the lead on this hill, Eli. If not for Lethal in it, Oreos would feel pretty good about where they're at, but they're going to have to push through, break this setup for Sentinels once more if they want to maintain that lead.
This is one of the harder hills to break into. You've got to really secure that long haul side. You want to have control of glass and the silo region. If your team can force the enemy team to spawn in A, that's the best thing you can do during this hill, because you hold top gold control. You can shoot the players as they try to cross into the tower, and that's exactly what Sentinels are looking to do. They actually play it even more aggressive, extending all the way to the lower side of the pipes. And they might actually be opening up the glass spawn here. They got to be careful. Looks like Booba might just be going for some Twitter clips on his younger brother here.
Oh, and I thought Booba was going to go for the super slide, and I almost imagine he thought his opponent thought that, so he stops just short of that door through the tower and throws a couple grenades. Not able to clean up the opponent, but Sentinels are able to clean up on this hill. 2-0 lead. There's the super slide on his brother, no less. He's setting up something devious, but he goes down instead. Clay, I feel like if we had a little stat tracker on it, I think Clay's positive against his brother Booba.
Yeah, I mean, Boo
Throwing
Boo's
it out
not
there.
stupid, right? He knows that when he's got the shock rifle, we're on his screen, so he wants to just create the moment where he no-scopes his younger brother after a super slide. Like, he's literally just trying to set it up, man. This guy's playing with his food at this point just to create a moment for LVT, a man of the people. I gotta respect that. But can Clay fight back? He does shut him down, stops the Twitter clip from happening, but I have a feeling Boo Boo's gonna go for a few more of those.
Super Slide's got to be like one of the most dopamine-filled moments in Halo, right? Outside of, you know, shooting the gun and earning slays. So much fun to super slide across the map. Invite you guys to try that out with the use of the grapple and a well-timed crouch. As we see that more often than not. Boo Boo Doo is even dating back to the latter parts of Season 2, Eli. I feel like he's not only made a name for himself with the camo, 5 perfect shots against his brother there, but I feel like not only is he one of the best camo players in the world, but he's one of the best players with grapple as well. As Sentinels up 2-0 in this match, but tied on hill number 3. 2v2 gunfight for now. Whoever wins this wins the hill. For now, it's lethal.
Both teams know how important it is to control the elevator during this hill. A lot of people might not know this, but just being in this hill, you're actually not close enough to the elevator to block that spawn. As we see, Hunter JJX does find his way in here. Not sure if he spawned here or if he earned his way into this area, but both teams know they want to hold this tower, or sorry, this elevator side before they even get into the hill. But right now, Oreos do a good job to break through. They're going to find lethal one shot. Clay going to be the last player in here, though, and Falcade is going to try to hunt him down.
Falcade with the triple. And the overkill is him securing the hill, if you think about it like that. As Sentinels look to go up 3-0 in this game. Falcade not going to seek the over. Instead, going to take his time. Take down Hunter JJX. As Sentinels really playing their process here. And Falcade rewarding with a shock for it. And he put the finishing touches on hill number 3.
He does get shut down, but the longer this fight goes on, the better it is for Sentinels. Any extra time burned off the clock during this hill is good for them. Gonna actually try to just fight for this gold side. They know if they clear this player, they can only fight in one direction, which is they don't have to worry about anyone behind them now. So it's gonna be a little bit easier to keep Oreos out of this hill.
Party with that plasma pistol charged all the way up, but I think he's a little outside of that range. Nonetheless, Clay will go down to the flank from Falcade. Another member in the hill. Falcade looking to clear it. 2 down on each side. Precarious moment in the match, but Falcade gonna edge out the remaining points on hill number 3 for a 3-0 lead for Sentinels. 1:45 left on the clock. Sentinels looking for the finishing touches here.
Now this is the part of the match where I think we might see some more style gone for, because it's almost impossible for Oreos to come back. 1.5 on the clock at a 3-hill deficit. They've got to play perfect Halo against a team that's played perfect Halo against them for 3 straight games now. So kind of expect maybe if a member of Sentinels can get their hands on a grapple and a shock, they might go for something crazy here.
Final chances in this series to put together a little montage clip as Falcade looking to secure the final seconds. The quarter mark for now. But a good grenade. No, wow, he does a good job to dodge it. Might have went a little bit further past him. Falcade setting up for the remote detonation, but instead he'll take one sticky. Try to put it to good use. For now, just gatekeeping those 2 players from putting their feet in the hill. We have a 3v3 for now. Falcade wrapping around the bridge side of the map. Drops the stacks. Takes on Clay. But Clay, the teamwork from Persecute helps take him down. Falcade goes down. Clay takes down Sparty. Furiously takes down Boo Boo Doo Boo. Everybody for Oreos finding their one individual slay. You know, will Lethal go down as well? No, Lethal, the last part in standing. A little bit of a hero opportunity for him. He should force A spawns for Sentinels, as they should be right over his back shoulder here shortly, ready to get right back in this fight.
Expect a member of Sentinels to also clear the gold side first. They want to control that half of the map as well. It's just going to make an extra entry point into this hill through long haul. As we see, Persecute wins the fight with Sparty. He was the player I mentioned trying to get control of this side. To win that 1v1 is massive. Now Oreos know that Sentinels is probably only coming from one side, but no, they run past the hill to further shut down this gold side, really prioritizing this part of the map. A lot of people that play this game casually might not even think, like, why would we want gold control during this hill? But they want to force these A spawns, so Falcade can do exactly what he's about to do right here.
This hill for now virtually tied, and it's not the first hill, Eli, that's been virtually tied. Oreos have been in the mix, but Sentinel's just too good, too strong, as they'll break away from that virtual tie. Look at the final 10 seconds on the board here, as a couple slays could help secure that. Falcade with the killing spree on Furiously, all but does it for Sentinels, as it looks like the white flag has been raised. Sentinels take the series 3-0 as Boo Boo Doo takes down his younger brother. But if not for a fight from Oreos, it was a 3-0 sweep, but we saw some good games nonetheless.
These Oreos need some milk. They are going to go to the lower bracket. Let's see if they can maybe milk some extra hill time against players in the lower bracket. I think this is definitely not the last we're going to see from them. They're going to be kind of a sharky team to run into. So this does also bode well for Sentinels. I mean, you kind of wanted to take this series in convincing fashion if you want to look good going into your later matches. But let's see what the desk had to say about this series.
Great effort there from Oreos in that series, Tools.
Yeah, I mean, good effort. Unfortunately, like, you're going against Sentinels. Boo Boo Doo's not gonna let his little brother get a lick in. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's gonna put that thing down. Gonna make sure he gets his shots to hit and hit some big shots. Get some big kills. I think Sentinels played really well. We saw some cool overkills, triple kills, everything from everything that you could possibly imagine in a Halo game. I feel like happened in that game for Sentinels. Really, just a complete game through and through.
That's specifically that game 1 start was actually really fun to watch. This, who was it? Falcated got a triple kill, immediately got that overshield, and then he got an overkill right after that, but he almost got ninja by 100 JJX. I don't know if anybody else in chat was reacting to that, but that was a fun moment there for sure.
It's like I forgot that it started with an oddball. That's just like how fast-paced the series was, but it was just like clip after clip for Sentinels, and it definitely felt like at moments they were able to like try to find style points like this, right? Boo Boo Doo goes high in the sky, hits the shot, right? Like, you don't do that like unless if you're like trying to make a statement to your brother in some way, but this is just a phenomenal kill. Look at Claytron not giving Boo Boo Doo the overkill. That's the only shame about it, right? You gotta at least give him the challenge. Let him try for the over.
He probably knew. He was like, not today, brother. Not today.
As we got through this, it's more of the same for Sentinels, and now it's like sort of like, where does the bracket take them from here? So in their next matchup, McBookie's probably going to be the team that gets there. Not 100% confirmed yet. That bracket still needs to work out. And then that round 5, the most important round for the Sentinels team, it's going to be Sentinels versus Shopify Rebellion. So we'll try to keep an eye out over here. I don't know if I don't think we're gonna stick with these guys through the rest of their bracket, but definitely some things to look about. And that's the overkill you're talking about right now.
Yeah.
Okay, ooh, tough overkill.
Here's another one. Same game. Oh, this one's from 100 JJX. I really thought he was gonna get that ninja. I'm not even sure how he got that overkill. It was definitely a scary moment there for sure. A fun Halo moment. I feel like
I say I'm getting ninja'd every time. Like, if it's me.
Honestly, same. I feel like they were just this whole series. They were just, like you said, just styling, having fun, playing Halo, enjoying the game. Boo Boo Doo just really, you know, what's the word? I don't want to say bullying his brother, but you know, just having fun. Just let him know who the older brother is.
I'm the older brother. A certain dominance. Now, the question is, like, how many younger brothers are better than their older brothers at the game? Do you think there's more older brothers that were better than their younger brothers in like professional Halo? Or do you think it's like usually the younger brother that becomes better than the older brother?
That's a really good question. I feel like we should start with who are the duos, like the Halo brothers in the Halo scene. I mean, the first ones that come to mind is Ogre 1, Ogre 2. We have Ace and Elamite. Who else do we have?
Ace, the younger brother, Elamite, the older brother in that situation. I think that one's like Elamite probably had the more prolific career, but Ace having probably the better high moments with that World Championship the Halo 4 Global World Championship win. You know, $100,000 in his pocket right there. Like, that was a huge moment in his career. What are some other good brothers that we have? Got Royal 1 and Royal 2.
Royal 2.
Royal 1's the coach, Royal 2 the player. I believe Royal 2 the younger brother in that one, right? Roy Lunchbox. What was Gandhi? Someone said Gandhi and his brother. Who's Gandhi's
Roy
brother?
Lunchbox.
I didn't know that one.
I don't know that one either.
Well, we got the triplets, right? Diagram, Avenue,
suppressed.
Suppressed.
Wait,
like that's
wait,
that's one that I
How
like.
old
am
is
so excited
Is Suppressed
for.
the older one, the middle brother? Or,
I don't.
Because I mean, they're triplets though.
We're talking about minutes. We're talking about minutes here.
We're talking seconds.
It's all here there for them. But I'll say it's for them. It's gonna be really interesting, right? Diagram got picked up by Cloud9. He's gonna make his some pro debuts over there. Avenue still trying to find himself that final roster spot where he can kind of cement himself in the pro scene as well. But then Suppressed, I think, is in the conversation to try to break into that top 10 player in the league, which is insane to see. Like, he's been phenomenal for Shopify Rebellion. So great to see the triplets causing so much mayhem in Halo so far.
It's been incredible to watch. I think we were talking about how Halo is just one of those games where there's just brothers, right? There's duos, triplets. And to answer your question, I wonder if Halo is one of those games / sports where maybe the younger brother, because they started playing early, might end up getting more experience if they keep at it, you know? Is it like playing the violin or like piano, you know, the younger you start, the better? Or do you think the older player will just gain more experience anyway?
Well, I think the older brother is usually better to start, and then like the younger brother, because they have to play against a Goliath over and over again, like they just inherently get better quicker because of it, right? So it's like they're getting, like, when the older brother plays, like they have to learn it all brand new, like whatever being thrown into the fire. But when the younger brother plays against the older brother, it's like they're training with weights on, you know what I'm saying? Like they're gonna get themselves better quicker, and then they have that chance to like overcome because of it. I feel like that's like what it is, in my opinion, because like I got way better than my brother because my brother was way better than me when I first started, you know what I'm saying?
It was the same for me, but I was the older one, and they were better than me at first, and then now they won't even play Halo with me anymore.
Well,
like they just stop. They just don't.
I think that's what it is. When you're not as good as your sibling when you first start playing, like you want to become better than them, so you put more work to become better than them so you can overcome them. Like maybe it's not an age thing. It's just like whoever is better at first usually gets usurped by the one that wasn't as good because they want to work harder to become better than them.
You want to be the villain. You got that drive to beat the villain. Your brother, your older brother or sister is your villain. You're like, all right, I see what I gotta do.
Yeah, my older brother is definitely my villain, and then I was the villain to my younger brother, right? So it's like it's all cyclical.
I was the villain to my younger brothers, and I'm still the villain because I still beat them.
Don't let them in. Don't let them in.
They won't know. But
I think, we've been talking about these brothers, how good their Halo players are, but like, do you think you could spot a Halo player out in the wild? Like, do you think you could just maybe like by looking at an outline of someone?
That's a really, really good question. I think we should just let chat try to figure out if they can identify if they're like really that know-it-alls about HCS and the Halo players. Are they nerds or geeks? You know, you got to figure that out. Tools, how about we play some Who's That Player? Who's that Halo Pro? Who's that Halo Pro? There you go. Fix that. All right, guys. How does this work? You look at the shadow and you try to guess who it is, and you type it in chat. The arrow's pointing. The arrow's pointing at the shadow. If you can't find it.
Okay, so I think we have two stages. Yeah, you see. So now we're clearing it up a little bit. See if this helps. A lot of lethals in chat so far. A lot of lethals.
Somebody said it's Lucid. Somebody said it's Lucid. Eli X. Okay. It could be Eli X, but we wouldn't do that to you guys. We wouldn't do that to you guys. We wouldn't flip it like that.
No, Remo saying Renegade.
Oh, Renegade. Okay. So Renegade, either Renegade, Lethal, or Lucid. All right, let's see. Who's that Halo Pro? It's Lethal. Good job, guys.
How they got it? A lot of people got it right out the gate. That's insane. First guess.
They got it right. It's that the hair is very similar to Lucid's though. Like if you look at it. Yeah.
I think Lethal probably has the most people don't talk about Lethal's hair, you know what I'm saying? And I think it's because Lethal in his early career had really bad hair, but then got really good hair as time went on, and now he has like some of the best hair in the league.
I feel like Lucid's maybe setting the standards for what the Halo hair should look like.
I mean, for sure, right? Like fantastic hair, but I think Lethal goes toe to toe with Lucid for hair.
Who's got the tallest?
I think like right here, get if it cleans up on the side right there, get it.
Do you think he wakes up early?
he's like rushing to the photo shoot. He's like, oh, I'm here, I promise. Or like, he's like doing his hair like right before.
I feel like OpTic definitely waits for Lucid to finish his hair before they go out.
I think Lethal might be in the conversation for #1 hair.
Yeah, you think Lethal?
I'm gonna say
okay.
I think Lethal might. I think it's definitely toe to toe with Lucid. I think he might be #1.
We'll have to figure that later because we got another Halo Pro that we gotta figure out who this is. Wait, I feel like this is like Gru from. I feel like
it's gonna be so insulting to whoever this is. I'm so sorry. It's like honestly, we should just like not reveal it at this point because I feel like you've just ruined.
Who looks like Gru? I actually have no idea who this is. I don't think chat, because there's a pause in chat there. I don't think they know who this is either.
I've been seeing that they're definitely not having like a good guess.
There's
right
not
away.
a consensus. Okay, this is a good one. This is heroic. This is heroic level. Phallicated APG Royal 2.
I saw a Talic.
Talic? Stellar? I honestly don't see any of these.
So it's like King Nick, a lot of Jimbos.
Okay.
So the Jimbos are starting to roll through.
I don't think it's Jimbo.
Let's clear off the glasses, a little bit more of a clearer outline, see if this helps anyone out there.
I want to know if anybody got it right. All right, let's find out. Who is that Halo Pro? It's Snakebite. All right, I didn't know.
People were starting to get it towards the end when we cleared it up.
Snakebite. Oh no. I'm sorry, Snakebite. I didn't mean to call you Gru. Oh god.
called Snakebite Gru. That's crazy. That's insane.
Dav thought it was Professor Xavier. In the shadow, for sure. I don't know. I feel like that shadow does not fit this. There was a little bit of trickery happening, I feel.
It's the hat.
It's trickery. It's the hat.
He's... Wait, let's go real blur. Like, can we get the real blur back once...
There's some trickery. Okay. All right. Let's hop onto our next one. Whoa. Whoa. I don't even. What even is? Like is this a person? Is this person standing sideways?
They're definitely standing sideways. Is it like?
Okay, I feel like this is gamer neck happening right here.
So Mikwin said precision. Straight off bat.
Precision.
Confidence.
I believe in Mikwin. Mikwin's gotten all right the last stream.
He said, wait, nah, that's
it's stellar.
He's confusing himself.
It could be stellar. It could be stellar.
When a goat like Mikwin is stumped, that's when you know we have something good in our hand. In fact, I think we might need to clear the picture up a little bit. Oh man.
I think it might be stellar.
Is this a Spectre?
I feel like it's stellar.
Stellar's a good guess. Actually, I am seeing more stellar. Like
I feel like I see the little the hair pulled back in a bun kind of a thing going on.
Yeah,
it's stellar.
It's too easy for them.
Good job.
What does that stand? What do you think that stance is supposed to mean?
Okay, it could be an L. It could be an L, like a loss, or it could also be come at me.
Like come at me. Yeah,
Can it come at me like a what's this guy's name? Oh my gosh. The guy that's really I can't believe I forgot his name, dude. He's like good at kung fu. What's his name? Oh my god. Bruce Lee, dude. I forgot Bruce Lee's name. I'm done. I need to go watch some martial arts movies.
I would have never gotten there. So.
Really?
No, I don't think I've ever watched a Bruce Lee movie.
Somebody said a Matrix.
Ooh,
like a
Neo
Matrix,
action.
but Neo got it from Bruce Lee.
Yeah, right. It's all inspiration.
All right, let's see who this next Halo Pro is. Whoa. Someone missing an arm here? What's going on?
Ooh, I think I know this one.
Okay.
But I want to see if chat. Like, I don't want to spoil it for chat. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Well, Mikwin said what I was thinking right away. I was thinking Talic right away.
Talic.
Some Boo-Boo Doo-Boo, some Lucid.
Renegade.
I could say I could maybe see the Lucid with the hair. Like it's a little.
Nah, I don't think it's. I feel like now we're playing because we don't know the answers either.
All right, let's clear it out. Let's clear that image up a little bit.
Oh,
that's definitely Talic. That has to be Talic.
All All right, chat
See it.
says Royal 2. Still Frosty. Somebody said Talik. I don't think they're convinced. They're saying it's Royal 2.
I don't see royalty, but actually,
I don't see royalty either.
I can see how people are getting royalty too. But
All
I
right.
definitely think it's a Talik. Let's
All right,
reveal
let's see.
this one.
It's Talik.
Dude, that is the sickest picture of all time. Finger guns out, smile up, love it. Oh my god, that might be the best. That might be the best cutout I've seen.
I feel like if somebody
Holy.
I was playing against did this to me, I'd be terrified.
Dude, imagine game 5, you get gunned, this dude stands up and cheeses his way at you.
No.
Going hard. Oh my god.
No, I think I'd just walk away and be like, I'm done, guys.
Oh.
I'm done.
I love it.
All right.
That's a great stance.
All right, who's our next pro? Let's see. Who's that Halo pro? Oh, what?
Man, I feel like I'm looking at like one of those funhouse mirrors.
Yeah. They're going crazy with the shadows here.
Someone
could this-
Insta said Trippy. A lot of Trippies, actually.
Oh, you know what? I think chat might be onto something. I
don't
definitely.
see
They
it.
said Trippy. I see Trippy now.
Man, I don't see. I think I need my glasses
No,
cleared
I
up
think they're
because
right.
I don't see Trippy at all.
It's
Oh,
definitely
wow, that
Trippy.
does look
It's
like
definitely Trippy. All right, let's see.
Yeah.
Who's that Halo bro? It's Trippy. Good job, guys.
I like the smile.
They got that
He's-
one.
He's looking happy.
Yeah.
I like it. I like
Oh,
it.
nice guy smile. Good job, guys. Good
I
job.
was surprised you guys got it instantly. I did not see it at all.
All right, how about we do one last one, guys? Who's that Halo pro? Hold up a minute. I feel like I should know this one.
It's a hoodie on.
It's a hoodie?
I think the hoodie is a huge hint.
That's gotta be a giveaway.
Someone said APG.
Someone said
right
APG.
away.
I thought APG first thing too.
APG is definitely a hoodie wear, right? So like I
Eco?
could definitely see
Oh,
it
it could
from
also.
there.
Eco wears a lot of hoodies too. Miquin said APG, and I trust Miquin.
Yeah, I feel like Mick
Eco?
like almost has 100% batting average on this.
All right, I think this is split between Eco or APG.
Let's see if clearing up the image helps define. Let's see if we clear this up. Does it
Clear.
help any of the folks out in the world?
Oh,
I don't know if that's either APG or Eco. You know what I'm saying? Like,
okay. It
I
looks
don't-
more
I
like
don't
Eco
see
now
it.
to me.
Little Eco? I definitely
Yeah.
don't think it's APG.
It's not APG anymore. Somebody said
Mick one is
falcated.
stumped.
I think we're all stumped if Mick went stumped. Okay, barcode, falcated. I could see Eco
maybe a-
also.
I was gonna like Suspector maybe.
Something's not right about the head shape though.
I'm just trying to think of people that wear hoodies. You know, like I think Suspector's a good
Is that
hoodie wear.
is that a hat though? I think that's a hat. Who wears a hoodie
Yeah,
and a
I
hat?
do think that's a hat. I think you're right with that. That does look like sort of a hat outline.
Okay, who wears hats and hoodies?
Miquin's saying it's Barcode. He's convinced.
Barcode?
Barcode does wear hoodies. He's a big hoodie guy for the pictures.
All right, let's reveal it. Who's that Halo Pro? It's
Whoa!
Precision. No, to be fair, I didn't know what Precision looked like, so there's no way I would have guessed this one.
That is, I'd say the hoodie and the hat is like a sleeper agent. There's no way with that
That was a
outline
crazy one.
to figure that one out. Like he has disguised himself so efficiently. A little sleeper agent in the wings. I'll say I like the look, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hoodie on, jersey over, snapback on top. It's a classic esports pro look.
10 out of 10 fashion. I feel bad for Mick when he just lost his streak. Damn, Louis.
Mick got stumped first time.
What was
Yeah,
it like?
I'm like
20 points to Miquin, 1 for Louis.
I'm like trying to go through chat to see if I think we might have had 100% stumper on that.
I don't think anybody
might have
guessed
been
it. I'm scrolling.
the run killer.
Wow. I can't
don't
say.
think
I was gonna say good job, guys, but then I don't want to make fun of you all.
A terrible job.
Terrible
Awful.
job.
Wow, y'all really don't know your Halo players. Couldn't be me.
Joey's like, some of you are too familiar with these guys. Just a little too familiar.
Yeah, we gotta put these guys in place. Like y'all don't know what you think you know.
Don't know. We looking at here tools. We got
Like we're getting our next lobby built up.
Look at that.
Speaking of Miquin right there, Miquin Barcode Collect gonna be joined by APG. as they take on this business roster. Druck, Swish, Talik, and the new kid on the block who just left this native roster, right? Left him at the last hour, last shot. Now having to show that his decision was the right one. This is actually
I like this.
This is a big storyline, right? Like, he left this roster, and now he has to show that that was the right decision.
Well, let's find out if it was the right decision because the game starts now.
All right, Eli, here we go. Ever since the rift was formed between these two teams, we could not wait till they matched up in the bracket, and it only took 1 week. Here we go. It's the last shot, taking on his former team, Native Gaming, like the host said, seemingly on that roster, locked in for HCS Season 3, and then in the 13th hour, heads over to business, says it was simply a business decision. What are your thoughts on this electric series?
I mean, I don't know. Was the whole last shot thing just a bait? Like, didn't Barcode make the tweet about, good thing I didn't change my profile picture while he was wearing the native? That was all before the last shot, so I don't know, man. I feel like they're just playing with us.
Yeah, that's an interesting ripple.
You know, so like Barca, I feel like this was planned maybe further in advance than we all thought, but it's always cool to see Barcode back on American soil playing on lower than 300 ping. I mean, this guy is absolutely unreal on the sticks. Can't wait to see him on LAN as well. Also, just a really infectious smile and personality. This guy always brings the positive vibes, so love to see him back on board, and is reuniting with McWin, who he found success with on a previous iteration of Native, and I can't wait to see what these guys do.
Also, shout out to Sparty as Druck gets his first flag out for business. 3 go down for Native Gaming, but yeah, shout out to Sparty, who's housing Alex once again in Tennessee, I believe, and helping him set up between series. His table, his setup crashed, Barcodes did, so huge up to Sparty for helping him get that back online so we can get back in the series, but it's business instead. Starting out strong, 1 minute. 1 cap on the board as Barcode looks to get a flag out of his own. A little counter cap opportunity here for Native Gaming.
So we already know this business roster can work well together. They found themselves late in a majority of these off-season tournaments. But the question is with Native, they've just recently added Barcode to the mix. Can't have more than 1 scrim under their belt, I don't believe. Maybe 2 at most, but have they had enough time to put the pieces together? Business with an early cap, that's kind of what we expect. This team plays extremely fast-paced. Druck and Talik, some of the fastest players on the map, no matter what lobby they're in, but we'll see if Collect can maybe match that aggression. He's kind of known as that player for the side of Native, but so far he's been shut down.
Great job by Swish. Staying alive in the back of the opposition's base was one of the big reasons why that flag was stopped short. You had Druck come in shortly after to help out, but that stop was all started by Swish, as business will retain that 1-0 lead. The counter cap not going to go through for Native Gaming. So they're going to have to recollect, try to fight for that mid-map control for now. With control of the heat wave and the OS, this is almost a guaranteed score from what we've seen historically, Eli, as Native Gaming look to have a good run, but Barcode goes down with the heat wave. 2v2 for now, and that flag might just get reset despite all the win conditions here for Native Gaming. Overshield, last player alive. It's Collect.
Collect able to get the touch. Druck knows where he is. It does not look like any member of business are going to be able to stop this. That does get planted home, and now it is a tie game. APG, by the way, 10 kills already. This man is popping off early, trying to carry the team to victory. Collect, after putting this cap in, just trying to prevent a counter cap, knows the rest of business are likely on their way. I think business might be one of the most aggressive teams overall, and I think Native know that, so they're going to opt to play defense, maybe set some traps for business to fall into, and see if they can shut down these offensive efforts.
Nice use of the thrust there from Collect as he earns the double kill and the trade. Helps reset things as APG looking to win the mid-map and extend past that. 3 go down for business. Swish, the last player alive. McWin going to be afforded an opportunity to regain his shields. Gets back in the fight at just the right time as he's pushing forward on the yellow courtyard. APG goes down. Last shot takes him down despite the pressure and presence from Native Gaming. Last shot lands the double kill, takes down McWin and APG, and that'll entirely reset this map.
The last shot, gotta be one of the more exciting players to look out for next season. I mean, this guy obviously won the FFA World Championship. That's really the first big thing that we saw him do, but if you're looking at the stats, I mean, this guy in most of his scrims is outperforming literally everyone in the HCS. I mean, in scrims, with a variety of different teams against OpTic, no less. He has the most damage in the entire lobby, least damage taken often as well. So this plays a new style that maybe we haven't seen before, just extremely efficient with his damage output, and we'll see if Business can use that to come back in this, but so far this is a very even match.
And that's not a stat that you brought up, Eli, that's been relegated to just scrims. Last Shot's doing it in tournaments as well. He had the biggest differential in damage in HCS Open Series #1 as he continues to replicate that damage here in this series. But instead, Business go 4 down. What looked like a good run for them is now going to lead to a counter cap here for Native Gaming as they look to swarm these spawns for Business.
Last Shot going to try to stop Native from getting control of the top of the map. This part of the map so important on Aquarius. APG gonna shut him down from the opposite side though. Top mid control so important as Druk gets the plasma grenade shot on that player hiding car 2. Gotta make sure you grab those grenades if you're gonna hide there, says Druk. Somehow avoids that sticky grenade. Maybe that's 2 sticky grenades from APG. APG gonna actually use those to zone out Druk, keep himself alive, and he's gonna re-engage, get some extra damage down, but Druk is ready for it. Might turn this into a triple. Doesn't get the final kill, but the damage has been done, and he stops that entire push. Now both teams gonna reset.
Impressive work here from McWin. Native Gaming just went all 4 down and off spawn. It's almost like he spawned inside of yellow. Pushes forward, does end up going down. So too does Barcode to the trade from Swish. We still have a 1-1 game, but it feels like more recently the slays are starting to stack in favor of Business. Talik has turned that into positioning in the base of Business, and now with, base of Native Gaming, and now with 3 players for Native Gaming with their back against the wall, this should lead to a good pull for them. But no, defensive effort strong here from Native Gaming as they take down 3, make it 4, and they're going to have the team wipe that secures this next OS potentially.
Collect just gonna play on the opposite side of the map here and just keep these players at distance from the overshield. It's gonna increase the odds that one of his teammates gets the overshield instead of backtracking towards it. Love the decision to play in front of the overshield. Not sure where it ended up though. Have to imagine a member of Native was able to get a yes. Player running the flag has it here. The flag does make it to mid-map, but they still gotta win this fight if they're gonna make it home.
And that would be 2 overshields and 2 caps for Native Gaming. You gotta secure OS on the newly changed Aquarius, but it looks like for now, that flag is gonna be stopped. McWin in his base, just looking to defend a potential return here as Last Shot goes for it. Looks like he's maybe baiting it, sliding in and out. Nades are gonna come rain heavy down as Collect takes down Last Shot with the nade, but via timer, that flag gets reset.
McWin deciding it's not worth overextending to try to desperate the flag touch, instead opting to stay alive. That's that veteran understanding that just staying alive and making sure the other team doesn't turn it into a counter cap more important than trying to desperate with a low percentage chance of it working out. Good calculation there from the team captain McWin, and both teams really playing great defense here. Neither team has had a significant edge so far over the other.
This is off to such a great series already. It really feels like all throughout HCS Season 3, if these 2 teams are going to vie for a top 4 spot, probably going to have to take down one or the other to get through top 6. So this one sets up for a potential rivalry that lasts throughout the entirety of Season 3. Is 3 up for Native Gaming, 4 up for Business. They're going to have the edge on the high ground as Talik pushes up on the P side, looking to creep up towards top mid. Has some good shots out, but he has 2 players go down. Druk and Swish go down. That's going to make Talik a little bit more caught out in the open here, top mid. Expecting actually more shots, but they're not coming his way. Instead, the Last Shot goes down, and looks like Native Gaming picking off Business 1 by 1 for now.
Talik, though, they've got to figure out what to do about him. Yes, Native.
Everybody but Talik.
Yeah, he's the guy they got to worry about. He's controlling the top of the map. He's also pushing into your base, getting a double kill and taking the flag out at the same time. And this looks like that has no chance of getting stopped. Barcode, the only player alive on Native after the flag had crossed the mid map. And Last Shot's got the overshield. He's going to apply max damage, get a kill, and then retreat back to top center just to make sure Native have an even harder time getting to mid map.
That's the difference right now, is the efficiency for Business with the overshield. Previously, we saw Native Gaming get a good run with the use of the OS. We're not able to secure it. And then on the backside, Business with another OS, the next OS actually, and they turn that into a score. It's now 2-1 as we approach the end game. 3.5 left on the clock. And for now, Business standing on it, standing on top of P as well. They've got the map control and the lead.
Swish, love the positioning from him here. He's also going to use this sneaky little part of P2. I guess there's a pipe that extends right there where you can stand on it, wait for your shields, and then go back. And Swish is just towering over the map right now, just applying maximum pressure to anybody that spawns up. Really just making it so difficult for Native to do anything, single-handedly shutting down this side of the map. Not only that, he stays alive. Native knows he's lurking somewhere, so they have to play a little bit safer. They do actually kill the flag runner, but nobody's in position to return it just yet. Swish going to rotate back to top center and keep these players out of his base, and this is almost perfect gameplay out of Swish to almost guarantee this cap, but somebody's got to go grab it and do it quick.
And the objective efficiency, you got to give it to business as well. As a quick glance at the map, Native Gaming are up in slay disparity. It looks like just by a little, as business will put their third flag in the cap point. 2:20 left on the clock, and the way Aquarius plays Eli, Native Gaming are going to need a cap here, just about one every minute. They're getting up against the wall here, needing a good flag out, needing map possession and a 4 down, as they do take down 2. Native Gaming with that map control, with that slay control that we were talking about, can they turn it into a score? Then we get a 1-pull game with 2 minutes left.
APG kind of finding himself disconnected from Mikwin. Maybe thought that he should have gone top middle, but he really needed to be pushing in with Mikwin in that moment. Does come back, and Barcode's got the overshield, so now he can work together with Barcode. APG and him's only players alive. Mikwin, Reese coming off spawn, is going to try to shoot these players chasing Barcode. Barcode gets it very far, but it doesn't look like it's going to be easy to finish this cap. He does finally get through into the staircase, and with these shots from Mikwin, I think this cap goes home.
Barcode with the G slide sneaks through. 3 players for business, had him dead to rights over there on the P side, but Alex secures the well-timed G slide and score. 1:17 left on the clock, and Native Gaming are only down 1. Need to reset the map, clear their base of any members of business, as they're starting to do that. Finishing it, you could even argue, as 3 go down. Swish goes down, and Talik, the last member alive in the back of his flag. Native Gaming are on the verge of tying this game.
They've really got to win this next sequence. So all 4 members of business alive. They know with a minute on the clock, if they can hold the defense down here, they can shut Native out. But Native have top mid control. Business opting to just kind of bait players into the open. Druck, what looks like overextends, but wins the 1v1 against APG at a massive time now. They're just going to try to pin Native in their base, make it that much more difficult for them to get the pull. But I think Collect is missing. I don't know if they know where Collect is. Collect might be in the other team's base.
If you take down Talik, he's been the spear, the arrow in the spear. He goes down. 2 go down for business, make it 3. And if Collect is still lurking in the back, he is. He's going to get a flag out. Druck top mid has a good chance to stop it, but he goes down instead.
Wow.
Collect going to get this flag to at least the halfway mark with a chance to tie it with less than 10 seconds left.
I noticed business had 3 dead, but they didn't find Collect. If you get 3 dead, you've got to be looking for that last player. Swish. Gonna find an angle to shut down the flag run, but if he goes down, then this flag probably goes home. We've got 2 members there on the double return, and wow, that was almost one of the most clutch plays we've seen. Collect must have been very patient, just waiting in the base there. He sat there for so long, finally waited for the right opportunity, gave themselves a good chance, but it just didn't work out.
You almost wonder, and this is nitpicking for sure, but you almost wonder if after those that 3 went down for business, Collect maybe a second or 2 earlier. I know it's just a second or 2, but might have had a chance to get a flag run out a little bit earlier, as that flag will stop short just 10 meters away from a tie game.
Both teams playing with a lot of fire early on. Like we said, the potential rivalry brewing here between these 2 teams. I have to say, from my perspective, the difference here that gave business the edge was just that top middle presence. I feel like more often than not,
Yes,
they were controlling the top of the map, which just made it very difficult for Native to get out of their own base. And there's also times that it felt like Native had the opportunity to hold top mid, but they left. They actually maybe pushed in when at least one member has to stay top mid, just to get that cover fire, just to slow down those spawners, just to add a little bit of extra gunfire in those plays. And business able to do that and secure game 1 victory. It's exactly what you want to see if you're a business fan.
Yeah, think about Swish. More often than not, we saw him at the top of pink, Talik at the top of mid, locking down that mid-map control. And if they weren't at that location, Eli, more often than not, they're in the back of the base for Native Gaming, causing chaos. Because of it, they take a 1-0 lead going into game 2. Solitude. Eli, what should we expect or take a look out for as we load in?
I think that both of these teams going to be fighting very hard for camo control. Camo, absolutely a difference maker on this map, but I also expect these teams to play in a way that if the other team does get camo, they're going to just watch doorways and play very carefully. They're going to watch the same area so that they can team shoot and mitigate the damage that camo can do. I think that both these teams are also going to favor the snipe side of the map more often than not. Sometimes maybe opting to leave snipe to intentionally spawn them bottom lift and then collapsing on it afterwards. So spawn control going to be a huge factor here.
And keep in mind, Barcode is just getting in from ANZ. We saw last week Legend coming in from EU. Looked a little jet lag, right? And I think that's probably going to be the case for Barcode as well. I'm not trying to make any excuses for him, but something to keep an eye on as it is a factor in this match. APG goes down first to a collective 3 for Business. It's a flawless start for them, although a mini one at that. 4-0 now, a full team wipe. This is, looking really strong, man. And if they keep going, it's going to look like a skunk. What turned into 3-0, now 6-0. And Business have not relented any of the map control, the power-ups, the power weapons, as well as Druck looks to put that to work. Camo Shock takes down an opponent, but finally goes down as Native Gaming stopped the bleeding, but not before going down 6.
That's exactly what I talked about. They did purposefully leave snipe to open those spawns, but Native played quite well out of it, sending players across to the blue side quickly. That's going to ensure they have a bit more space to work with off of their spawn. Still a 6-point lead, but Native showing some signs of life here. Talik with the shock rifle, definitely very scary if you're a Native fan. Barcode going to shut him down, though. I don't know if there was much ammo left in the gun, so Barcode just going to play his positioning here.
Oh, play his shots as well as he takes down the last shot. His replacement, I guess vice versa for Native Gaming, as Barcode claims the spot that last shot once owned. Now looking to potentially flip this map on its head. They've done a great job to cut the lead in half. Now down by 3. The Barcode could line up a double. Has a killing spree as well, and it looks like the Aussie from ANZ starting to wake up a little bit. Potential triple, even a potential overkill there on Druck, as Native Gaming are starting to roll a little bit. They're only down 1, now 2.
Love the decision to back up, wait for his shields, wait for a little bit more cover. This Native roster definitely knows how aggressive Business like to be, but when 3 go dead as the camo's coming up, wow, Swish, the last player alive for Business, secures the camo as his teammates respawn, and that's a massive play right now. Swing it, the game back into their favor.
Massive last Spartan standing win there for Swish. Now what can he do with the camo? He's got 2 players below, down to low HP, should make for an easy double. As Druck cleans it up instead, Swish now aligning his thoughts and reticle towards APG. Saw him previously on the hotel. Doesn't think he has much of the support to push out of there, so he collapses on it with teammate support. And that's what I'm noticing here, Eli. This 2-kill lead has been built by Business with, more often than not, 2v1 situations.
You're exactly right. It seems like they're always in position to help one another. First time they get a little bit disconnected, though, they lose a couple players. I don't know if they've gone 4 dead at the same time just yet, so every time there's even just 1 left, they're able to follow up on the damage. APG, though, finding an unpredictable position, catches Swish off guard, takes him out, and seems like despite Native having the low ground throughout a majority of this match, they've actually kept it closer than you might expect.
100%. I was just about to make a comment that the eye test tells me that Business are still up by that 6 that they were to start off the game, but instead it's just a 2-kill match. Native Gaming are within striking distance of flipping this game on its head, and what timing that would be at the halfway mark, and with Shock up now.
Both teams kind of treating the shock rifle as bait. No one really going for it just yet. They want to make sure they secure a few slays before going in to grab it. When Swish gets taken down, that's going to open the door for another member of Native, perhaps, to go grab it. Not sure what else is going on this side. Okay, Mick went, yes. Looks like Collect, able to secure the shock rifle. Just going to hold this side of the map, just kind of stop Business from getting close to this next camo that's coming up here shortly. These next couple of kills are going to be so important because they'll often lead to this camo grab.
And Native Gaming have the lead. They got the shot too, and Collect puts it to quick work with the quick scope onto Druck. That should help secure a camo as well for Native Gaming, and it does. McWin has it now, and Native Gaming are up by 2. The eye test is not playing out the way it looks. Instead, Native Gaming have a lead, and they're building on it, up 3.
Love to see the way McWin played that. He actually waited to reveal himself until he was more hidden inside the dip area, just in case another member of Business was lurking and might have seen him, just maximizing the amount of time that he's in Viz instead of actually revealed. He does overextend just a little bit, tries to pin the members of Business in the yard, and you have to think these pushes were not really necessary. Business is kind of trapped on that side. Why not just wait for them to come out? Let Collect do some work here. Maybe pull some attention away from Collect, but those kills give the opening for Business to push out, and they're doing well with it. Swish finding an angle, so does Last Shot. He's going to find a double kill, and that completely changes this map on its head once again.
I think your insight is spot on, Eli. Native Gaming did not do enough to draw Business out into the waiting scope of Collect. Maybe you could say Business choosing that strategically instead. They're going to flip the game 34-31 as they now have that 3-kill lead once again. 3 go down for Native Gaming. APG last player alive. Not going to last. Swish takes him down with the headshot. You got Barcode spawning on top of APG's Red X. Should be another Red X there for Native Gaming as Barcode goes down and spawns are all over the place. Split from Hotel to S1 to Cafe as Native Gaming need to regroup, and they need to regroup now.
McQuinn with the cheeky play was hiding around that corner, gets the kill, but Talik with the last second sticky maybe was able to check his corner there. I thought McQuinn was cooking up something nice for us, but he gets taken down, and Business with this 4-kill lead. They've also got 1 bullet left in the shock. Last Shot going to try to use it to secure this camo. Gets pushed by McQuinn, and McQuinn shuts him down. That camo is going to get grabbed. Shock rifle also up, so if Barcode can rotate and also get this shock rifle from APG, they could do some work with it, or he could just elect to push Business while APG looks over his shoulder with the shock. And Business is back in this position that they were in earlier. Let's see if they can find their way out of it once again.
39-36. This feels a lot like game 1 where Business have that 1 flag lead late in the game. Native Gaming with a chance to steal it at the end. Will this be more of the same here in game 2, or will Native Gaming pull through? APG with the shock at the top of Snipe, and here's that stalemate that we were sort of expecting earlier from Native Gaming with Business back at the back of A. Will this strategy shift lead to a shift in the score? 39-36 for now as Business have the lead.
What's different about this is before, Business was the team that needed to come back. Native with the lead opted to push in when arguably they didn't need to push in. Now they do. They have to make up the score differential, but instead it's Business that are finding some kills. They're finding their way out, and they're going to push the advantage here using this thrust. Druck is going to hit some nice movement to take out APG, and suddenly it's a 6-point lead. Business only needs 7 to close out the game.
And that 1v1 could have been a 4-kill game had APG won it. Instead, Business get the better end of it as they take a 5-kill lead heading into the 40s, 44-40 now, as Last Shot cleans up on another kill, needing just 5 more to finish this game as Native Gaming are 5 down.
Gonna take out some shields here, but also just recognizes how many players are in here, finds the sticky trade before dying. That actually turns 2. This Barcode gets killed by the splash damage, and Business come in to clean it up, and this game is over, Hunter. Wow, well played by Business.
Yeah, very much so like the game 1 where you think Native Gaming have a chance at the end to pull back and come back, but they do not. Business shut the door, it looks like, for now. Can't imagine the Twitter clip this would be if Native
Right.
Gaming come back after what we've said. But yeah, this is all over for all intents and purposes, as now it is officially a Swish earns the final slay 50-42 as Business take a 2-0 lead in this series.
Business looking quite strong so far. Like we said, I mean, Barcode just got here to the States, set up currently at Sparty's place. Probably adjusting. I mean, there is something to be said for like playing on a new setup. You know, I
A crash setup.
Yeah, it just crashed. See, like you got to adjust to the time zone. I mean, Australia's about as far away from us as possible, right? So he's still adjusting. I think this roster definitely has more in the tank, and they absolutely could create the reverse sweep, but right now Business just looking very strong. I feel like it's been that top control. I mean, just having high ground advantage is a tale as old as time when it comes to FPS games. If you control the top of the map, it's going to be easier to win your gunfights, and I feel like that's been a major difference in these first 2 games. And like I said, it feels like the timing and maybe the decision, the IGLing of Native just a little bit off. It felt like they overextended during times that they didn't need to. Collect hits this nice shot, but doesn't see another target for what felt like multiple minutes. Eventually he goes down and the shock rifle trades hands. Business just kind of playing each situation slightly better than Native right now.
Yeah, it used to be a little bit of a negative connotation as it relates to 4v4s when you call someone a free-for-all kid, but HCS Season 3 might be the year of the free-for-all, kid, as It's the Last Shot continues to out-damage with a large disparity. Their plus 1,000 damage differential did about 5,000 damage, only took 4,000. And again, Eli, I attribute that to his free-for-all ability to make sure that the damage he's doing is valuable, earning slays and those free-for-alls to get you up on the board and not going down and dipping at the right time, and not in a way that baits your teammates, right? I think that's, again, the connotation, right? Oh, a free-for-all kid, he just baits his teammates. People might think that when they look at the Last Shot stat sheet, but that is not the case. This kid is for real, and he has the chops to hang in 4v4, and he's shown us here throughout the last couple weeks.
I mean, not only that, but I mean, he's surrounded by players that if he doesn't have it figured out yet, he will figure it out, right? Like, he's surrounded by Druck, who, another Metafy coach, by the way. Druck will teach you how to play the game, and he's exactly the type of player I think that should pair well with Last Shot, maybe show him the ropes. Talik. I mean, these guys are some of the fastest paced players in the game and have advanced thought processes about spawn control and extreme awareness. So I think Last Shot is just going to grow and grow and grow, and he could end up as a very special player by the end of the year.
Yeah, let's not forget this business roster for the most part was KCP, Sans, Soul Snipe in place of Swish. That's a top 3 team, right? I mean, that's the top 3 at the World Championship, no less. Staple top 6 team. So this is a business roster that absolutely has, I'd say, top 3 potential because of what these players have already shown. What their ceiling looks like. Now, Swish, throughout his career, more of a top 9 through 12, top 8 a couple times, probably averages right around 7th, 8th. But this is his opportunity, I would say, to team with players who have traditionally placed in that top 6 or so, and pull him along the journey, right? Pull him along the way to achieve the goals that he's had ever since Halo 5. He's been in the mix for a long time, putting in the work, and it's starting to pay off here, it looks like, in HCS Season 3.
I mean, Swish, we've always known he has the ability to, he has an extremely high ceiling. When he's playing his best, he's lights out. I mean, he's winning every single piv, it seems. So, I mean, I've had the pleasure of spending a lot of time with him, just watching him play, sat behind that man, and I've watched him play probably more than any other player. And man, if he is on and feeling it, he is absolutely going to be one of the keys to victory for this business roster. And you're exactly right. I am excited for what this team can do, but this is one of their first big tests. Can they overcome Native? They've already got 2 on the board, but can they close out the series? We'll have to see.
I always say an oddball game 3, Eli, always sets up for the best opportunity to reverse sweep, because if you haven't quite figured it out just yet down 0-2, you got plenty of time in game 3. These games usually go 20 minutes plus. So for Native Gaming, still working through adding Barcode in as a new 4th, like you talked about earlier. That's you're completely having to rewrite the rules and strategies of your team. That's 25% of the squad that you've replaced and moved around. So for Native Gaming, this is their opportunity to start that road to a reverse sweep, and it starts with the 2 slays on Druck and Swish, as Native Gaming will have the first control in this oddball match.
Got 3 slays on board as well. You have to imagine they've got the shock rifle in someone's hands here. Looks like the shock rifle player does pass the ball off to collect. Gonna try to rotate it to A, and it's Barcode that has the shock. He's gonna hit 1. Can he turn 2? He does. Not with the traditional headshot, but with some fancy movement, secure that melee kill. And if he can stay alive, this is exactly what Native needs to start coming back.
And this is looking like Season 2 Barcode when he teamed with McWin out of the open bracket, placed top 4. And I had a chance to talk to McWin. It really felt like there was a dark cloud over Native Gaming after Barcode was sent back to ANZ and could not continue to compete on that roster. So I'm just so happy for Austin to have the teammate, to have the duo he's always wanted in Barcode, as Native Gaming have a 7-second head start. It looks like business are set up on the A side with a lockdown on it. Oddball in their hands now.
Swish already in perfect positioning to make sure this setup rings true. He's holding top goal, but look at that. The Shroud play comes out. They know that as soon as that Shroud comes out, the rest of the squad is going to try to push in. Love the use of that. But Druck shutting down a player at the very beginning of the push is going to slow down the rest of business. He's going to continue to hit shots. Takes down APG. And if he can stay alive here, they could hold it for longer, but no, the push ultimately is successful from Native. Shut him down, and Barcode's going to be last man standing if he takes out Talik.
All right, there we go. Business had a really good setup there on the A side. They turned it into 22 seconds, but it looks like Native Gaming now mirroring that exact same setup that we saw previously from Business, should regain the lead, if not for some cross-map shots causing a disruption. Native Gaming not feeling content to hold on to the oddball. They feel like the pressure is a little bit closer than it really is, as they're going to play this one safe. But for now, they've regained the lead. 2 down on each side of the map. You're going to see Collect set up for either rotation or a reset here, as it looks like he's going to rotate it into blue, but Swish is there waiting, takes him down, but APG cleans up on that. Druck looking to push through with this grapple, and he gets the reset. Great played process there from Native Gaming as they regain the lead and reset.
Kind of the way the meta has evolved in this. Like, yes, we know that setup is very powerful if you hold the A side and the gold pipes. You can watch those crosses, but as soon as you lose one side or the other, it's usually a good idea to just rotate that ball to C. Native plays that perfectly. Also just rotating the ball towards their surviving teammates. By the way, the ball never got played. It's still here at C, and that's going to play to Native's favor. And they've got another setup. As long as they can stop Business from getting into both sides, they could actually hold this ball for quite a while.
I thought for sure that ball got reset. Excuse me. Instead, Native Gaming, maybe a mishap. You thought ABG probably thought he needed to reset it, but it works out in their favor as Native Gaming are now going to double up, almost tripling up on this lead as Druck pushes in. He's able to take down Collect, but now that oddball does reset. So Native Gaming really playing a great game of keep away, it feels like, ever since Business were able to get 23 on the board.
You're exactly right. Now with the ball reset, Camo's up. Both teams going to try to fight for Camo first, then map positioning for another oddball setup. Might opt to try to multitask here and do both at the same time. Barcode going to get the Camo. If he can use this to get a few slays, the Native could very well get another setup here.
Barcode creeping in with the Camo. Hasn't spotted anybody just yet. Now he does. Has some shots there on Druck. Misses 1 or 2, and that allows the last shot to clean him up with 2 shots, but he gets cleaned up shortly after. 2v2. Players are down for each side. Swish looking to protect the flank from the C side of the map. You see 3 players for Native Gaming there spawning, and now they're split. Barcode taking gold. The rest, the 3 remaining players, are still on the tower side. Let's see here if Business choose to isolate on Barcode. They know he's there.
Right now, both teams just trying to opt for map positioning. That's why neither team has gone to grab the ball. It's just in too difficult of a location to safely escape with it. Finally, Swish going to use the grapple to grab it a bit more safely, but 2 of his teammates go down. He's going to know that members of Native are on their way to kill him, and Druck is going to try to play bodyguard here.
And this should rotate Business's spawns to the A or C side. They get the A spawns, despite the fact that Swish is still on gold. Fighting a 1v4 for now as he takes down APG with the hands, and if Swish can just simply stay alive, it's going to allow Business to earn more ball time. Druck gets the slay on Barcode. Ooh. And then McWin as well. Wow, what a play there from Swish to stay alive on the gold side. Last Spartan standing, and just come on over, guys. I got enough slays to clear the runway as Business are now right back in it, down by 10.
Swish trying to thread the needle with this shock rifle. He's got a shroud in his pocket too, just in case he needs it to escape. Have to imagine he might try to use it, but no, doesn't get a chance to. Gets taken out by the grenade. McWin coming in from the other side, gonna shut it down. He gets taken out as well though, but it's Native that are gonna come out on top, and there's nobody in position to kill this ball player, at least for now.
Business are getting the scrappy plays, it feels like. Even that example there, taking down McWin is... Native Gaming were surely going to hold on to the oddball, but taking down McWin is what's opened the door for Business to push on through. Last shot on the bridge side. It looks like Native are going to choose to rotate this. APG with another one of those well-timed rotations. Actually resets it instead over to the stacks. And if Business can quickly get this back to the back of blue, they're going to be set up for a hold that could just bring them back, tie up this score. They're down 15.
Love the way Last Shot has been playing here, just controlling space to make it easier for his ball player to get to safety. Ultimately, he gets taken down, so does the ball carrier, though. But look at this. Because Business had to push into the C side to stop the ball, that means Native is now spawning next to the reset. So Native playing the process perfectly here, you could argue, and time is dwindling off the clock. There's only 20 seconds left in regulation. If Business can't get their hands on the ball, Native is going to win this one by time.
20 seconds left, about 20 seconds of separation in the score. More often than not, teams elect to play for the time, to play to milk out that clock, and it looks like that's what Native Gaming is going to do. They've made their decision. Now it's time to make their stand. Barcode takes down Tolic. Last second desperation OE from Last Shot. Able to secure it with 1 second left, but he goes down just a second after, as Native Gaming have life in this series and a 1-0 lead.
You called it, Hunter. You said that this is a good game type to start a reverse sweep because it's going to be a long game type. You have a lot of extra time to kind of find your footing, get your process down. And I liked a lot of what we saw from Native. A lot of heads up ball rotations, and felt like even though Native was winning the slays, in some situations, Native still able to escape with the ball. Native actually does have a slight slay advantage so far, but it just was the scrappiness and those rotations, the resets was really what earned them that first round. But can they replicate it again, or can Business maybe fix some of the issues they had in that first round?
I think you bring up a great point. You could argue the scrappy slays went to Business. The scrappy time went to Native Gaming, and here in Oddball, that's a win condition for them as they ride that to a 1-0 lead so far. Almost 45, a full 45 seconds off the clock. We're about to see an entire minute of regulation drain away before either team has picked up a second of time. Both teams vying for the slays to feel like they have the control. For now, it's 3v3. For now, nobody has control. You see blue and red all across your screen on the gold side as the wall of death collapses. Barcode takes down one. Druck cleans up to take down Barcode. This is more of the same. Nobody's able to get the numbers edge or disparity. 2v2 gunfight again. Who's going to get the oddball milked out? It looks like for now, Native Gaming. And with 2 down on the gold side of the map, that should allow them to continuously score here. What a scrappy opening couple minutes of round 2, Eli.
Yeah, but look at this. These 2 members of Business come flying into pipes about as fast as humanly possible. Multiple curb slides on the way. They're going to force the rotation from Native, though. Look at how quickly they respond to the pressure. They immediately take it to the other side. But look at this. Swish, at the same time, is pushing into the tower to cut off the overextension. Can Business convert this into a seaside hold and get some time here? Last shot's going to have to hit these shots, and he does. He hits one just outside of the shroud, and he's going to stay alive with this rotation, but it's kind of in a bad position right now. He might get picked off here, but no. For now goes unseen until just now.
Last shot says, oh, that's your shroud screen? Well, it's mine now, as he hits the peek and pop out of the shroud screen. Goes down shortly after. And a little bit of shock left in the tank for Collect, and that's not someone you want to have with the shock in his hands if you're Business, as Collect looks to put it to work for now. Facing a pesky Druck, but with the help from Barcode, is going to maintain his life, and that is so huge to maintain Collect with that shock. But look at this push here from Business, despite a couple of slays in favor of Native Gaming. Woo! Business are right back in the back of C, but Collect strikes down 2 and should lead to more ball time here for Native, but instead they reset because of that pressure. So nice pressure from Business, but they're going to need much more than that to come back in this one, as they're already down 30 in round 2.
Just been a opportunistic difference here, honestly, so far in this game, where Native are finding those tiny windows of opportunity to grab the ball and get it to safety, whereas Business, when they're getting the similar slays, it's taking them maybe a little bit too long to get that ball out. Swish, if he can win this fight, that is huge. That's a massive win for Swish right there. He's going to not only secure the gold side, but also the oddball, and this is the first that Businesses have looked like they've captured an opportunity so far.
Pollock with the plasma pistol. One of the, it's not buffed going between season 2 and 3, but it seemingly is. It's getting more usage, and you're seeing a lot more players utilize it even as a primary weapon. We saw Lucid last week taking down multiple players with the plasma pistol. Pollock, though, with it in his hands, can't take down the 2 for Native Gaming as they break through and have that oddball right back. And that is such an important moment in the match. Business looked like they had enough to tie it, potentially even regain the lead there with their control of gold and breaking through, but instead, Native take it right back and double up on the lead.
Love the way Druck just played this. So he was the last player standing, applied pressure from long haul, stayed alive, and then completely rerouted to an unexpected spot, finds a kill in the whirlpool, and that opening leads to a Business wipe and hold. So massive plays out of Druck. I feel like those last man standing plays are often such a massive difference maker in this game. And even though he only got 1 kill before he died, he just opened the opportunity for Business to come in and get control.
A little bit of back and forth leads to a sneaky camo grab in the shroud screen for Barcode, but he's going to go down shortly after. Pollock cleans him up, and no one's really able to make much use of the camo in this game, it feels like. And just like that, previously we saw Native Gaming go up by 20 seconds, but now it's Business with that hold a little bit longer than we anticipated earlier, as they're now up by 10. Last shot with control of gold, but he goes down, and starting to see the kill feed still up here for Native Gaming. Druck with the plasma pistol once again, but no, McWen takes him down. And it's back and forth. It's like death roulette every single time 99 switches POV. Someone's going down, but Native Gaming are going up. Back with that ball time. Gonna tie things, if not regain the lead here. What a close round 2.
Yeah, honestly, all of this comeback started with that play from Druck, and it's been rolling for business ever since. Native having a hard time getting out of the C side of the map because of the strong presence of business on this side. They're going to have to get back into A, though. Make sure they have that cross. Okay, Druck is top A right now. They're just holding the setup. This is probably one of the most classic setups that we have in Halo Infinite at this point. I mean, if you guys aren't doing this on recharge, you're doing something wrong. It's so powerful. It makes it so difficult for the other team to get out of their spawn point. But Native know what they have to do. They've got to press, and they've got to press hard. Eventually do get taken down, and business are looking to win this round.
90 seconds, needing only 10 more, and with 2 down for Native Gaming, Druck looking to secure the last bit of damage. Doesn't even really need the slays, just needs damage instead. He's going to take another one for the killing spree, and business are going to take round 2 as we have that barn burner oddball match that we anticipated when this thing started. This one's going the distance, 20 minutes plus, easily.
Native looked very strong at the start of that second round, but business with the much stronger finish, and that's exactly the momentum that they want to see. They want to close this series out right here, right now. They don't want this to go any longer. Druck gonna get this shock rifle uncontested as the rest of the map are fighting for camo on the other side. Neither team really getting significant map control to grab the oddball just yet. We're going to continue to slay out and see who can get control here.
And I think in moments like this, Eli, the key is communication, and calm communication at that. This match has gotten a little squirrely, a little out of control. And if the comms mirror that, hectic and chaotic, that doesn't bode well for your team. So I'm really curious here for 2 rosters who are both starting to feel out a new 4th. Who's got the better communication? Whoever does likely wins this round 3. But for now, it's Native Gaming making it away with the oddball towards the gold side. Last shot looking to sneak through. He's overextending maybe a little bit, does go down, and McWen lines up the perfect headshot there on Swish. And now Native Gaming are starting to roll. Druck, last player alive though, takes down the sniper. And that's a massive play. Now you got to take care of Druck. He's got a double kill instead. And because of that, Native Gaming could have been looking at 30 seconds. At 20 for now, a 10-second differential, you could argue, because of Druck's last Spartan standing heroics.
Druck, time and time again, making these clutch plays, seemingly willing his team to victory. Like I said, does not want this series to go on any longer. I'd love to see him back in form. I feel like, I mean, to be honest, think about it from a pro player's perspective. If you feel like you can't compete anymore, that's got to be so heartbreaking. But now, invigorated with new life, supposedly able to make it to lands now. And that's such a big thing for him, and you can see it in his gameplay. He's playing with that fire that we saw from him back in Season 1, and that's a scary sight if you're anybody else in the league.
Yeah, Druck is like the metaphorical equivalent of holding back a pit bull with the chained leash, and he's barking and going crazy, slobber going everywhere all over the place. It might fly 5 feet and hit you in the face. That's just the, I imagine, the level of energy that Druck's going to bring to Season 3. He's been like an animal in a cage, locked away, unable to compete, but now the reins have been taken off, and he is free to compete, and he's doing so with his opportunity. Looking great. I have loved to see Druck compete here once again, and I think the HCS is better for having, well, let's Druck and Barco, 2 guys that were having difficulties getting into the States. Now those issues seem to have been erased, and Halo is better for it. 17-18 though in this round 3, as Native Gaming have a 1-second lead, but only have 1 player left alive. That's McWen. But he does have camo shock to work with. His position has been called out. Takes down Swish. 5 perfect shots. Takes down the last shot as well. And it looks like Native Gaming should be able to build some ball time off of this. They will. Collect has it in his hands.
Saw the way McWen waited for his shields before he started shooting there. So smart. It's going to pressure Talik. Keeps him in the tower long enough for a teammate to come finish the kill. Druck with the impressive grapple tactics here. Business with a perfect push. They're going to shut down Native. And Druck is playing in their face with the stick and then grapples right back into the mix. This man has to have one of the fastest POVs we've ever seen. He just never stops moving. It doesn't matter how much shield he has. He's still confident he's going to win the next fight, and he's been an absolute monster this series.
Yeah, we talked about Boo Boo Doo with the grapple earlier. I'd say 1 and 2 in the HCS are Boo Boo Doo and Druck. Druck is such an animal with that grapple combination, just moves so fast along the map. He does so even without the grapple hook, as you see here, utilizing the Shroud Screen now to stay alive with 1 HP. And screw a dream, he's got a plan. That Shroud Screen sets down in the White Hall, and it's going to keep him alive for now. Druck having himself a hell of a game, as Business have regained the lead. They're now up 10, looking to close out this pesky Native Gaming roster.
This man is possessed right now. I mean, he is optimizing his damage output, minimizing his damage input, moving so fast, just applying pressure on parts of the map that frankly Native are just not prepared for. I mean, when he comes off spawn, he is finding the fastest possible route to get into the mix, and he's hitting every single shot. That is a very difficult player to deal with. Native finally shut him down, and this looks like the best situation for them to get some ball time, but Swish is lurking here with the camo.
Very disciplined there from Swish not to shoot that oddball carrier, taking it away. Instead, he wants to allow the time for his teammates to make this for a collective push. Knows that camo's not enough as is to take down Native Gaming. They need support. It's a 1v1 for now. Druck versus McWin. McWin, oh wow, Tolic finds a trade out. Not sure where that was from the back of Gold, actually, as he's not going to rotate that oddball towards A. What a heads up play there from Tolic.
These are the moments that make the difference. He's going to actually continue to rotate it after last shot probably announced his spawn on the C side. Like I've said before, if the game chooses your teammate to spawn somewhere, that's probably the place furthest from your opponents. Might as well rotate the ball towards your spawning teammates. That's exactly what Business opt to do. Not only that, but it also opened up the reset potential by having it on the C side. Good heads up plays, but Native for now gonna have control of Gold, and they look best positioned to grab the next oddball.
Swish on the Dorito, 3 racks with a couple of frags in his back pocket. Tosses 1, now 2 out before taking down Barcode. As Swish looks to push through here, he could be the one to stop the oddball control here for Native Gaming, as he's done a great job of that. Taking down 2 here on the Gold side. Oddball dips out and almost in a little bit of a reset situation. So nice job there by Native to reset it, quote unquote, but Business are going to take it right back. Take all 4 down for Native Gaming, and with 1 minute left, Eli, this could be it.
Not many teams elect to hold the ball over here at Long Haul, but it's really not a bad place. They do continue to rotate it to C with that extra freedom on the map. Continuing to rack up this time. Collect last player alive for Native, and he's got camo. He gets taken down, and this is looking better and better for Business to close this out right here, right now. Native have one last push. Can they make it happen?
Oh, Business have like a strongholds blender going here in oddball on Native Gaming, as there has been no answer and no red in the feed until now, as Barcode cleans up on Swish. McWin cleans up Tolic. Druck takes down Barcode, and with that numbers edge for Native Gaming, Business instead are going to reset it. Love this play here from them, and with less than a minute to go, that clock could absolutely become a factor. 2 still down here for Business as APG looks to move along the Long Haul side of the map. 45 seconds left.
Business can just use the ball as bait for the rest of this game if they want to. If they get several dead, they'll just pick up the ball for the last 12 seconds, 11 seconds they need here. But for now, these 2 kills in the kill feed do not look good for Native. That means 3 go down. They're off the map for another 10. There's only 30 left on the clock, and Business are looking to close this out.
Oh, look at this. Business decide, hey, we need 10 seconds. There's 30 seconds left on the clock. Let's go for the final bit of time, as Druck does stop the regulation clock for now. And McWin stops, hold the phone. 3 go down for Business. And if McWin can take this to the back of C, and if Business can, and if Native Gaming can stop this push here from Druck, they could very well have a 20-second hold back-to-back with 20 seconds left. That's exactly what they're going to need. 93-58. Native Gaming, though, with the reset, are able to take down 2, make it 3. Druck again is the last player alive, but the clock is ticking away. 5. Finally, Native Gaming do pick it up with 7 left on the clock. 63-93, down 30. Gonna have to see some perfect Halo here from Native, and they don't have much of an opportunity to drop the oddball, so they're guaranteed to be in a 3v4. Business, they know that. They push in through the Gold side, and that will do it. 3-0 sweep as Business take the edge on this early rivalry over Native Gaming.
Wow. Last shot, probably feeling pretty good about that one. I mean, there was kind of a lot on the line there for them. I mean, what a good showing from Business. They're looking very strong leading into the rest of the tournament.
All right, gamers, we still got half of the day ahead of you guys. We're going to have active, and why not? Two of my favorite casters in the scene taking the reins from us after this. Eli, any final thoughts as we get ready to host some watch parties on our channel after this?
I mean, I just can't wait to see more Halo. All these guys are stepping up in a big way. Can Native figure it out in the lower bracket? Can they make sure they make it to tomorrow? I think they will, but I'm excited to see some of the rest of the teams in the tournament today, and I'm excited to watch.
All right, guys, catch us on our streams. We'll be hosting a watch party, TTV Old Man Mikowski and TTV Eli the Ninja, as that'll do it for us. We'll see you guys tomorrow for more Halo, but we got plenty more on the flip side as we send it back to the desk. Say goodbye.
Business definitely looking really strong. I agree, Mikowski. That was, for those of you who don't know, or the rumors, Business is the rumored G1 roster. Isn't it, Tools?
Yeah, G1 supposedly gonna sign him. I'll never say anything until I see like a contract sign with them wearing that logo, right? Things happen all the time in esports, but this looks like a team that is primed to go far in tournaments, right? And I think today was a great example of that, right? Having to play a match against a team that's definitely going to have a grudge against one of the players on your team and winning close but decisive games, right? Every game was within a couple plays of happening, of going towards Native Gaming, but Business just showing that they had that better execution today.
This is the team that It's the Last Shot has decided to join. Just catching up everybody in chat who might have missed last weekend stream, but It's the Last Shot was going to join Native, and then he swapped over to Business, the rumored G1 roster, in case anybody was missing context for that. I would love to know what you think Business did right.
I think it really came down to some slaying power at the end of the day. Game 1, game 2, they leaned on Druck in particular to really give them that extra oomph. I think we did see maybe a little bit of that, the other side of the blade, where Native didn't quite live up to that slaying prowess that they should have. And they're starting to catch it in game 3, but simply put, Native Gaming got outslayed. I think it made a huge difference in the game. It makes making those objective plays just a little bit harder, and Business were able to outgun their way into a 3-0 victory.
Agreed. And you just saying outslayed, we have Barcode as one of the slayers for Native Gaming. He did fly from Australia just about 2 days ago. How do you think this might have affected their gameplay today?
I don't want to raise the alarm bells, right? First things first. Barcode had a rough first couple of games. I believe had a 0.74 KD in game 1 and game 2, but in game 3 I think we started to see that that mainslay ability from Barcode. Barcode's supposed to come in and help alleviate some of that pressure from Collect, being that sort of mainslay prototype player. You're often going to see power weapons facilitated into his hands to help accomplish that. I think we're going to see more from Barcode. Don't raise alarms, right? This is the first match they've had since he's gotten into the States. I think you can give them a little bit of leeway, but you do want to see improvements as time goes on. One player I want to talk about that impressed me, APG, though. We don't have to go too deep into it, but APG had a great performance in game 1, was leading his team in the slays for Native Gaming. I still think that APG wants to prove something this season. Keep your eye out on Native. I think they're going to go far in that elimination bracket.
Really close games between Native and Business, but Business is the winner of that last series, and now we're going to move on with Business versus Space Station Gaming on Recharge. How do you think this is going to look for the rumored G1 roster going up against Space Station Gaming?
This is where you really test your mettle, right? You went out, you made a I don't want to say controversial, but a decisive and bold change, dropping Manny for the new up-and-coming player, FFA world champion. It's the last shot, and you did this because you think he gives yourself an edge against the top teams in the game, like Space Station Gaming. This is where you have to go out and prove that you made that right decision, that it was worth disrupting sort of that equilibrium that you had, dropping a teammate that you've played with for years years. That's something that is so hard to develop. Having a teammate that you've played for multiple years is rare in esports. So to make that change shows that they have a lot of faith in Last Shot and what he's going to bring to this team. Now it's time to prove that's the right decision by making an upset early in this bracket against a strong Space Station roster.
That would be an incredible thing to see. We do have Space Station Gaming also with a four. You know, they did change one of their fourths. They brought in Legend, and I feel like they've had a little bit of growing pains, if you could even call it that, from last weekend. I mean, they did win the first weekend with Monster. Then last weekend they lost to OpTic. So that would be an impressive thing to see from Business. But Space Station Gaming still a very tough competitor indeed.
Yeah, top 6 finish for Space Station last week. I think a little bit below what their expectations for themselves are. Legend, same situation that Barcode has this week. Legend just had gotten off the plane a few days earlier, was getting himself settled in. Not saying that those expectations shouldn't still be set for them, but I think today is the day that they prove that this was the right decision. I want to see Legend have a great game. You've had much more time to acclimate yourself to being in the United States, getting yourself on that right time zone, having more repetitions with the team underneath your belt. I think it's important for Space Station to come out here and have a decisive win against Business, make it a 3-1, 3-0. I don't want to see this go into a game 5. I want to see the Space Station that's rumored to be a Goliath this season by adding Europe's best player to its roster.
That's something I would love to see as well. And I just wanted to point out, haven't you noticed that I feel like all these teams are bringing in people from outside of NA? I feel like we might have a bit of a growing scene outside that a lot of NA people might want to start looking at. You know, maybe the Australia, maybe Mexico, Europe, but we have Barcode from Australia, and we have Legend from EU. There's a few more.
Yeah, Tapping played last season in North America. He, in fact, it's almost the opposite. Like, he goes back to Mexico, and I think that's a really good thing for Mexico, to be honest, because that region needed that sort of slaying power to build a team. And honestly, if you haven't been watching the Mexico HCS weeklies, go watch them. Like, go take an eye on them after we're done tomorrow. Usually we give them a host, let them look at those grand finals, but that top team in Mexico, I think, is a contender to make some upsets this season. Really interested to see what Tapping Button's able to do over there. I do think we're seeing the prop up of a lot of great talent, not just in America. We've been seeing Wutem over in Europe causing all sorts of mayhem over there. Right? We haven't even talked about all the team changes that happened between Quadrant and Foe, and I think that was really facilitated because of how good Wutem was and how they were upsetting Quadrant time and time again, where they became Europe's best team for a little bit. We saw Snipe Drone go over to Quadrant, lots of changes over there. Chick's gonna go over to Foe. And then in Australia, I still think there's potentially talent that's good enough in Australia to make its way to North America and to compete. I don't know if that's going to happen this season, but I do want to see a pipeline that's built that allows international talent to have an easier access to North American games, right? Being able to practice against the best of the best is really how you're able to solidify yourself as a top Halo professional.
I would definitely love to see some more international players come into the NA scene and just be able to just show up at Worlds. And I just love to see a really worldwide community personally. And just taking a look right now at the bracket so that you guys are aware of where we're at. We're at winners quarters already today. Space Station Gaming vs Business is the game we're going to watch, but we already also have OpTic Gaming and Rebellion, Shopify Rebellion, also waiting on their next contenders in that winners quarters. I wonder if we can see what's happening in lower bracket as well. That would be really neat. I could check in just a moment.
Yeah, we might have to be getting on the bracket for that one, just because I don't think it's developed enough. But one thing I do want to talk about in that lower half, OpTic Gaming, they're either going to play Sharks or they're going to play Reversal Perfy. I want to talk about these two teams real fast. In particular, I want to talk about the Sharks roster. Sharks is going to be Monster, Super CC of AIDS, Arctic, and Manny, right? So Manny, the player, dropped from Business, goes and forms this roster with Monster. they're going to have to take on Reversal Perfy, which is Mortally, Piggy X, Breaking Shot, and Cherish to determine who plays against OpTic Gaming. But looks like that Monster team still could be going far. Last time I looked, they were up 2-1 in the series against Reversal Perfy. Super CC trying to get some revenge on his old team. Love to see that that kind of come to fruition.
And out of curiosity, do we have the seed that this team was placed, considering that they do have native, not native, that they have that they have Monster in their squad?
Yeah, this is the big thing, right? So in Halo, we don't really talk about it too much, but seeds are really important. We saw it last week, right? Native played with Monster on that roster, and it made a huge difference. It increased their seed. You can see this week, Monster, in fact, so these seeds are just a little bit. So there was a change made to this. So you see Native's at number 4. Native actually moved down to number 10. So everyone's up 1 on this. So Sharks actually has the 6th seed today, and that's hugely impressive, right? Having that 6th seed, it makes your bracket just that much easier because of Monster's performances. Look, they have a higher seed than Business because of Monster being that sort of free agent player of hire to go and help teams finish in the top 4, right? You got 1st place to week 1, you got 4th place or 3rd place week 2. Huge point differential for him and his teams to help with their seeding and to get them further in tournaments.
Monster just having fun collecting points. Will we get to see him in LAN? Is this what we're thinking here, or is he just gonna stay online? What are we thinking here?
Honestly, I want to see him at LAN simply because of how many pro points he has now. Basically any team that he builds is almost guaranteed a pool play spot at this point. So next week we're gonna have the qualifiers for top 8. The 8 teams that qualify through there instantly get their pool play spots. If you don't make top 8, well, then it comes down to pro points. The next 2 top pro point teams will get in, and I think Monster, if he doesn't get top 8 next week, he has a very good shot at putting whatever team he's on into that top 2 remaining spots for pool play.
Yeah, I really do hope we get to watch him in LAN, because this point collecting, this is impressive. It is impressive. It is definitely unique. In case you guys are wondering where we're at, this is week 3, HCS Open Series, week number 3. Next weekend, it's gonna be the qualifiers, guys. It's going to be the qualifiers, guys. I feel like it's time for you all to test your knowledge, but this time we're gonna make it legendary.
Wait. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Legendary
Edition, yeah.
Legendary Edition?
Yeah. Guess who's that Halo player? Legendary Edition.
Legendary Edition. So what does this mean? Oh, you have to guess off gameplay only.
Gameplay only.
Oh my.
We're stepping it up. All right, guys. So just watch the gameplay and see if you can guess who the pro player is.
Who is this?
Have it in chat.
So we have the kill feed blocked. So it's a little QT play, able to get the QT, brings the QT back, and gets a little QT kill. Okay, a little double kill. Seeing Monster, seeing Legend, some formals out there.
We got Monsters, Lucid, Kratos.
A couple Kratos.
Speedy said, guys, that's tools. That's tools. Let's trying to pull a fast one.
This is me. I'm too good. I'm too good.
A QT kill.
Well,
could Legend have done that? Could Sparty have done that? Honestly, that's kind of a Sparty move.
Well, let's reveal the kill feed, huh? Let's take a look at who this player is, right? First kill in. Oh, it's Mr. Kratos.
It's Kratos. Somebody actually got it. Maybe they had seen the clip before. Let me see who got it. I'm scrolling up. Somebody did guess Kratos. It was Burton. Burton said that's Kratos, guys. And
100% Kratos.
And Mouse Azuzi also said Kratos. All right, we got 2 winners here. Honestly, that's a pretty cool clip. One of my goals for 2024 is to get a QT kill.
Oh,
I've written it down. My
overkill. Are you kidding me? Look how fast that was. Who's this Halo pro? Look at that. And then Osbot, boom, leave, you're gone.
Gone,
Who
deleted.
do we have here?
This is insane. How long did it take for him to get that?
At microseconds.
That was
right? That's an overkill.
Fastest overkill I've ever seen in my life.
quickest overkill I think I've ever seen, and we are seeing a ton of OpTic players being
They're like, this is
nominated
OpTic
time.
style. This is OpTic style, guys. Come on. We got Trippy, Lucid, Formal. They're like, they know this is OpTic, but maybe it's because of, I don't know, the weapon coding.
Yeah, I think the weapon skin might be giving it away. I mean, also the clean
weapon
shots,
coding.
right? The clean shots.
Also, who guessed this OpTic player? All right, let's see who it is, guys.
Who is this? Let's see on the kill feed. Boom! OpTic Formal.
OpTic Formal.
Ooh, I feel like maybe this is too easy. I mean,
That was too easy.
they're just getting it right away, Aliak.
We're gonna have to cover the gun codings or something. Just blur the gun. Just blur the gun. All right, wait. Let's see this next one. No gun coding here to give it away.
Okay. Couple good shots. Ooh, okay. Snipes, nice.
Sneaky
Snipes,
double.
nice. Okay. Oh, pop up. Oh,
Not even
kill.
sweating. Not even sweating. Who is this, guys?
I don't think it's gonna time in for the kill tag. Not quite a kill tag, but a killing frenzy. So let's say Stellar, Mickwin, loot with the gill key, ooh, complexity coding. That's they might be onto something right there. Frosty, Renegade, another gill key guess.
Yonky. Got a few monsters. Collect. Dude, I got a few good keys in the chat. One said it was
Aliak,
me.
I like that guess. I like that guess.
I like it too.
Our editor knows what's up. Our editor knows what's up.
Let's reveal who it is. Who got this killing frenzy overkill?
Let's see, first kill in Mr. Gilkey,
Mr.
the Gilk
Gilkey.
Duds. They know a gameplay when they see. I think maybe the complexity skin's giving it away right there.
Maybe. Is it a complexity skin? I thought it was one of those generic gun codings, but maybe they recognize the coding before I did. Impressive from Gilkey. All right, let's see this next one in recharge. We got one. We got two. We got a quick double.
Ooh, that's some clean shots. This is
Yeah,
gonna be a
this
player
is
that's definitely one of the
clean.
best in the game. Like I don't think they missed a shot.
And he knows.
A little disrespect at
And
the
he
end.
knows.
A little disrespect at the end, kind of throw. Ooh, who would be like shooting some bodies at the end of a clip?
Let's see. Royal 2. That's 3.
A lot of Royal.
Four,
Ooh, that's a really
5
good
Royal
BR
2s.
shot. I like it
Renegade?
because the BR shot. The BR shot's really nice. I can see a
Very
Royal
steady.
2 for sure.
Yeah, very, very steady. Somebody said bound, but I don't see it. But I could see bound shooting a body after it.
Now bound like look. You see, bound jumps up right there. Bound would absolutely curb slide off of that platform. There's
Exactly.
no shot that this is bound.
I don't think this is bound.
Now I'm gonna give you. I don't think I've seen one right guess. I know who this one is.
You
It's
do.
not Royal 2, folks. I'm just gonna get them off the Royal 2 train. It's not Royal
Reveal.
2. It's not Royal 2. Anyone? Someone said APG, not APG.
Not RPG.
I just want to see one person get the right guess. I haven't seen it yet.
This might be too legend. Is this like a skull on? We just.
I think it's because they don't have a weapon skin.
No
to go
weapon
on. You know what I'm
skin.
saying?
They
There's no
were
weapon skin. They're like, I
cheating.
can't figure it out. So Valkyrie suspect. No one's getting this one right. In fact, you know what? I think we gotta show it. Let's see
reveal
who
it.
this one is. Reveal the kill feed. It's Dead Zone, formerly known as Penguin, and hey, he's got a clean shot. No one getting the Dead Zone guess down range. OpTic Gaming's newest member showing what he can do.
I'm not gonna lie. I did not expect Dead Zone to just shoot a body before. I feel like maybe I need to watch more of his gameplay. I just see him as a nice guy, you know. I mean,
Yeah, I think the shooting the body definitely like threw them off, right?
For
Like, they're like,
sure.
"Ah."
This is why he changed his name. He's like, nah, I'm just gonna be Dead Zone now. I'm not doing this anymore.
I'll say that was some clean shots. I think
That
OpTic might
was.
be a little bit happy with what they have right there. I mean, Dead Zone. I think one of those players that people don't talk about enough about how good of a shot he has, what he can do in that individual game, and why they went out and picked him up.
I would love to be able to see OpTic. I'm sure we will see maybe OpTic playing today, but for now we do have SSG who picked up Legend, who we might have talked about today.
Yeah, Legend, phenomenal player, right? I'd say the best player that Europe has seen yet. Very young player as well. So he came in at the end of that Halo 5 era, Aliak, and guess what? For 2 years, I'm not joking, did not lose an online tournament in Europe for 2 whole years.
The monster of
Every
Europe.
single tournament every single tournament he played in for 2 years he won. That's how he introduced himself into the Halo scene. Quickly became one of the best twos players, I think, on the planet. I'm very curious to see him play in some of these twos tournaments in the futures, and then establish himself as the best player in Europe, fours or twos, these last couple years, getting his shot in North America with a very good Space Station Gaming roster.
Well, definitely an incredible pickup for SSG, and I'm sure they're excited to get some more practice in so that they can definitely show off what they can do. I am just waiting to see SSG just, you know, move up in this tournament, and also next week for qualifiers. I want to see them do well. I know we got a lot of SSG fans in the chat also that want them to do well. I don't know, Tools, but I'm feeling like we could do another Legendary Edition. Guess that Halo Pro.
Man, okay, this one's from a stream, right? We had to get rid of everything that could possibly show who this is, but I mean, from this gameplay, I feel like it's going to be obvious. Look at who can make plays like this. I'm going to give one big hint. Look at the weapons he's using. I don't see a BR in sight. Man, this is
No
clean,
weapon
though.
coatings for them, though.
No weapon coatings.
No weapon
Nothing
coatings.
to reveal it. Seeing some boo-boos.
Boo Boo,
some
Frosty,
Frosties.
Lucid.
Couple Lucids
Ooh,
out there.
Lucids. A lot of people
Someone said
certain it's
Lucid,
Lucid.
no doubt. Boo-boo, doo-boo, trippy. Okay, hey, let's reveal this kill feed. Let's see who we got. First into the double, into the triple. Oh, there it is.
There
The
it is.
Lucid TW. Guys,
The chat
who's gonna?
knows.
The Sandbox Master knows. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't need a BR. He doesn't need a bandit rifle. He just picks up whatever he needs and gets to work. Look at these commando shots. This had to be pre-patch commando. I think this is an older clip right here, but my God, there's a reason why this guy's so good.
We had to just scour the internet for old clips because you guys would have gotten them too easy. Talk about old clips. Can we look at Bazaar? Did anybody forget that Bazaar existed? All right, who is this Halo Pro?
Well, I don't think Super CC is going to be forgetting this one
No.
anytime soon. Septify for the kill tack. Oh, Killtrocity. Oh, my. Seeing some Renegades, some Bounds right away. Okay. Some Ecos.
Stellar.
Septify, Suspector, Stellar. Okay.
Renegade. Dude, I
Seeing
forgot
the
about
SS Jesuses now. The SS Jesuses are coming through.
Bazaar Tools.
You forgot I blocked this map from my memory. I did not like playing this map.
I only remember it exists because I go into customs and I see that. Like, and that's it.
Well, here we go.
Let's do
This
that
one-
reveal.
This one going to be Stellar.
SSGs is indeed. There you go, guys.
This might have been like the first Killtrocity that a pro hit right here.
Maybe so. And it looks like it. This seems very memorable for chat. They got it right. All right, everybody. We are ready for our next game. It's gonna be a fun one.
That was actually really fun. I feel disrespected though. Where are our clips? We got overkills. We got kill tags. Why weren't our clips in there?
I don't get many of those, so it's probably because of that. But
Why did Tools not put the one he got ninja'd in? He didn't put that
true.
Frosty clip up there.
That's true.
Why did you put the Frosty clip up there? That
That's
would have been
true.
real good.
Yeah, I saw that on Twitter. It was horrible, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back here with your Open Series number 3, and I'm excited to be here. I'm excited for this matchup. I'm Why Not Be Reckless, aka Why Not Be Casting. I got my man Active with me. You guys don't care about that. What you really care about is Space Station Gaming going up against a business, and we got 2 young superstars in the making in the lobby. Legend, the newbie of SSG, and Last Shot, the rookie of business.
Yeah, 2 decisions made by both of these teams. Honestly, I'm looking at both of them. You know, obviously Last Shot coming in, former world champ, or I'm sorry, current world champion of the last free for all at Worlds, and looking to make his stint inside of 4v4s. A little bit of a rough transition, I would say, for a lot of players. Some players, it's a bit easier, but some players, it takes a bit to get that type of pacing from FFA to convert into 4s, and it looks like the Last Shot not really struggling too bad already. Already 4-1 in this game.
Yeah, originally coming from the SWAT world, I was casting them back in the day in Halo 5 and SWAT, and I always said, you know, if you could predict spawns, have that fast reaction time while being accurate, and you got that skill, you always have a bright future in competitive Halo. And Last Shot really showing off for some of us SWAT kids from back in the day. 30-16 lead starting here for SSG, although Business got early control. Eventually, SSG take over.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of SSG, of course, we can't really forget about Legend. It's a pickup that I think was probably the biggest pickup in the offseason. I think Legend's an incredible player, and the fact that he's now in the U.S., he's starting to get his reps in with this SSG roster. I think, you know, once they get comfy, this is going to be a very scary roster coming into this next season, and they didn't have that great of a performance last week in the HCS Open, so looking to see what he can do this week.
Camouflage coming up, and you see Stellar putting himself in a position so they can bait it, at least keep his eyes on it. Wants to make sure that Business do not get it for free, but that Shroud is really going to change things, make him get aggressive towards it, and Last Shot ends up stealing it away and getting all the way towards the tower side before anybody knows what happened. Last Shot absolutely robbing this Camouflage away, and this is going to be troublesome for Space Station Gaming. The double kill leads to a 4 down for SSG. You see Business already hopping on Alpha and Bravo, and with the fresh 3 down, they want Charlie as well.
I mean, Last Shot capitalized on that camo so well, took minimal damage, got out of dodge with a nice little curb slide, and you can see the double cap locked in due to that camo being acquired, and now he's got the shock rifle to couple alongside of it. We've seen this combo many times, extremely deadly on the map of Recharge.
Space Station Gaming started off well here in the first half, but Business answered back. One of the most objective efficient teams that we've seen in a long time were that old KCP and Native Red roster, and it looking like Business, they picked up exactly where they left off, just about taking the lead before SSG stopped them right in their tracks, start putting points on the board once again via an Alpha and Bravo setup.
Yeah, seeing 2/4 of this Business roster, obviously, who are, you know, together for so very long, go their separate ways, you know, Soul Snipe, of course, Manny. It's a little weird, but honestly, like you just said, they've seemed to have found a very comfortable 2 players that really fit this roster perfectly. Last Shot looking like he's bringing that slaying power, of course, and that aggression and the confidence that comes with a free-for-all player. And, of course, Swish being that glue, in my opinion, to any roster he's on.
Yeah, I was looking at the stats of Business versus OpTic and scrims. Dude, the damage that Last Shot was putting down was crazy. But you also know Talik on screen right now. He always seems to get his. The shot is just mean as he chases down 2 members of SSG. One from the glass side and one over towards Camouflage. And a Camouflage that easily should have been in the hands of SSG because of Talik and the damage and chaos that he creates on the map. Druk gets a hold of it.
Yeah, camo is really huge on this map, obviously, but, you know, the fact that Business now have 2 camos in a row is definitely going to make things very difficult for SSG. They're playing on their back foot. They're playing with a number disadvantage, and Business is taking advantage of that. But Space Station do still have that lead, so they'll try to maintain that here.
And Druk still having that Camouflage. Puts it to work. Double kill for him as he takes down Legend. Bravo and Charlie still in the hands of Business. Although SSG do have the lead, Business, they have control, they have map control, and in fact, they almost have a trip cap until SSG answered back. Druk down to 1 shot, has to slow his game down. Both members of SSG holding him back from stealing away batteries, and 3 down go Business. Druk has been held back for quite some time, and now only player for his team on the map.
Yeah, that was a great defense by SSG in that situation. Business didn't have the Shroud to utilize on that cross, and you can see how deadly the cross is, especially with a team that knows how to team shot extremely well. But you see Business still get in just a bit. Eco is going to run away with this shock rifle, though, and they're going to utilize that to lock in a 2-cap advantage here. It's 140-85 in favor of SSG.
SSG looking to hold on to both Charlie and Bravo. Swish looking to hold on to this tower side control, uses that height to trade out his life with Bound. Bound making a play to put his 15 on the board. Last Shot desperately trying to play toward the battery side, but that's not going to happen. Multiple go down for Business. SSG still have the double cap.
Yeah, it seems like business is being extremely aggressive, and you can even see in the slays department, I would say they're slightly ahead, but it's still SSG with that foundational play style, making sure to have that objective efficiency, you know, making sure that their kills count, and they're utilizing those kills to get these cats. But once again, business pick up another camo. That's 3 camos in a row now for business.
The fact that Space Station Gaming have such a lead right now, with about 100-point lead right now for SSG as they put business 3 or 4 down, and they're not even getting camouflages for themselves. Just imagine what this game would look like if 2 of those camos were in the hands of Space Station Gaming. It possibly would have been over by now, but SSG, they don't need the camo. They don't need the sandbox. They feel confident within their setups, confident within their teamwork to hold down business, but Talik does get a huge kill on Eco. Bound now forced to make a play to get a double kill, and apparently he just gets those. Alpha and Bravo still in the hands of SSG for now, but business attacking Alpha with the quickness.
And you said it, Tony, it's the teamwork, right? Even with these camos on the map, if you're utilizing that communication, you're isolating that camo player, you don't let them get that massive value that a camo player can get, then, you know, you're sitting comfortable if you're SSG, and they're doing a perfect job of making sure to isolate these players, making sure to utilize that teamwork. Look at that cross shot that comes in from for Stellar there to try and help him stay alive. Obviously, it doesn't turn into anything, but it's, again, that chemistry that SSG have built for so long, and it seems to continue on here with the addition of Legend.
219 to 85 run here for Space Station Gaming as we switch gears towards Talik and try to find out what business are going to do to counter this aggression coming out of SSG. They're able to get aggressive when they need to, when they have to break the setup or attack a base. And then you notice SSG, they just slow the game down on a dime, on a moment's notice. But that's until you let Druck get a hold of this shock rifle and get a hold of the game. Legend and Bound both end up going down, leaving the other 2 members of Space Station Gaming backing down towards their third of the map. Business have taken both Alpha and Bravo, having a setup of their own, but Druck maybe bites off a bit more than he can chew.
Yeah, and this is probably the best camo that SSG can get here, because they're 10 points away from closing out this game number 1, and this camo is going to solidify that for them. So they didn't get any camos the entire game, Tony, but they got the most important one, and Stellar's using it on B with a shock. Oh my goodness gracious.
That's my MVP right there. That's my MVP right there, coming in with the 180 turnaround with the shot, ending it in style. Does SS Jesus taking game 1?
I mean, it's just so crazy, right? Because, you know, they get their first camo at the very end. Like you said, their teamwork is so solid. And what's crazy to me, too, is that Bound was the only one in double digits on his team with kills, at least for a bit of time there towards the very end. But he was 21 and 10, I believe. So, again, utilizing that very heavy Slayer and Bound and letting him run around the map freely, they got outslayed in the grand scheme of things. But again, objective efficiency is king. You see Stella right there. He ended up, passing that double-digit mark with 13 kills. But just an incredible showcase out of SSG. Again, not having that sandbox to use, not having the shock rifle for a lot of the game, not having the camo, but still able to get those kills and make them count with some objective points.
22 kills out of Bound. That game, he was absolutely impressive. He was very aggressive and really doing what his team needed to do as an entry fragger, but also as a slayer. But to me, it was all about that Stellar ending it with that little 180 snipe shot. Ends up putting the opposition 4 down, and with all the chaos, he emerges on top, standing across 4 dead bodies. If I was a freestyle battle rapper, I'd call that standing on business.
It's crazy to see. I really do love, we talked about this before a couple times, Tony. I really do love this additional Legend, and I think he fits so well. I still don't think that he's hit that comfortable mark yet, though, and that's what to me is going to be so scary for Space Station, is when they get him comfortable, when he starts to fit into that groove. This team is going to be scary, and I'm guaranteeing you that they're going to be obviously in that top 3 conversation, but possibly even win some tournaments here in this next season.
And SSG apparently picking up exactly where they left off in game number 1. Business finding himself 3 down once again. Eco finding himself a camouflage. They may have been struggling to grab a hold of the camos in the early game on recharge, but the first one goes in the hands of Eco of SSG. 4-2 lead early, but Business strike right back.
Yeah. Eco a player that Frosty says is one of the smartest players in the game, and having the camo in his hands, obviously very scary, but he does end up going down here. And like you said, camo goes in the hands of SSG. That means it's not in the hands of business, so that's a plus, but they're not able to get too much out of that camo, and it's now a 68 lead. Space Station lead by 1 now, actually 8-7.
Eco breaks right out, getting a double kill. Onto business. So far, having 2 players early in the goose department, but don't worry, it's plenty of time. Tyler taking a lot of damage though. Down to 1 shot he goes as he throws a couple of denial grenades to try to keep from SSG from hunting him down. Another side of things, you see business trying to take space, but apparently so were SSG. SSG not only having presence here on the subway side of the map, but also having players over toward the alpha side. Shots are raining down from all sides of the map, leading to a 2v2 next slay. So important, and Talik does have the bulldog.
Yeah, very good sequence there by Talik, right? Stays alive on the purple side. He goes for a push as SSG is rotating through B, like you clearly mentioned, and he's able to get this tower or the C side control with camo coming up. So in a prime position now to try and aggress and make sure that business can get their first camo of the game.
Oh, Talik putting a shotty to the body. Shroud goes down so that he can stay alive. But once again, business getting the early slays battle. That's until Talik across map gets himself a guardian angel. Slays across the board, starting to favor business once again, but Talik might end up going into a little bit of a 1v2. High IQ play to back down, play his life. Druck looks like he's the first one to go down in this engagement, so Talik immediately adapts, pushes up towards last shot, keeps his teammate alive. That's a killing spree for Talik.
Yeah, he's just playing so well. He's all around the map at all times. He's now got the timing on the bulldog as well. Last shot's able to run free. I mean, business in general able to run free here. They're isolating so many players of SSG. Look at Eco already isolated on that B side, and look how aggressive they are on Eco. But finally, it's a little bit of defense here from SSG. Bound gets a double.
It looked like Eco was isolated for a bit, but Bound coming in out of nowhere gets himself a triple kill, was the MVP of last game, and now pulling up the rear as far as the scoreboard, but covering his teammates. Back is Bound, sending business to the black screen. Now attacking those spawns immediately. Does he notice a player on the PD side right next to him? Apparently doesn't care, because he still puts damage across the map, and then SSG deal with the final player towards PD. 3 down, go business. That was well executed by Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, it was all Bound, right? The fact that he's able to isolate angles on himself so he doesn't take a lot of damage, but he's still able to be aggressive and impact on the PD side of the map is what makes him such an incredible player. He does that, and because of that, it's now a 3-kill lead for Space Station Gaming, 21-24.
Camouflage coming up. We're going to begin to see both teams start to move in position. What's most important, though, is SSG trying to get somebody over toward the top or bottom A side, at least able to use that camo as bait and secure their slays. SSG always play through their slays to attack a power-up, and they do it well enough to not only put business 3 down, but to let them know about it a little bit.
Nah, I love Bound, man. Such a personality in the Halo scene. You watch his streams, you see that personality come out, but always in business mode when he's playing in these tournaments. Obviously, very important that you play well in these tournaments. Of course, as I say that, he ends up going down, but these tournaments, of course, decide your seeding for the very first event next month. And, you know, Arlington going to be a big deal. These teams want to try and get the best seed possible, and that's what makes these tournaments so important.
You control your own destiny. Taking these tournaments seriously is going to get you a better seeding going into that qualifier, and that qualifier, I promise you, is going to decide seeding going into LAN and giving yourself a little bit of an easier run on LAN. People, like Tool said before, people don't want to talk about it, but seeding does matter. Yes. And could be the difference of you making a deep run in the winner's bracket, which then maybe going down to loser's bracket gets you out of harm's way. But oh my gosh, Eco with the overkill, seemingly out of no. Where did he come from?
He's a sneaky snake, Tony. And you know who else is as sneaky as Talik? He's got 13 kills on the board. No one else passing that 6-kill mark on the side of business. And Space Station, because of that, leading by 8. So it's up to these 3 players on the side of business to really start to pick up on the slay momentum, because Space Station are running away with this.
Tyler with the cross map shots with the BR. SSG not prepared from this flank from Talik. barely missed out on one overkill. We might just see one on screen right now because Talik taking down 3 members of the opposition. It's not over just yet. Space Station Gaming might just be 2 squad wipes away from ending it, but a killing spree out of Talik, almost the back smack out of 2 players of SSG that have seemingly taken over. Was he able to get away with Camo? No, Druck was not. Camo gets shut down, and maybe the hopes of Business taking this game along with it. The final 2 kills looked for SSG, and Business find himself just too far behind.
I mean, Talik's got 20 kills in this game. Obviously, he's got 2 assists, which is understandable, but not one person is in double-digit kills for the side of Business. Talik is literally willing his team forward, and all the while, SSG sitting nice and pretty with 49.
I'm so busy looking at the scoreboard on the bottom middle of our screen. I didn't see at the top left corner, Talik, 21. That is...
It's nuts.
I will say, it's ultimately still a loss, still a losing effort. But
right.
If you're gonna go down, I mean, go down like that. Because I feel like if I'm the coach of Business, I'm in here saying, you know what, hey, that sucks. But dude, that's crazy. You keep playing like that. And we'll take game number 3. Because I promise you, the likes of Druck, the likes of Swish, and y'all may not know him too much right now, but you will know him last shot. They're going to catch up. They're going to bounce back. So if I'm their coach, I'm hyping that up even after the loss and saying, keep playing like that. The rest of us step up, and we're taking game 3.
Yeah, I just think that Business is playing at that very fast pace that we know them so well. We know they play at, and it's just not working because SSG are ready for it around every turn and every corner. So, Talik maybe understanding that the pace needs to be slowed down, maybe playing that back roll a little bit, getting those clean kills, ended up with 21. They're going to need to do something a bit different here because the aggression's not so much, it's not working so well for them at this point in time. They obviously need to change things up when it comes to SSG because SSG are ready for them and their aggression. We'll see if they do that here.
We need to see a bounce back coming from Business. Otherwise, they're going to be swept and going down to elimination bracket. We talked about Talik's 21 kill performance, but it's still SSG with back-to-back wins in the series at the moment, and Stellar was able to get a hold of that tower side control bound, stealing away both the ball and sniper, and instead sees his teammate spawning over towards green, hits him with the repulse ball, says, hold on to this for me. I gotta slay some heads.
I'm gonna be honest with you, that would have been disgusting if Bound were to hit that. He repulses himself just over the floor of C Plat, tries to get the shot. Obviously, it's not gonna be anyone home, but would have been really sick to see that being utilized. Regardless, I gotta ask, in what business does Stellar think it's okay to still wear a Christmas hat? Christmas is over, Tony. What's going on here?
What's the problem? Oh my gosh!
Double kill.
Bound with the quick scope to put a hole in the defense of Business, and Business were never able to force this ball off the map for SSG. 20 straight points. Business off of the respawn, and now 10 seconds off of spawn, and another 15 to 20 to get back on the map. SSG are already flying right now, but Business flying just a little bit harder. 3 down go SSG, forced the play ball, last shot with the double, and that ball's over toward the mid map.
Yeah, Talik pushes in there a little bit quick, right? But he gets the damage necessary for the rest of Business to come up and clean up just a tad, and they will do that. A tower setup now locked in for the side of Business. SSG, though, a little bit of a stagger push here. They're gonna make it through and get 2. Sorry, get 1. It's gonna be last shot. A lot of 1v1s coming through for SSG, though. This is not generally what you see out of this squad, and it's gonna give Business a little bit of time on the board, but they do play the ball now.
I think you said it was Stellar with the Christmas hat on. I think it's Bound. And I promise you, if Bound is flying at you with a Christmas gift, whatever he's looking to offer you, don't take it. It's usually a headshot from a bandit or a sniper. If he's flying at you with a bag of goodies and a Christmas hat, you run. Do not take it. Camouflage coming up. And you see SSG always so well positioned for it, always making sure that they're able to bait it out, slay out, and then play for the camo. And it works out well for them. They're gonna go for both the ball and the camo at the same time as Business end up going 3 down. And SSG trying to figure out where do they rotate this ball to? You know that Business are coming in quick over toward the A side. They might have to drop, they might have to slay out because Business they've had both A and C control at the same time.
Yeah, that was really good by Business to kind of force that to happen. Get the C spawns as the ball was rotating towards A, and SSG in a position where you kind of have to slay through the spawns, and that's exactly what they do. They're approaching 60 points now in this first round of the oddball, and they get a sniper as well in the hands of Stellar. So just a great job by SSG to be in a little bit of a tough situation and still recover from it, and still look to continue to get these slays.
2 down, go Business, make it 3. SSG want to find the 4th player, but also want to make sure that they hop on this ball and over toward their A side control, maybe pulling in the defenses towards this A side corner, just so Stellar can snipe them down. Bottom mid player and Talik knows that Stellar hits no, so he's gonna back down despite having a bit of a health advantage. Meanwhile, the rest of Business trying to get this ball out of SSG's hands, but it's easier said than done. The MVP with the sniper might be one of the best to do it.
Yeah, those are the low percentage kills. You're looking for players like Stellar to get on the side of SSG. Look how much time it's allotted them in this oddball game. They've gotten 3 dead once again, and that's essentially going to secure them this first round. It is all based off of Stellar and that massive play.
A stellar performance out of SSG's finest at the moment. As the final 10 seconds are coming in, they're going to drop the ball and maybe slay out for potentially the last time. But although the stick connects, 3 down go SSG. Business now have an opportunity to hold the setup, the one that they just broke from SSG. And looks like that as their players are spawning over towards C, they want to move it there, but they know SSG off a spawn. They may just be pushing right towards tower as well.
But that's also what makes Business really good too, right? Is the fact that, I thought the round was over just based off of those 3 kills, but Business off a spawn is also very, very quick. So it's a kind of scrap back and forth here. You see SSG do have the ball and they do have a bit of control. It's going to be really tough for Business to come back in this round, especially with Talik being the last player alive. I believe that should be it here for SSG, but Talik's still doing his best and still fighting for his life here as SSG push on the outside.
One of the more entertaining oddball live fire matches that we've seen in a very long time. I look at the scoreboard, it's still 95-29 in favor of SSG. Their ball efficiency has been absolutely incredible so far, despite the fact that Business are making it tough on them at every given turn. But with all 4 players up for SSG, I thought Snow was gonna dive on that ball. Looks like he had that idea, but that ball just being used by bait by the remaining members of Business. Last shot doing some damage, and so are the rest of Business. Multiple going down for SSG. Business have another opportunity to get into a setup. If they can hold this for 1 or 2 more slays, they can come back in the game.
Yeah, I really like that they didn't toss the white flag there, and they just kind of fought this out, because even if they don't win this round, if they don't play perfect Halo and make this comeback happen as they go 3 dead, it's still a little bit of momentum going into that round number 2, and that's exactly what they need off of an SSG that came out swinging in round number 1.
I want to agree with you as well. I kind of said the same thing, after that game number 2 performance, 21 kills out of Talik, as the picture showing that guys don't go anywhere after this. You got Rebellion going up against Sentinels. We saw that last week, and it was an absolute banger of a series, my boy Wes would say. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have action on top of action on top of action. But as I was kind of alluding to, after Talik's 21 kill Slayer performance, great. That should be some momentum still going on your side. After you making a run late in that game, great. That should be momentum on your side. But when is potential not enough? At this point, now we have to see you win a freaking game. You're down 0-2 in a series against SSG, and you're a team that we have high hopes for. Half of that native red roster from last year. In fact, you actually dropped one of your players that was 3/4 of that roster to bring in last shot, because you thought that would make you better alongside Swish. I know how good this Business roster is, and I think they're good enough to take 1, maybe 2, maybe even go the distance with Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, it just seems like SSG has found their groove here with Legend, and you'd expect that, right? Obviously a little bit of a rough HCS Open number 2, but obviously in number 3, they're looking solid. Talik, though, he's going to be that line in the sand. He's going to try and stop SSG from going any further with this round, but I 100% agree with you. I mean, they have to do something quick. I mean, it's essentially do or die at this point, or they go into the lower bracket. Business is definitely a better team than what we're seeing right now.
Enemy has the ball.
With SSG winning the Slays battle, You see them want to rotate that ball, maybe through the A side, maybe toward the spawning players over towards green, but most important, into a position that's far away from business that are simply coming off of spawn right now. And it's just good time. It's all about the breaks, all about the setups. And when they get their breaks, they're tough to get. But they thought they might have had a free rotation over towards C side, but business always attack both sides at the same time off of spawn. And this time it works out so well for them. 3 down go SSG. Business anticipating that rotation so well.
Yeah, that's a good point, Tony. That's kind of what makes business like really tough to deal with, is they kind of collapse from both sides. They kind of put you in a stranglehold, and what that does too, though, on the bad side of things, is it isolates you and it isolates your team. And sometimes SSG is able to take advantage of that. But when you have the timing correct, you end up in a scenario like this where you get SSG a couple dead, and you bring this game back, or at least this round back. They have a lead by 1 point now, but SSG is about to delete that lead very quickly.
So quick to take space on his business, and with the Slays, you know, really going heavily in SSG's favor here in round number 2, you would think this lead would be more, but just 1 point separating both SSG and business. A double kill out of Legend. Well played, as now he looks to attack at a completely different angle, one that maybe business might not be anticipating. We talked about business attacking from 2 different sides. Legend looking to do the same, but a rotation from business puts Legend just a little bit behind, but now 2 kills go to their favor. Last 2 kills are pretty darn weak here for business. So is Eco, as Talik hunts him down, and Talik also gets his shields back.
Yeah, great job by business to capitalize on that tower setup really quick. They had the pressure coming out from the outside, but having top tower control is so vital in order to make sure to get those slays from that high ground. That's exactly what business do. Because of that, the lead now is 51-36. Business lead. At least in this round, they do not lead in the oddball game. Space Station still up 1 round.
SSG do find themselves 3 down. The final player bound, although able to get a low percentage kill, is down to 1 shot. And he's quickly dealt with Swish, not allowing him to get away on that one. Big kill out of him, but the rest of SSG are funneling right through Legend, bust right through the front door, able to take down Swish. Now Space Station Gaming are the ones that find themselves 4 players up. Nades going down, but last shot not able to stay alive. While all this happens, Eco, he has the ball in his hands. Just great efficiency coming out of SSG and economics.
See if Talik's able to capitalize here. They at least force the play ball, which is good, but that's going to be a sniper given over to Space Station. I would have expected him to play a bit slower, at least in that push. He does have a little bit of help, but look at the damage that Bound is able to do. It's just enough to at least do a lot of damage to Druck, but he ends up staying alive. A very good play by him to at least maintain this top tower control, but he's got to push up because right now he's not providing any value to his team.
Talik off a screen with the double kill down. Might just be able to get a triple, but it's sent right back and packing. Both Bound and Stellar back-to-back kills of their own. Last shot forced to QT right out of that situation while trying to rotate that ball toward the A side. Druck hitting the black screen as well. Last shot comes right back in, fresh off of the QT portal, putting down work, but Zoe is Bound with the back smack. 3 down once again here for business. That allows Space Station Gaming to get into yet another hold, another setup. And if business don't be careful, it could be the last one.
Yeah, it just seems like SSG are like having a much easier time getting into these setups. We saw business get those 55 points here in round number 2, but I just feel like they had to work so incredibly hard just to get those points, whereas SSG are looking nice and comfy. Finally, they end up forcing that play ball once again. Legend doing a great job of trying to stay alive, but this will be maybe a bit of a ball time here for the side of business. Rotations coming through from SSG now.
Looks like Bound and Eco attacking the C side. That rotation is absolutely cleared out. Last shot, bringing it back from the A corner. Now trying to get it towards green. The curb slide to avoid most of that nade damage, but down to 1 shot he goes. Last shot hits the ground. The ball being played off the map. Reset for them, but SSG still have 4 up. They still have a man advantage. Business luckily able to grab a hold of the sniper, and they're going to need to put some work with it, because otherwise they're going down, and they're going down to elimination bracket as well.
Yeah, look how easy once again SSG are able to isolate. I believe that was Swish there on that C side. Swish having a little bit of a rough game here, 12-27, just getting caught out a little bit too much here by SSG, and now SSG with ball time once again, looking to close out here in round number 2. Business not really having any sort of an answer. It's going to be up to Talik right now to maybe clear out this side of A. But he gets taken out.
Nice little body shot at the Talik. Still not enough to keep him alive, nor get the kill. Business now having to rotate that ball toward the mid-map. Looks like they might have to slay out again, especially as Legend on the hunt toward the mid side. But where did Druk come from? Oh, there he QT'd back, I believe, to get that kill towards back green, then QT'd out to grab a hold of the ball. Great play being made by Druk, and I mean, we know him, he's a playmaker.
Yeah, I mean, they only got like 2 seconds off that play, unfortunately, though. Like, it just comes down to SSG out slaying once again. You can see it's pretty sizable here in terms of the kill counter for both sides. And what's interesting to me is no one player is really popping off on the side of SSG. They've all got, you know, decent assists. They've all got decent kills as well. And SSG, like you said before, Tony, will sweep the series and send business down to the lower bracket.
I would take it one step further, what you were trying to allude to. The kills and the assists were pretty well-rounded, but so was the objective time. Like, literally everybody from SSG stepping up in all facets of that game right there, putting a complete game together to beat the likes of a very good business roster. But, hey, I heard you guys don't like breaks at home. We don't like breaks either. We just want action on top of action on top of action. So fresh off of SSG, pulling off the sweep puts us right into Sentinels versus Rebellion, with Sentinels about to end game 1.
I mean, yeah, I mean, look at Sparty having a really solid game here, 17-9. He had a little bit of a stressful day trying to get barcode setup working, but it seems to have not affected him whatsoever. Like you said, this will probably be it here for Sentinels. One more point, and Sentinels will take game number 1. Rebellion having a little bit of a rough kill counter on that left side, Tony. I don't know if you noticed that.
I didn't exactly get to see. What was there? Was there somebody that stood out to you?
Yeah, I believe it was Cycle. I think he had 3 kills in that entire Hill game. So I think just that, you know, again, I talk about him constantly. I think, you know, everyone has bad games here and there. You can see, yeah, 3-11. Everyone has bad games here and there, but I really am excited for this kid's future. You know, being one of the youngest players in the HCS at a pro level, I think he's definitely got the opportunity here on the side of Rebellion to make waves here in this next season. Obviously, just having a bad game there, but Sentinels take game 1, and Sparty having a very convincing game in terms of KD at least, and of course damage as well. 4,400 damage, a massive game by Sparty.
I agree with you definitely on one thing you said, and massively disagree with you on another that you said. Well, number 1, I agree. I think Psycho has a bright future in this league, and I think he is a young superstar in the making. I love watching this kid play. I think he picks and chooses his battles so well, and has a great mind for when he should be attacking, when he should be staying alive. The one thing I will disagree with you is I've never had a bad game my entire life. So I don't know where you got this from, that we all have bad games. You speak for yourself.
You're right, Tony. I'm sorry.
I'm one of the best in the business. But game number 2 coming in on the streets, it's going to be Slayer Sentinels going up against Shopify Rebellion, and Sentinels up 1-0 in the series.
Tony, you had a bad game playing with me the other day. We literally, you always have bad games.
Fake news.
Well, you know what? What's not fake news is that Sentinels is up 1-0 in this series, and we're going to hop on with Boobadooboo. I think Rebellion have a chance to obviously answer back here in the Slayer. I think very solid Slayer roster. Mental, I want to see a little bit out of him, and I obviously want to see a little bit out of Cycle here in this game number 2. If those 2 players can step up, well, I think we'll see a big difference in this game number 2, and maybe even a tie in the series.
Camouflage about to come up. Thought Boobadooboo was going to keep that stalker over toward the bottom C side using that camo as bait, but he wants to get aggressive. He actually wants to maybe get first hands on it. Boobadooboo taking out the good friend and Suppress. No collusion there. Sparty grabbing hold of active camo, and Sentinels get a nice little early lead, but more important, get the early resources.
Exactly, and they had that beat control as well. This stalker is going to be a big deal. I love that right there by Sparty, right? The ability to put those 2 shots in with the stalker that takes a player down to no shields, and then getting that camo back. But oh my goodness gracious, the camo eyes out of Rebellion. Take them out quickly. Soul
Snipe gets the kill onto Falcated. wants to rotate over towards Psycho. Psycho really creating hell over toward the subway side, but didn't exactly have the help he was looking for. And sadly, nobody else on Rebellion's able to pick up on that damage. So Soul Snipe ends up being back down. So will the rest of Shopify Rebellion. Sentinels are going to slowly start to inch forward and take over that map control. Fresh off of going multiple down, Sentinels not wasting any time to push up onto Shopify Rebellion to take space on them. And Psycho with the black screen. Now to save from Mental. We literally saw this entire play break down from Soul Snipe's point of view. And now it's Soul Snipe that's forced to maybe run away. Okay.
Yeah, Soul Snipe does a lot there. You see that he kind of decides to go towards purple, clear out the lane, make sure that there's no flank coming from the side of Sentinels. And like you said, we saw it all play in front of his eyes, right? It was a quadruple push from Sentinels on the side of B Street. And, you know, you'd think they'd come out on top of that one, but it's Rebellion with a 2-kill lead here as Mental gets another one.
Mental does have 2 players from Sentinels that are starting to push up on the subway. And actually, Sparty camping out in the corner there. Really hard to catch players off guard at this level of gameplay, but Sparty, heads up play by him. Off the screen, I did see Psycho was able to take down Falcated. Psycho goes down immediately. Sentinels do have map positioning and also have a slay advantage. He sees the damage going down, so Sparty wants to get involved. Repulse on repulse crime, and eventually Sparty gets his.
Yeah, I love the pre-fire there by Sparty, making sure that player does not stay alive suppressed, trying to escape towards that front tram side, gets taken out with a nice flick pre-fire by Sparty, and because of that, it will still be within 1. Rebellion still leading 14-13.
It's going down here. Psycho trying to stay alive. It looks like Soul Snipe's to be the first one to push up through subway. He wants to attack driveway over toward the B side. Psycho taking an immediate direct route. Mental did go down, but he created a lot of chaos for Soul Snipe and Rebellion to take advantage of just that. The nades are zoning Soul Snipe out, but you got to deal with both Suppressed and Soul Snipe, and they are playing so well off each other.
Yeah, Soul Snipe playing his life there was so important, especially with that Stalker in his hands, and they're going to utilize that Stalker to try and pressure here. They've got Sentinels trapped on that purple side. It's just how do they execute on this push is the question.
Camouflage about to come up. Psycho was able to take down Lethal. 2 down go Sentinels. And eventually 3 down. 3 down goes Sentinels. Rebellion have control right as Camo's coming up. Active, I know you like that.
Yeah, it's great. They got the seaside control, which is exactly what is necessary in order to get this camo. They'll have to get some more kills here, of course, as Suppress goes down. This might be a little rough in terms of them getting these kills, but hopefully they can as camo gets picked up.
Looks like I'm waiting for things to break down on my end. Oh, it looks like
It's like a little reset.
I mean, hey, Shopify Rebellion, they're playing so damn well that they done messed it up. They done gave us technical difficulties right there. I was loving what I was seeing out of there. I thought it was just me. I pressed the refresh. I didn't know what was going on.
Tony, I'm gonna be honest. I said camo gets picked up. I completely lied to the entire chat.
You got me with that. I'm like, yo, he out here radio broadcasting. I'm like, let me refresh. I'm oh snap. Sorry about that, guys at home. We're gonna figure things out here, but a lot for us to gain off of that, because I feel like that was an absolute war. That was a fight. There were so many times where we saw Sentinels, for example, play a great fundamental game, slowly start to inch forward onto Shopify Rebellion, and it just takes 1 or 2 plays for them to kind of turn things right around on them. I'm really loving this matchup between Rebellion and Sentinels, and to be honest with you, I think this is going to be a little bit of a rivalry going forward into HS Season 3. This will not be the first, this is not the first nor the last time that these 2 teams are going to match up when it really matters within the tournament.
I mean, I don't want to overspeak about this, but we have to talk about it often because it is one of the most important parts of Halo Infinite, and that's the sandbox control. I think Shopify did an incredible job there of making sure to get that Stalker, and you saw it every time Sentinels push, whether it be a quadruple push on the B side, whether it be heavy pinches, pushing towards A. It was Shopify Rebellion always with the Stalker in their hands, and not only did they have the Stalker, they have the timing on the Stalker as well. They control the spawns, and because of that, they were able to get that Stalker over and over and over again, and all that does is just completely just stop these pushes the Sentinels was trying to push out.
Well, guys, the series is not over just yet, to be honest with you. I think it's actually just getting started. We're going to pass it over to a short break right now where we try to figure things out here and get us back into this lobby. Don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and we are back when probably the best time to come right back into a series after it's tied up at 1 apiece, going into a swing game number 3. Tension is high. This matchup means so much right now. This game is so important because oftentimes in a best of 5 series, the team that wins game number 3 ends up winning the series indeed. Sentinels going up against Shopify Rebellion. Ladies and gentlemen, we back.
Yeah, I think it was a 50-36, if I'm not mistaken, in the Slayer game going to Shopify Rebellion. So a dominant win by them. And again, it comes down to the controlling, the power weapons on the map, controlling that sandbox. Steichel, he's going to have the sniper, and they're going to try and get a setup here with the ball on that A side. Steichels going to do some damage, but he has to back off.
Oh, but he lines up the shot onto Smart. He almost keeps himself alive because of it. And although he wasn't able to get that kill, his teammates were. 3 down goes Sentinels. And Falcon says, I'm going to go down here. You're not grabbing this sniper.
A great job by him. He gets the spawns on that mud side of the map, but a great job to make sure to get that sniper off the map. You don't want that in the hands of Rebellion. That's what won them in game number 2. You see, keeping that out of their hands is going to be the recipe for success here in this swing game number 3, like you mentioned.
Sentinels having the man advantage because of that. They immediately want to attack that ball, but the final player of Rebellion and Soul Sniper, maybe the first one to come off his spawn, was able to zone them out just long enough to force a reset here. Valkated taking the low ground behind the tower side. We do see that Sparty off the screen gets himself a kill, and in fact, 2 fall in favor of Sentinels. Now back-to-back kills. Both teams find themselves 2 down, but the first one to go 3 down is going to be Rebellion, and Falcated takes advantage of just that. Sentinels quick to move that ball towards tower side. Rebellion, excuse me, quick to take space on the map.
Yeah, I mean, Sentinels played that perfectly. They had the flank from Falcated as well, and they're playing it perfectly again. They're completely pinching the side of Rebellion, and Falcated ends up going down there. But again, it's that pinch that would have been successful for the side of Sentinels, regardless if the other players from Sentinels weren't able to get those kills. And you see constantly these kills are coming through, and they put 20 points on the board now, just based off that one break.
At no point did Rebellion like slow the game down to kind of reset right there, giving Sentinels 3 points. Like right off the spawn, they continue to be on attack mode, and that forces Sentinels to the early play ball. As we see Mental dropping down toward the ball, trying to be as objective efficient as possible. The moment he picks up that ball, the moment Sentinels go 3 down, and Rebellion move into their own setup.
Yeah, I mean, Rebellion staggering off their spawns like you talk about, Tony, is just trying not to let damage go unfinished, right? You want to put that damage in, but then you also want to make sure to capitalize on those weak players. Sometimes, though, that can be devastating for your team if Sentinels is able, as Rebellion is pushing, if Sentinels is able to stop that push and isolate those players and make sure to play their lives so that damage doesn't get capitalized on. And that's where you kind of have that meta that goes on. It's going to be Soul Snipe now with the sniper in his hand. He's going to go directly to top tower. This could be some ball time for the side of Rebellion.
And look at the lead as Soul Snipe gets himself a huge quick scope, a lead that seemingly has come out of nowhere for Rebellion, 58-20. Going here towards their own mid game, and Soul Snipe continuing to pressure Sentinels. That's another 2 down for them. That means that Rebellion are going to rotate this ball toward the tower side and make Sentinels have to make a long cross once again, which is even harder to do when Soul Snipe is manning the tower side with that sniper, and Rebellion rotate the ball away from C the moment Sentinels get there. So just great ball efficiency out of them, and finally Sentinels get the kills they need. What happens? Ball gets played. This play is completely reset.
Yeah, I mean, objective efficiency, always the name of the game. Like you said, Rebellion playing that perfectly, getting that rotation towards B. It's now 3 dead, though, for Rebellion as Sentinels get their setup, and they opt to go for this A setup. With the B spawn coming out of Rebellion, Sentinels are going to have a hard time holding this, so they rotate back.
76-28 lead here for Rebellion. Psycho putting down some good damage, but not good enough to take down Falcated. Luckily, Suppress follows it up with a double kill of his own, and now Suppress trying to cut off this angle from the ball, does so perfectly. Curb slides his way right into the action, takes down Sentinel, puts some damage down to his best friend, and is just absolutely punishing Sentinels at every given turn. That's a double goddess Soul Snipe to put them 4 down, and I'm not sure Sentinels even have enough time to get the ball out of Rebellion's hands.
Oh, I love to see Suppress growth through the season, going from season 1 to now season 3. I think Suppress is grown exponentially as a player, able to play his life, able to do maximum damage. But as I say that, Rebellion go 4 down.
91-40 lead in favor of Rebellion at the moment here. Sentinels have to move into their own setup, and they have to hold on to it for dear life. They do grab a hold of camouflage, which is going to be huge for Sentinels. Sparty does a great job of staying alive, but right now it's keep away time. It's time for you to get the slays onto Rebellion that you desperately need, and you have to trade out your life in order to do so. You're playing a dangerous game. We're playing for trades. They need clean slays, do Sentinels.
Now look at Suppress. It's the role that he plays. I'm telling you, he sits behind, he gets the damage in. You saw him play his life there. Didn't give information away, and he stayed alive on that window side, pokes out at the perfect moment, gets the damage in, and there you go. Rebellion take round number 1 in this game number 3.
Definitely want to give a shout out to Suppress. I mean, 13-6, 5 assists, 42 seconds worth of ball time for him, literally doing it all across every facet of the game on Oddball. Suppress now applying pressure from the left side. Soul Snipe's going to play a bit more forward, maybe try to play onto that damage, but Suppress wants to continue to put damage down to multiple different members. Hopefully Rebellion are able to get the cleanups. As of right now, doesn't look like so.
Yeah, Mental, the last player alive, has to live with this sniper. It's vital for him to do so. Don't want to put this in the hands of Sentinels, especially with them having ball control. And this camo being up, and that's why you keep the sniper. Make sure to put the sniper into the body, make sure to secure that camo, and now he's creating space. Mental doing everything right now. 3 down for Sentinels.
Camouflage just about up, and Soulsnipe finds himself one shot and still is able to grab hold of it, get his shields almost back. Suppressed with the rotation, drops ball. He knows he has to put down that damage. Soulsnipe is giving off information left and right with this camouflage. Doesn't exactly get a kill, but hopefully with that information, Rebellion are able to get these kills and move into their own setup. Mental is getting aggressive. Lethal is one shot. Sparty has his back smack out of him. By the time Lethal ends up going down, the rest of the Sentinels, they're already pushed up.
Yeah, I mean, losing that camo there was a bit aggressive, right? He goes for the peek, wants to try and get as much damage as possible, but it was Sentinels who creep up on that camo spawn and take him out. Because that camo's not going to be utilized, now Sentinels is kind of able to run free right now with ball on their side of the map.
On board now with Falcon is taking heavy damage here from the A side. Somehow finds the exit, but I think he's still being hunted down. There it is. At least gets a kill along with it. Cycle with the double to answer right back. 3 out of 4 members of Sentinels are down, and the final one in Lethal is trying to get through the big door. Great damage, great kill, perfect out of him. Is it enough to stop Rebellion?
Well, Rebellion still have that ball in their hands, so again, getting that perfect and trading out is not what you want, especially when Rebellion have full control. And one thing I gotta point out about Rebellion is these rotations, they're so clean, always at a perfect time. They're getting this ball rotated, they're playing this ball off the map, and they're still able to get a couple of kills as well. With Suppress being the last player alive, these couple of kills are huge, and he gets 2 of them. Puts one player down to no shields as well.
Sentinels don't get the opportunity to grab a hold of that ball, but immediately shut down is Boo Boo Doo. And Soulsnipe once again grabbing his second camouflage in a row, but ends up moonwalking his way right into Lethal's grenade.
Yeah, that's beautiful right there, right? Generally, you see players throw nades directly on that camo pillar, but you're seeing the meta shift a bit where players will they'll walk backwards with camo and use that pillar as a line of sight. Lethal read that all day long, throws a perfect nade and once again gets rid of camo out of the hands of Rebellion.
A perfect play just means a perfect counterplay is needed to stop it, and Lethal does just that, and Sparty is doing what he does. Damage onto Rebellion right now while somehow ratting out to stay alive, really forcing Rebellion to overextend in order to get that kill. Meanwhile, Boo Boo Doo trying to rotate the ball, he stopped short. A well-placed grenade onto Lethal is forcing him back towards the rat tunnel, back towards his teammate to try to stay alive, while Rebellion immediately takes space and surround the rat side players. These nades, these shots are going to be devastating, and not for Rebellion, definitely for Sentinels.
Oh, so good. Soulsnipe just did a crazy job there, doing massive damage in the rat tunnel, isolating the player coming out from big door, realized that he was pushing, and isolates him and kills him as well. Just a beautiful job by Soulsnipe once again to put this sniper to work and do massive damage. Rebellion 51-15 lead still in this oddball round number 2, and they're up around as well.
Running out of ammo quickly. And that sniper is Soulsnipe, and I saw 2 members on the top mid side for Sentinels. Luckily, Soulsnipe doesn't go in for the early challenge. It's taking a bit of a low route here. Gets a couple free shots onto Sparty, suppressed off the screen, taking down Maj and Boo Boo. 2 members of Sentinels now trying to put down any kind of damage. This is way too much time for Rebellion. 67-15 lead, and it's still going as Mental still has that ball in hand. Sentinel, they want to break the setup quickly, but you can't make too many mistakes. Otherwise, Rebellion are going to burn you for it every time. Look at that rotation.
Yeah, once again, right? Sentinels do a good job. They stall and wait for the spawns to come up onto B so that they can push together. They see the break in their eyesight, but then the rotation comes out once again by Rebellion. They get the ball played, and now Sentinels have to fight for this play ball. Rebellion are playing this perfectly. This entire game has been perfectly played by this Shopify Rebellion roster.
78 points and counting here for Rebellion. Sentinels find himself in an uphill battle, down already 0-1 in rounds. Soulsnipe grabbing a hold. Is that his 3rd camouflage in a row? 3rd camouflage in a row here for Soulsnipe. It ends up with a trade, but he trades out his life to put Sentinels 3 down. He trades out his life to potentially give Rebellion the last 10 seconds. He trades out his life to maybe, just maybe, give Rebellion a 2-1 series lead as they continue to rotate this ball. Mental goes down. Soul Snipe snatches it up. 3 down go Rebellion, but the final player alive is the same player that started off that play. 2-1 Shopify Rebellion.
Just a beautiful job once again by Soul Snipe at the very end of that. You saw that trade, right? Yes, he had camo, but getting that trade gave Sentinels a spawn all the way on B, which allowed the rotation through bottom center, allowed them to get all that extra time, and allowed them to get the victory as well. And a 2-1 series lead. Shopify look extremely solid here in this series versus Sentinels. Sentinels have to answer back.
Dude, I know he wasn't the leading slayer on his team, but there was just so many plays that Soul Snipe was making that just don't always show up on the stats sheet. And I just think like he was definitely one of the leading reasons why he won that, behind Suppress's incredible 24 kills and 7,000 damage. I don't want to take anything away from anybody on that team, but when we were on the point of Soul Snipe, he was just making such impactful plays. And I feel like if you play the game enough, you know, they're like, dude, that's a play right there. That's a play right there that's going to net you 10 to 15 seconds worth of ball time. And it just kept adding up for Shopify Rebellion and Sentinels. They just weren't getting that same output out of any player, to be honest with you. Not maybe Lethal a bit in the beginning, but nobody else able to match Soul Snipe's effectiveness and his presence on the map.
Yeah, you got to talk about it, right? It's constantly, you say it all the time, the stats, the things that don't show up on the stat sheet. But it's very important to understand that because, generally it's a rule like stay alive, stay alive. You have camo, stay alive. Well, no, I mean, camo, you trade camo for a victory in that round, 100% you die there. 100% you go for that trade because you're aware of those spawns. And again, it's what makes Rebellion a really solid team. Their rotations, their objective play in general. But now we go on to the newest map of the HCS. It's Forbidden. And honestly, Tony, this map has grown on me quite a bit.
And both Mental with the double kill. Both of these teams very good capture the flag teams, but I think Forbidden really is a bit of an X factor. It's obviously been now for a little bit of time now, still the newest map in the HS, and I think teams are still trying to define the meta on this map. As Overshield hasn't been picked up yet. Finally, it looks like Shopify Rebellion might have been able to grab a hold of it, and of course, that man on screen, Soul Snipe, 3 camos in a row, and now 4 power-ups in a row, dating back since Live Fire. Soul Snipe just being greedy right now.
I love it. I love it. I love him controlling all, and he gets that massive value. Once again, that's 3 dead, make that 4 dead. You see him once again. Yes, he trades out the overshield, but he gets the value. He has Sniper in the hands of Cycle. A very interesting spawn on the top center of the map there. I think they blocked the back spawns. This is gonna go against them here in this flagpole. I'm not sure if they're gonna get this very easy, Tony.
So far, Rebellion do have a 1 slay advantage. Not much here as Falcated drops a couple grenades, and Soul Snipe's able to take down Spartan off his screen. 2 down go Sentinels. Suppress now moving in this flag. You were worried, but apparently Rebellion, they weren't.
Yeah, beautiful job right there. Just a little bit of a scary spawn on the top center of the map, but when they take this flag route towards the bottom tunnel, you kind of go in there scot-free. You don't take any damage, and there it is, the first cap for Rebellion, looking just completely.
Another flag one.
Wait. Are they pulling it? No, they're not pulling it just yet. They've got to get this OS. Very important OS here once again. If Rebellion get this OS, it's going to be very bad for Sentinels in this situation. It's up to Cycle to stay alive and get this.
They're still moving this flag. It was like stopped momentarily, right when you look, and then the moment you looked away, that's when they ran it. They're messing with you, Tim. They're messing with you. I saw that with my own eyes right there. They relayed that flag so quickly off of that slight hesitation. I don't know what happened to Overshield, but apparently Shopify Rebellion showing they don't even need the Overshield in order to cap here on Forbidden. So tough to do. 2-0 lead right now, and Suppress is raining down hell on the Sentinels.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Tony. We talked about this, off screen. We talked about how you said that Shopify could potentially contend for top 4, and I'm gonna be honest, Tony. I in my head went absolutely not, no way. But the way they're looking against Sentinels right now, I understand this is an online tournament. They look extremely solid there, and that surprise cap. I'm old, but I missed that because all the attention was on Overshield, and that's exactly what Shopify Rebellion wanted. But wait a minute, they go 3 down.
Counter cap being pulled here. Sentinels already have this flag over toward the low side and over towards the back ramp. If Spartan's able to turn that corner, it's in. And if he's not dead by now, that's going to be a capture for Sentinels. They are not out of it just yet. What the observer's going on? We just watched Sparty drop the flag, line up the snipe, and then switched over to that player right as he does a backflip and gets caught in that. That was, I don't know if that was a mistake or just the greatest observer I've ever seen in my life.
Dude, that was so great. We see this shot come out, switch. Oh man, absolutely insane. But the cap does go in for Sentinels. Very quick, right? This map plays really quickly, and it's gonna just speed up as time goes on, which in my opinion gives for some exciting games, right? You have the pace can slow pretty drastically based off of this OS grab, but overall a very fast game type here. And as the meta shifts and as people get more comfortable with the map, we're gonna see even quicker caps here coming out of these teams in the HCS.
We might just see another quick cap coming out of Rebellion. They already have Sentinel's flag outside of their base, and Cycle's really doing a great job of putting his overshield, putting his body between the Sentinels members that are coming off of spawn and the flag that is already towards the mid-map. Still not touched just yet. Sentinels put Rebellion 3 down. Quickscope gonna be too good, and now the final spawning player of Cycle, the first one to go down, the first one to go up, kept just out of reach of that flag. Sentinels have now infiltrated the base of Rebellion. Now they have an opportunity to maybe turn that failed cap by Rebellion into a counter cap for themselves, because it's already past the 50% portion of the map. It's already, I believe, in their back tunnel going up the ramp right now. Sentinels might be able to tie things up here. I don't know where Rebellion at, but they're too far behind. We have a tied up game. Next cap is gonna end it.
Yeah, Rebellion took a very unorthodox route right there, going through the tunnel like you said. That's a weird route to take because you're kind of pinched from the high ground, and Sentinels did a great job of utilizing that high ground to stop that cap from happening. And like you said, they tie it up now 2-2.
This next capture, excuse me, is either going to send us into an elimination game number 5 or end the series here and knocking somebody down to the elimination bracket. Tied up at 2 apiece as we switch gears over towards Soul Snipe. Already finds himself a kill and does some great damage onto Boo Boo Dubu while simultaneously staying alive in the enemy's team snipe. Meanwhile, Suppressed doing damage, laying down the law. Still 3 down, go Rebellion, and Suppressed does end up going down. Sentinels now have an opportunity to take map position on Rebellion and make them very uncomfortable.
Our Rebellion, with something that makes them extremely good besides their objective efficiency, is the damage difference, right? They just do a great job of utilizing those angles and putting that damage in. It just seems like maybe on this map the angles aren't discovered just yet because Sentinels are consistently finding them isolated one-on-one. You see it right there in Mental. He goes down, the flag is pulled out. They just need a couple more kills and this flag will go.
Sentinels have been able to weather the storm here, and now it's Shopify Rebellion, the boys in green that find themselves 3 down. Rebellion were looking like they were going to end this right here, right now. But there's one thing I learned: you never doubt Falcated, you never doubt Lethal, and you certainly don't doubt Boo Boo Dubu and Spartan, as that flag is almost just about home.
Yeah, they get the 4th down. That was Suppressed, the last player in position, and there you go. It's gonna be Sentinels who bring us to a game 5.
I told you before, and I will say it again real quick for you, because I don't think you were listening to me, Active.
I don't ever listen to you.
It's not the first nor the last time that we are going to see Shopify Rebellion and Sentinels match up in a match that means this. But this is a match to make it into the semifinals, by the way, here in the winners bracket. This is a match to decide who, maybe the 4th best team in the entire league. This is a rivalry in the making here in year 3, and if you don't see it by now, I think you're watching with your eyes closed. I love this matchup between this new Shopify Rebellion roster, just put together, by the way, and the tried and true, the old school, if you will, bringing their entire roster back from year 2 to year 3 when everybody was making changes. That's right, that's Sentinels, and game 5 is on the way.
I got to take a look at Sparty's kills again if we can go back to that column. I mean, Sparty absolutely popped off in that game, and you love to see it, right? It's a beautiful game out of him. 18-7, willing his team. And again, you need players like that. Sometimes it's going to be one player who takes the spotlight and he runs with it, right? That's exactly what happened there. The damage pretty even across the board, but a beautiful job right there by Sparty at the very end, of course, as well, to capitalize on that overextension. Shopify overextended a couple times for that last flag cap that you know looked to be in a great position to go in, but sometimes you overextend at the wrong points of the game. And here we go, Tony. It's your favorite couple of words. It's game 5.
I'm gonna just say a little more hype. Give me one more time.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for game number 5?
Oh, now I got the goosebumps. Game number 5 is on the way, and we take it here to recharge. First to 50 kills takes the win. 12 minutes on the clock. Camouflage over towards the mid-map. Don't forget about that shock. Boo-boo-doo-boo. As I forgot about that power-up, though. And you know what? He's about to grab both.
I want to talk about where that shroud screen was placed, right? A great job. He ends up going down with the camo, but you watch that shroud screen. It was halfway where the camo was and halfway on the platform as well. So we could go on the platform and stay alive. Thankfully enough for the side of Rebellion, they were able to kill him quickly.
Shock somehow into hands of suppressed. 4 members of Sentinel stuck stretched between the A and the Whirlpool side, and Rebellion taking their time to try to find the angles necessary. Falcated does get a double kill though, which ends up leading to a Rebellion 3 down. Looks like Sentinels, they hold on to that A side setup.
What's really going to be interesting to me is just how this camo is played with the shock rifle combination. We saw Rebellion just really good and solid and making sure to control these power-ups. You saw it time and time again. The question for me is, are they going to continue to do that here in this game, or is this man on your screen going to take over like he did in game number 4?
3 down once again, go Rebellion. Rebellion really need a reset. They've been so good at coming off a spawn and getting aggressive immediately, but as of right now, they need to reset, need to regain. And looks like that's exactly what they do. Back to a 4v4 scenario. No team wants to be the first one to go down. Sentinels double push through the seaside. Sparty just moments behind, but Lethal the first one to go down, leaving Falcated by himself. And Sparty, although he's able to get the kill over towards the tower side, it looks like the rest of Rebellion are getting aggressive. Soul Snipe takes down Falcated. Cycle almost gets out. Shopify Rebellion end up going 3 down. And by the way, Lethal, he just spawned.
I mean, that looked really scary, right? Cycle played his life so well there on the back of Hydro, but it was Sentinels who make sure to isolate the angle on him, make sure he cannot get any damage, and it's Sentinels with the second camo of the game in the hands of Lethal.
Just 4 kills separating these two, make it 3. Lethal does some, oh man, good shots on Soul Snipe. Camouflage still in the hands of Lethal. Psycho not able to pick up on that damage that Soul Snipe was able to create. So now Lethal just roaming the map, giving information to the rest of his team, but more importantly, just waiting for the right time to strike. And there it is. 3-shot melee goes down. Psycho hits the black screen. Nobody on Rebellion gets to clean up here. 18-14 Sentinels. They still have an advantage.
Yeah, it's a really important kill there on the pipe side. Lethal takes out an important player on the top of gold. That way, his teammates are able to get the crosses freely there, and he also gets to spawn for his teammate on that pipe side as well. So great play by Lethal, and they're going to continue to hold this pipe control in a very impressive way as Rebellion continue to send players their way.
Switching gears back over to Lethal. He's being forced back, but it looks like Falcon just flies in there to trade out his life there. Not bad when you already have a 4-kill advantage. 2 members of Rebellion are rotating from the C to the long haul side. Lethal did get that information. Will they headbutt? Will they out-rotate? It looks like we have half the members doing both. Half the members watching the long haul push, the other half watching the A push. The problem with this is you're kind of stuck back gold right now, and once that damage starts coming in, you better win your gunfights. Soul Snipe flies over towards the gold stairs like a bat out of hell. The rest of Rebellion clear out gold. Double kill for suppressed Sentinels. Right back to respawn.
Yeah, and I really like after they clear out gold, they push through and create space on the map. You don't want to get trapped inside of the pipes there, especially with the push coming through. So you see Suppressed make his way out, especially with this very important shock rifle in his hands. We'll see what he's able to do with it.
Suppressed wants to catch up to Mental. He and Mental want to work a 1-2 combo to attack this camouflage, but Sparty being such a nuisance. Eventually, Sparty goes down. Suppressed does end up getting a double kill. My question is, what happened to Camo? It looks like Mental just grabbed it, and he also just got some cover fire with that Shroud to stay alive. All 4 members of Rebellion are up, tied up at 25 apiece, and largely because of that man you just saw on screen, Suppressed 10 and 5. Mental with the camo.
Yeah, we saw it. Sentinels were able to get the first 2 camos, and this is still a pretty much a tied game here. So let's see what Rebellion is able to do with their very first camo of this game. This impact could be crazy.
Mental trying to find the right angle. Ends up getting on his offense, maybe a bit too late. Soul Snipe did end up going down, and Suppressed, though, right off a spawn, immediately rotates over towards his teammate. Mental and Suppressed gonna watch each other's back. Soul Snipe taking a lot of space along with Cycle. Rebellion immediately have map control, great positioning, but will positioning be enough? Sentinels, their teamwork, really tough to break.
As we wait for the push here, I just want to give a quick shout out to Lucid, who rated the channel. I just got word, so thank you very much for the community bringing on through, or bringing your community on through, I should say. 30-30 tied up here. Rebellion on the greater end of the camos, at least in terms of getting camo control. Sentinels looking to fight back regardless. It's a tie game now, and it's a very, very strong setup on this long haul side, but they decide to split through, and Boo Boo has a shock.
Maja Boo Boo coming in, and Raising Hell does exactly what he needs to do. Trades are going down. Falcon takes down Cycle. Suppressed, the one-shot player not able to stay alive. Mental coming in. I'm not sure that was a skill jump or the grapple, but doesn't matter. He's sent packing right back. 3-kill advantage once again. Sentinels have control, and Falcon is now rotating the shock into a more favorable power position onto the A side. 3 down, go Rebellion. Make it a full squad wipe. Falcon is on a killing spree.
And now Sentinels have a camo to couple alongside all of that. It's a very solid lead. 32-41, Sentinels leading in this game number 5. A very important game for both of these teams, of course. Sparty looking to be aggressive with his camo now. Gets caught out, but still gets the kill and stays alive.
3 down once again, find Rebellion, and Sentinels really have complete control. I don't want to be a negative Nancy, but I gotta point out, Mental 2 and 11, only 4 assists right now. You had a camouflage at one point in this game. Some way, somehow, things had to be better for Mental and Rebellion. Large reason why they find themselves so far behind. As Mental gets caught out, double push out of them. Sparty ends up getting the kill. Luckily, Rebellion coming with kills of their own, but that stick or the headshot, either way, that player is going down. 3 down for Rebellion. The final 3 kills just needed here for Sentinels, and Rebellion find themselves so far behind. An uphill battle would be an understatement. They're climbing a mountain right now.
Yeah, I absolutely love the side of Sentinels, though, showing up here. Look at Falcon at 18 and 12. That's what showcases a great player, being able to show up in these game number 5s, and you see right there, it's Sentinels who move on. Rebellion get tossed to the lower bracket.
How many times have we talked about it, man? You don't doubt these boys. You don't doubt the boys on Sentinels. They have too much experience, too much firepower, too much fundamentals. They're handsome as hell. They smell good. They have a firm handshake. Let me tell you, one that can probably break a weaker man's hands. The Sentinels, just at every part of life, are just winning, and I love it.
Wish I could win that much, but that's beautiful. Sentinels, as you said, a team who didn't change their roster amongst the entire hurricane that was the roster changes that happened in the offseason. Stuck with their guns, stuck with the roster, built that chemistry, which is so important, and also like such good friends as well. So that helps even more, right? Getting along with your teammates. As you can see, a very solid Shopify Rebellion roster, still not able to contend when it matters the most in that game 5, 50-37. Just a very convincing win by Sentinels there.
Well, guys, we saw an amazing Game 5, and something tells me we're going to have more of those throughout the rest of this tournament and more action ahead of us. Why don't we send it over to Ali and Tools and kind of set us up for what we're going to see here very soon.
Shopify Rebellion, a really strong team indeed, and I believe I heard that they were a recently formed team. And also, I just want to call out Tony saying that they're an early rivalry, and we're already going on Game 5 versus Sentinels here.
Yeah, I want to see it in LAN, right? Like we saw that Spartan Boo Boo Doo Boo going up against the Shopify Rebellion team all off season. But I want to see these two teams face on LAN. I feel like this is going to be a series that we're going to see a lot this year. These teams are neck and neck, but so far the execution of Sentinels just seems to be that little bit better. And what do we have here? This looks like a Game 5 situation, Aliak.
Looks like the perfect time to jump into it. Listen in, what's going on here?
Dead.
Nice.
Another one in red, I think.
I'll see him. Oh, dead.
Maybe one red behind
Behind me, full.
No, don't go. Rotate. Rotate at glass.
They saw me.
We have new shock.
We spawn long, we're good.
Hell. Yeah, I'm getting spawned. One shot hell. Oh my god. One shot hell.
Jason, you're alone in red.
I'm trying to
Yo, bottom mid, trip stack, bottom mid. Free kill. One shot.
And front tower.
One shot main pit.
Didn't get main pit, one shot. Nice. Another one bottom tower.
He's renegade. Bottom tower, half. I'm leaving him. One shot.
Good.
Look mid.
Ammo soon.
Spawn them all red.
I'm rotating back to C. Yeah, I'm trying to hold on.
I'm gonna die here, guys.
Have full to A.
Upper dead.
Nice.
Nice.
Come up right now.
I made a play off camera.
Have full. Bottom A.
One's balance.
Red run.
Bottom me.
Oh, it's hurt.
Two pipes on me. They're weak.
Yeah, can you?
I fucked him up. Nice. Another one red. Getting shields.
Nice.
Going red BR. Red BR going down red stairs. Slowly red down red stairs. Chasing him.
I'll be the weak.
Maybe hurt. No idea. Nice. Good
Half follow me. Two guys. One shot. Three on me all week. Or 2 weeks.
Go.
Last three. I can't fight that.
Alright, go tower. Yep, we're going tower.
No one crossed your tower. I made sure no one crossed your tower. You're good.
I hear
Okay,
that.
could have spawned long randomly.
I'm A ledge, okay? One's bottom A.
Could be in your pipes already.
Bottom A hurt. I damage
I'm a sticky top.
Two top A.
Maybe
two top A.
damage.
Needles hurt.
Ethan, you're
We
alone.
can't go.
They're hitting me needles.
Maybe damage. I
Needles.
might have damage.
It's bad.
Nice.
It's still bad. Can we hold it cap?
Last two top eight. Last two top eight. My push.
Don't tap again.
No,
They
they're
didn't
not
push.
pushing.
I'm in red again.
Maybe walk at them. Maybe
Yeah,
walk
we
at
have
them.
good space here. They have to hit.
Punch me. Too much pipes.
Top A. Two shots dropping on you.
Top A.
Ballard's dead.
Look at top A.
One shot hell. That did it.
Hold it.
Get long.
Yeah, Jason, careful.
I'm gonna be
Right
glass.
there.
I'm gonna be glass.
Alright, start walking out.
Maxi weak.
Alright, I'm here, Ethan.
I'm maybe see guys.
First here.
On the boxes, one shot. Maxi.
On the spiral. 1, 2 there.
This guy backside those boxes on the box. Weak. Two shots. Last, you're left. 1v1.
1v. Nice.
Where are we spawning them?
We spawned him red. We spawned him red. One shot pipes.
Red. Tower weak.
I have max in. We should go right. We should walk right away. I have 2 kids. One.
I'm jumping up.
Okay. Balance one.
Can't see Village. I'm hitting
One
Village
shot
now.
by ledge. Let's go.
Nice.
Shit,
Fucking go, baby.
Go, boys.
Shit, Liz.
That's our fucking strat right there. That's the whole fucking game. Let's go, man.
No, the strap
Didn't fuck it up. I mean that too. You fucking fucked up like 3 times. But no, we poured out of them like 4 times in a row, man. Like it's fucking beautiful.
That's actually perfect.
Shit, guys.
Yeah, sorry on the battery display. I thought we were just.
Yeah. We just.
I thought one was hitting my pipes and I had no more nades.
Yeah.
I spawned long haul, Ethan. That's fine.
Yeah.
Nah, yeah, I wasn't like blaming you guys for like. I was just saying like.
I was just saying why I called that.
Yeah, I just put myself in a bad spot.
Okay, there's no way you don't have any thoughts on this. FaZe just lost against Complexity, and they're going to bottom bracket.
Huge upset, right? I don't think anyone saw this coming. Game 5 stayed neck and neck all the way through, and it felt like Descendant just took over the game at the end. Love seeing those game 5s. Both these teams going to be meeting in that semifinals tomorrow. Complexity Sentinel's going to start off our day. Space Station OpTic going to be right after that, but we still have an elimination bracket to worry about. But man, just stellar games in the winners quarterfinals so far.
An elimination bracket we do have indeed, and we have some really cool teams down there that we wanted to check out. We were scoping out Sharks, isn't that right?
Yeah, Sharks, a really interesting team. They lost to Reversal Perfy just one round before quarters, and it was a reverse sweep that sent them into the elimination bracket. This Sharks team going to be that team led by Monster, joined with Manny and Super CC. Some players that were left out in the waiting teaming up today. And this is going to be a really important series for them. They're going to have to get probably past, I think it's going to be Cloud9, but we're not sure yet, right? And anything can happen in these brackets. I'm really curious how this team is going to perform. Love to see the new look of this team.
And hopefully we'll get to check it out really soon. For anybody joining us, we got our winner semis all set up for tomorrow. We got our teams there. Complexity versus Sentinels tomorrow. SSG versus OpTic, who will be the first game we will be watching tomorrow first thing. So there you have it, guys. Our first winner semis for tomorrow are set. And then game's not over. The day's not over. Like we said, elimination bracket coming in just a moment. Sharks will be the team that we will be looking at with Monster, Arctic, Manny, and Super CC. They just got reverse swept by Reversal Perfy, which I wanted to point out because the team name was pretty well chosen indeed. Reversal Perfy has Cherish, Breaking Shot, Mortally, and Piggy on that team. Tools. I'm still thinking about this last phase going to the upset.
The 2K5s have been crazy. Like I love it. Love the teams that we have going on tomorrow, and I love the support that we've gotten today. We had a couple hype trains going so far, but we were at we ended last week at like 2,200 subs. Now we're back down to under 2K, but we're close to 2K. So. Oh, actually, with the subs that we got this morning, we broke 2K once again. So we're at 2,045 subs. Just want to say thank you to everyone that's been hanging out, chilling out with us. And for anyone that's wondering how you can support the stream, you like all this Halo stuff, well, let me tell you some simple ways. Because what we do here at LVT Halo is completely community funded. There's no big organization behind us, 343 Microsoft. They don't pay for us to be here doing this. This is all started as a passion project with members of the community wanting to make sure we got as much coverage in as possible. And now we've been able to do so much more, but that all started with the support that we've gotten here in chat. Some simple ways you can help. One, watching the ads, they're great. They help support what we're doing. Two, subbing to the channel. A couple ways that you could do that. First, you got the Prime sub, absolutely free. Don't have to pay any money for that Prime sub. The other way, just a normal sub, or potentially some gifters like Fredun 47. Fredun. Like Fredun 47 with the 5 gifted subs to the chat. So if you guys want to help support, get us closer to that 2,100 sub goal once again, well, we appreciate that. That gets us past 2050 right there for Don, getting us to 2051 on our subs right now.
Let's go. Thank you so much, Fred Zone again. Did I say Fred Zone?
I said Fred Dunn.
I almost call him
Frozone. Just Fred 1.
We got Elamite coming in with a 15 months. Thank you so much, Elamite, for the support. We just talked about Elamite a little bit ago because we're talking about duos, like brother duos. We had talking about Ace and Elamite. Thank you so much for the subby. And we also have Marco coming with another Prime, and Ender Zane with the Prime as well. Thank you so much. And Tools, you weren't subbed. What's happening here?
I've been subbed. You didn't see the months over there? I've been subbed.
It doesn't say resubscribed. It says subscribed. I don't know.
Well, Riznak gave it a 5.
36 months. Riznak with a 5 gifted as well.
36. Isn't that 3 years? This is my 3-year anniversary of being subbed to LVT.
Yeah, I believe so.
Right? Maths, 12 times 2, 36.
Do you want do you want us to sing you like an anniversary for your anniversary song?
I want everyone in chat to congratulate me for 3 years. So right now, no. I almost said antibiotic. That's definitely not their name. Antabolic with the 7 months, as well as Nasty 7 months. Hey, look at that. They both subbed at the same time, and they renewed them at the same time. They subbed at the same day. Good stuff.
Good choice. Where are we at in the subbies now? What's the goal today again, Tools?
I want to at least get back to 2,100. I think we could absolutely get back to 2,100. I think we were at our peak in the 2,200s. But you know, we got a couple days. We're only 40 subs away for the 2100. So I think we can get to 2100 by the end of the day, or at least by tomorrow.
We're at 2060, guys, so only 40 subbies and we reach our goal for today. Guys, thank you so much for hanging out with us so far today and just watching the ads and subbing, and honestly it's just being great vibes in the chat. Whoa. Sub bomb from Timmy the Monkey with a 10 gifted. Thank you so much for the incredible sub bomb. Cool, that was crazy.
Timmy, that's the first time they've ever gifted subs too. Thank you so much, Timmy, for helping us out over here. 10 gifted.
That was to celebrate your 3 years.
Yeah, hey, I think he's already gifted more subs than I have. I need to get on that train.
Step it up.
Moses said he's been a Tools fan since Halo 1, bro. He's been when Halo 1 came out. I think I was 4. I was 4 years old. So thank you for supporting me since a young age over there, Moses.
That's right, guys. The games are not done, everybody. We are gonna be hopping in shortly to watch Elimination Bracket is what we will be seeing in just a few moments. So just hang out with us here while we wait for the next match to be set up. More games to come indeed. Oh man,
I got a question for chat, Elliot.
I had a question too, but you go with yours.
Okay. I want to know. Okay, well, first of all,
go with yours.
Thank you for the biddies. I believe that's 500 biddies, basically the same as a sub. Appreciate that. It's also the other way you can support, you know, if you've been wondering. But I want to know, everyone in chat, how old were you when Halo 1 released? You know what I'm saying? I want to try to get a barometer of like, how old is our chat? Because I feel like we have the rare opportunity for our chat to be a little bit on the older side. I want to see who's the oldest so far. I've seen quite a few 12s.
The oldest, the seniors in the chat. You have seniors.
Someone said 65. 65. Red Amardo with the gifted sub as well. So thank you guys so much for the gifted sub. I think we're still trying to rock that hype train. Still, oh my god, I did not expect chat to blow up. It's okay. We got someone that was 32, Aliek.
We have a donation, by the way, a $99 donated. And I quote, this is from Steven, for the legendary 5-year spectator performance and that cartwheel from Shopify versus Sentinels. Thank you, Steven, for the $99.
Shout out to Louis. That was some good observing from Louis. He's on the Xbox getting that done, and well, great job by that. And another gifted sub, 5 of them from Joel Caliber. 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much for gifting some. $99 is crazy, by the way.
Yeah,
that's awesome, guys. If you do want to donate through our PayPal, that is an opportunity that you can do. You just check our description on the Twitch page. For all y'all over there on YouTube, thank you guys for watching. I think we've been hovering around 700 to 800 all day today. Appreciate all y'all watching over on the YouTube. I know we don't talk to you guys as much, but we know you're there. We know you're there.
Shout out to the YouTube viewers. I think we just got a few subbies as well, but I'm still curious to see who the oldest person in chat is. 38 years.
Scroll up.
Yeah. But okay, so the people typing is how old they were when Halo CE released. So we still have to do math and see who the youngest person would be.
Yeah,
that would be the oldest.
Was there any negatives? You know what I'm saying? Like,
oh, they're saying their age now.
And now they're just gonna say their age, right?
Say their age.
I guess we can just ask what people's age are.
Tony
right?
said he's 22.
How old is everyone? Someone said 11. I just want to figure out, do we have anyone over 60? You know what I'm saying?
There's got to be Eli, maybe.
Ooh, look, Elite's 47. Shout out. Look, a few 40-year-olds. I love it. I love the 40-year-old gamers. That means they were gaming when gaming was like, they're like frontiers, you know what I'm saying, for their generation of gamers. That's like that's a cool little
80s,
spot to be in.
80s, early 90s. No, definitely late 80s gaming.
They're like the arcade gamers, right? Like
coins. Did you ever go to an arcade?
I'm pretty sure like that's like around the area that like Eli was, you know, like black and white, watching movies, going out. What did they used to do in the 40s? go to war.
Yeah, they could also do that. Yes, maybe that's where he got all of his info from. He's just bringing
that's
all
where all his old knowledge is.
all his
knowledge. I'm pretty sure Eli knew when like the when the talkies came out. They used to call them talkies, you know.
So you can not subscribe. You can pay for a Metafy from somebody who has World War II experience, bringing it to Halo. That's kind of cool. A veteran. Veteran. You got a veteran Metafy.
For service. Troy J10. Thank you for the tier 1. We also had the South Reaver resubscribing with that Prime. Prime's free. Hey, you should definitely go check to see if you have a Prime sub, because every day you don't use it, it's like 17 cents that you're just giving back to Bezos, and I don't think Bezos needs any of that money back. You know what I'm saying? Let's put it to work. Just check to see if you have it. It's all right underneath it. Just click that sub button. If there's a Prime one available, there'll be a little check box. See if you can use it here. You know, it's free. Every day you don't use it, you're losing value, and you might as well get that value like Intensified just did with his Prime sub.
Sholnuff said, I was 16 when CE came out. Yeah. Ooh. I'm 36. I'm a fossil for gaming. And a little graveyard emoji. 36 and feeling like an oldie. A graveyard person. Winter semis are tomorrow. That's right, cast. Winter semis.
Lunatic Blackley 01 with the Prime sub as well. Thank you. I gotta ask, like, what was your question for the chat? You know, we got all these people talking about their age, mapping it up over here. What did you have to ask everyone?
Wow, you're gonna make me have to remember what I was gonna ask. Give me a moment. Let's think about it. It was something. You know what? What I'm gonna do actually is just bring my controversial take of the day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
AliX hot take of the day.
Hot take. Yeah. I don't know about you all, but I feel like there's too many grenades. There's too many grenades in Halo. Too many grenades.
That is the worst take.
We gotta take them. We gotta take a few away. I don't know. Have you realized when you watch the VODs or like the game, there's just explosions everywhere, every half second. It's kind of wild. I don't know.
Do you not like I personally like picking up grenades.
I love it.
I think the stickies, right? Like I want to roll around with stickies. I want to have my hot take is I want to have a map where I spawn with stickies instead of frags, like they did back in Halo 3 on I want to say Truth. I know it's not Truth. I'm gonna get roasted for it. It's not Metaship. It's called Heretic. But I want to be doing some insta-splodes. You know what I'm saying? I want to get some insta-splodes going.
So what you're saying is Covenant maps and have the grenades themed to the Covenant maps?
Yes.
Plasma stickies?
But we have like no Covenant maps.
No.
Right now. We need a Covenant map.
We want the Covenant back. Covenant back,
No,
Mitch.
I don't. Actually, I
Really?
like the Banished way more than the Covenant.
Nah.
That's my hot take. I think the Banished is way better as a villain in the Halo universe.
I don't.
I just think they haven't done a good job of displaying them in Halo Infinite.
Would you read
Shout
the
out to
books
my
or
Halo Wars
something?
2. Halo Wars 2.
Halo Wars.
It's goated. I was a champ in Halo Wars 2. I was so good at that game. Bring it back. I want Halo Wars 3. Please.
I'm Team Covenant. I don't know. Let's see what chat's saying. Covenant back. We want the Covenant back. Covey gang.
Atriox is cool.
He's sure. You know what? I'll let you. Sure.
Covenant's dead. Like they're done. We won the fight. We finished that fight.
We finished.
We don't need them anymore. Left hand Jack 72 with the Prime.
Team
thank you so much.
Flood. Okay, should we bring back the Flood or not?
That's a tough question.
I know what I want.
Okay, so I want to hear your reasoning for it, like, because I'm on the fence. Like, I like him, but I kind of like how the story was kind of tied up where they're not here anymore, you know. So I want to see, like, can you convince me to your side?
Okay, listen. I think the Banished there's like their egos are way too high. We're gonna bring some fear into them. Just bring back the Flood. Halo has always been better with a little bit of horror theming to it. You know, a good space horror. And I think we could re-theme the Flood to make them really scary. Is that not good enough? Because I see you thinking.
No, I mean, I like what you're saying. It's just like I feel like the games did such a good job of like eradicating them. You know what I'm saying? Like they did it because like I feel like the beginning games did a really good job of building up the Flood to be this horrible threat to the universe, right? Like if one flood gets out, like the whole universe could die. So it's like when you just bring them back willy-nilly, it feels like you're kind of tarnishing the reputation that they had before. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like there has to be a different version of the flood, or like just a different enemy that we could introduce that could be good. But
the flood,
I think
but
the chat can decide.
The flood evolved, maybe.
Right. I really do like the flood. It's just I just don't want it to mess with the balance of like making the flood scary. Like I don't want them to become not a serious threat because we just keep reintroducing them.
I would love them to be, evolved for sure. I feel like the world right now in the campaign there's like barely anything at risk. I don't know, before it's like, hey, Earth is gonna blow up, and so is every other planet, and all these rings, and we gotta break them, and right now it's like, oh yeah, the Banished are here, and they're terrible. And they might have taken over the world a little bit, but it's like, okay, but what's at stake, other than our lives, because we're standing on the same ring?
Now, talking about bringing back things, someone said something in chat that I really like.
Okay.
Bring back the incendiary grenades.
Oh.
And I have to say, that was one of my favorite weapons / grenades. Miss, I don't want any more grenades in Halo.
Okay, but that'd be kind of cool,
I would love
though.
Incendiary grenades back.
I would swap some for some incendiary. I'm not sure, though. We have the Ravager already in social. But honestly, some really well-placed incendiary grenades, I could see that for zoning, maybe. Now you can just jump over them. I don't know, tools. I'm not sure.
Bring back the carbine for sure. I feel like the carbine is something that we should be bringing back.
Wait, which carbine? The carbine's like the sniper? The Covenant sniper? Or are we talking about the carbine?
The rifle. The carbine.
Because we have the Sentinel right now. Sentinel beam. Kind of similar. But I love the carbine. How did you guys?
Someone said railgun.
How did you guys feel about the Covenant sniper though? No reload?
It's tough because it's hard to balance around, right? You can't put it in competitive, but I feel like it's needed for the snipers playlist because I think it's a big. I think you need it simply for the snipers playlist. You have to be able to have the Covenant sniper and the UNSC sniper in the same playlist, so you can like use both weapons to get like killionaires.
Okay, you know what we should bring back though? The brute shot. The brute shot.
That's a tough one. Did you not find the brute shot annoying? Like I felt like it was really annoying to play against.
Yeah, I did find it annoying. I hated it, but now I want it back. I want to bring some chaos back to the game.
I feel like the skewer is like a better version of the brute shot.
I don't like the skewer at all. It's not fun to use.
Like you hit a vehicle and it like moves it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it has that physical effect on the vehicle.
The Spartan laser. I would swap for the Spartan laser though. I would eliminate the skewer from the entire game.
Wow, that's crazy. You really do not like the skewer like that.
No, I don't like it. It's a boring game. It's a boring. You pick it up from the ground and you always have to reload it. Somebody dropped it because they died while reloading it, or they hated it so they dropped it after shooting once. It's horrible.
Pick it up off spawn. They need to have a skewer that's like dual loaded. You know, like if it had 2 shots instead of 1, I think it'd be a lot more fun. But like the 1 shot reloading, how long it takes to reloading, that's definitely not as fun.
Okay, we got the poll literally about to end right now. Do you want the flood back? 81% said yes.
Right, and I get it. Like, I'm not saying that they're wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get why you'd want the flood back. I just think you have to be very careful on how you reintroduce the flood, because it can be very easy to tarnish the reputation and all the world building that was done with the flood. So I'm in the yes camp, but it just needs to be done right.
I feel like you switched camp a little bit. You're like, okay, fine.
I said I was on the fence.
Okay. Like, so you jumped to the flood, yes. But done right.
I would love to have the flood back in campaign, because they are awesome to play against. Like the best campaign missions are usually the ones with the flood in them, right?
Most of them.
Shout out. We got a sub right here.
Let's go.
Arctic clutch, but they use the K twice, or like they use the K for both. Proud of myself.
Good job. Arctic clutch.
Someone call Hidden Xperia on me. I like. Am I not? Hidden Xperia is like really known for the lore, right?
Yeah. Jack with the Prime. Thank you so much for that Prime. And Tony said, am I the only one who's scared of the flood? Were you guys like really scared of the flood when you were little, like hiding behind? Were you the brother or sister that was like behind the couch, like with the older brother playing the game while you watched? Or were you the one playing?
I definitely, me and my brother, so my little brother would be the one watching, me and my brother would be playing, and I was always the Arbiter. That's why Arbiter was my favorite player, because I didn't start playing Halo until Halo 3. Like, I played at my friend's house, but the first Halo I owned was Halo 3. And we'd just play the campaign on repeat. And I'd just be the Arbiter, messing things up with my carbine, rolling around. But I want to go a little step further with the flood question. Which flood is your favorite flood?
Favorite flood? Honestly, probably the one with a shotgun, because I would kill it and pick it up.
I loved the popcorn flood. The popcorn. The popcorn. It just, the little sack guy, you'd blow up and you'd release all the flood everywhere, and you'd like have to run away.
Oh, you mean the bloater?
The bloater.
Yeah. You said popcorn.
Is it called the popcorn? Is it called popcorn flood, or is that something that me and my? I feel like, am I crazy?
I don't know. I thought the popcorn one was the little ones.
No, it's like the big guy, and then he would like blow him up, and he would like release a bunch of the little ones.
Okay, any lore guys know what they're actually called? By the way, I just want to call out really quick. We had a Sevi, a Prime from One Tough Canadian. Thank you so much for the Prime. That's mighty Canadian of you.
Silly Kitten with the resub as well for 8 months. And did we shout out Jaff already? I think you already shout out Jaff, but shout out Jaff.
Let's shout him out again. Where's Hidden Xperia at? Okay, we gotta ask him this question. What do you think he knows what the blood names actually are? The specific one?
They're primordials. I mean, technically, but like, okay.
By the way, in case you guys are watching right now, we're hanging out here waiting for the next game to begin. We are about to watch the elimination bracket. So if you guys are sitting here hanging out with us, that's what we're kind of waiting for. We're just chit-chatting. We're just having a good time here, talking about the flood right now, apparently. What were you going to say?
I was just going to say that, like, I don't, like, did they have, like, names for each type? Is it not just, like, infected human, infected elite?
Do they?
It's called a carrier flood. That's what someone said.
Carrier flood. That's a pretty basic name for a scary thing.
Oh, remember the sniper ones that would, like, be on the roof?
No.
No? There was, like, one that would shoot, like, spikes, and it would be, like, on the roof. You just get shot by them.
I just remember getting sniped by the rocket launcher ones.
Popcorn equals infection form. Bag equals carrier form. Soldiers equals combat form. Interesting.
Okay.
Interesting.
Not very creative. Cool. I thought it would be like some really strange alien name.
I never got the... They had the Grave Mine in Halo 2. And I still don't get it. Like, I get
honestly,
like, the Grave Mine.
Where did he come from?
He just like comes out of nowhere. Is it not just a Deus Ex Machina? Am I crazy? Like,
no, but actually, yes, exactly. Where did he come from? Because it all went blind. It's like you know, it's been long enough. We can do spoilers. Like, where did Master Chief and Arbiter go? Did they actually die? What happened? Wait, did they go to, like, I don't know, alien hell? Whoa. Put a pause on that because we got an anonymous gift. 10 subbies from an anonymous gifter. Thank you so much. A lot of you not watching any more ads for the rest of the month.
Wait, it has to be 2100. We have to be, like, super close to 2100 now.
What's the sub count? The sub count. All right.
Yeah, we'll get Louis to update us. 2090. Oh, yo, we're 4 subs away. 4 subs away. We're 4 subs away from 2100. Can we get there? Anyone that hasn't subbed yet, you know? Let's get a look at that Prime.
Dios. You go.
2097. Talent. Let's go, talent. Shout out to Darkest Hour with the 5 gifted. And thank you for the Prime. Oh, look at all these primers. Halo 9, the Halo guy. Chawi with the Prime as well.
First timer subbies. Is that what's going on here? Their first subbies at Prime. The first sub is usually at Prime, isn't it? They convert into a tier 1. Thank you so much, everybody. What's an ad? Till Samson asked. One of the best things you can do to watch while you wait for the matches to begin.
Yeah, right now we're waiting on the elimination bracket. So we're going to get into an elimination bracket game, but we're coming from the winner side to the lower side, so it takes a little bit of time for us to get into the lobby. You guys can see we're waiting with Super CC evades, so we have a little bit of time to burn.
A little bit of time. I feel like we were talking about the flood, about something in the flood that you're gonna say something, but it's okay. The moment is gone now.
You know what I want to flood the chat with? That doesn't come out right. I think we have one more legendary Who's That Halo Pro that we can go through.
Ooh, yeah, let's do it. We got more, let's do more.
Yeah, so we'll get that ready over here. Okay. So, folks, who's this Halo Pro? You have no other way to identify other than their gameplay. And, oh my, the gameplay is cracked. Triple kill out the gate. Get the thruster. Sniper in hand. Over and kill. Tack. Here we go. Kill. Tacular. Killtrocity. It just doesn't end. Can they get the spawn snipe at Cafe? Is anyone going to come in? Yes, they do. Oh, to the head. Frenzy's out. One more to go. Are you kidding me? This kid's cracked. Who is it?
Let's see. We got Lucid, Mr. Snipe, Trippy APG. There's no consensus tools. There's no consensus. Fancy Panda with the 10 gifted subs. Thank you so much.
Someone said Mint Blitz. This does kind of look like a Mint Blitz sort of gameplay.
Dude, this clip is crazy. This clip, that is crazy. Who is
Someone's very sure that it's Trippy in the chat. They're saying it's Trippy, all caps.
It's
Trippy. A lot of Lucids. Yeah, I'm gonna take 4 of these results. Right? This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a 30-second poll. I'll put 4 names up there, and we'll see which one they think it is.
I actually forget who it is, so I'm gonna play too. I don't remember. But I'm pretty sure they're not getting it right. Formal or Trippy written all over it says Pinchy.
Wow, okay.
Very sure.
We got 1 minute on the poll. Let's see what the people think. We got 4 of the results in right here. It's one of these players. The question is, who is it? A lot of Trippies. Trippy's getting an overwhelming amount of votes right now.
Oh, why? What do you think that is, Tools? What makes this look like a Trippy clip? That's what I want. Is it the sniper?
It's like,
it's the sniper's
I feel like Trippy isn't like I feel like he's more of a snapper with the sniper than he is like we're seeing some like patient let the player jump into it, whereas I feel like Trippy like oftentimes like try to swing with the sniper. But I'd say it is like Trippy is overwhelming in the lead right now with this poll.
52%. Trippy's got half of the voting right now.
Frosty's in second place with 25%. Formal in third, and then no one thinks this one's Lucid.
This just looks like such easy gameplay for whoever this is. They're like just chilling. You can tell they're just chilling. They're like.
This is why I hate pro players.
They're like.
They just make it look easy.
Onyx lobbies feel like gold lobbies to them. Whatever.
Wait, someone said Frosty only plays ranked, so it can't be Frost. Interesting. Well, let's take a look.
They be right.
Who is this pro player? Ah, it's Frosty on the Killtacular. Into the Trocity. Someone said it can't be him. Well, guess what? All of y'all looking wrong. Second place winning today with only 26% of the vote. The people get home with Frosty.
So it is Frosty, huh?
Yeah, this is some Frosty gameplay. I mean, holy, this guy taking over the way he's moving.
This is a beautiful, beautiful clip, by the way. All right, do we have another one?
I think that's maybe. I don't think we do. I think this might be our last one.
We'll wait for that. Guys, if you're hanging out with us, we are waiting on the elimination bracket. We have Super CC in the lobby with us, and it looks like we still do. Oh, look, OpTic just joined Tools, so we only need 6 more players for this elimination bracket.
Just waiting on 6, right?
just only
cool 6.
Only on 6. So that's it. If you guys missed it, we are we have all of our players for the semifinals for tomorrow. SSG, FaZe, and OpTic have moved up to semifinals alongside Complexity. Complexity upset FaZe and has sent FaZe to the bottom bracket. So we might be. Are we seeing FaZe? Wait, hold up. Where did FaZe fall in the elimination bracket? Are they?
They will be tomorrow. They should be in like a round 8. Waiting on tomorrow. I want to see who they potentially play, but I also want to give. I don't think we shouted out these guys for subs. I want to give a shout out to Fancy Panda, 10 gifted, and then Ashman and D with the Prime. Shout out to Ashman, and then Nair resubbing with the tier 1 sub as well. Thank y'all for the support.
Our next match is gonna be the one we're waiting on is Sharks versus Handsome. We got Sharks, a team that we definitely want to be watching because we got Monster on that squad, we got Super CC, we got OpTic and Manny there. You started talking about Sharks earlier before. I know you got more thoughts on this team.
Yeah, Sharks is really interesting to me. I feel like this is the team of parts discarded. Right, Monster was filling in as that hitman, but then you had players that got dropped from their team unexpectedly, right? Super CC and Manny both lost their spots in some recent moves in roster mania. They team up with Monster and then joined with them as OpTic, who I think is one of those really talented individual players. Like, there's a lot of talent on this team. The question is, will it mesh together, and like, do they have enough time to make it work? I think they do. I think this is a team that could absolutely go far, and they're gonna have themselves a little bit of an interesting matchup here as they're going up against Handsome. Gonna be Tricky, Kid Nasty, Grand Shiesty, and Despiteful.
Any thoughts on Team Handsome? I believe we got to see these guys on our off season, didn't we?
Yeah, we got to see some of these. We saw some moves being made in the elimination. In the amateur scene. Kid Nasty was playing with Common, I believe, last week. Looks like they decided to make a change, so that left him in the free agency win. I think this is. I don't necessarily know if this is a pickup or if this is going to be a roster they're going to try to go to to Arlington with. But a lot of up-and-coming grinders on this team. I think Kid Nasty's been on the stream plenty of times. I think a lot of folks know about him. Tricky, also one of those players that's been there time and time again. This is a team that's always been on the bubble. The question is, can they pop it, right? Can they get to that day 2 finish? It's going to be really tough for them. If they beat this team, they most likely have to go up against Cloud9 after, which is also going to be a really tough road ahead. But that's those are the kind of brackets that you have to bust in order to get yourself into a top finish.
Well, I think we're going to have a pretty interesting match coming up ahead against these. Would you say they're more like online players sometimes, some of these players? No, not really. I feel like we've seen a lot of these in pool play and in lands. For sure.
Yeah, like they show up. I think the best way to do it is like top amateur, right?
Yeah.
It's definitely top amateur. I'll say I would consider the monster roster, which is this Sharks roster. I would consider that a pro roster.
What would that be?
So I'd say pro versus top AM. They're trying to gatekeep these top AMs out of a day 2 finish.
Interesting. Well, let's see if they're able to do it. Man, it's gonna be a great match for sure. Once the players are, oh, we got another one. All right, buddy, we are gonna go ahead and go on a quick ad break. So sit back, relax while we wait for these players to set up that lobby. In the meantime, go watch some ads and support us while we hang out over here. I'll see you guys in just a minute. All right, welcome back, everybody. Our game is about to begin. Sharks versus Handsome.
All right, guys, I'm ready. I guess in this, I'd be the shark. You'd be the handsome. No, definitely the other way around.
Wait, what do you mean?
Definitely the other way around. Sorry,
you're the handsome.
I didn't want to bring your hopes, so that's on me. My bad.
You know, my wife thinks I'm very handsome, Tony. It doesn't matter what you think. Anyway, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's game number 1. Sharks versus Handsome, and Monster's been creating some waves here and there. Okay, and Tony, are those waves gonna be big enough for this challenge here? Are they gonna? Is Monster gonna will another team to top 3? I mean, it's possible.
Definitely is. I mean, Monster definitely is the online whisperer, man. He comes onto teams. He's like almost like a hired assassin. Gets onto teams and just puts down damage and really gives them some of their best placings that they've seen. We saw Native jump from top 12 to top 3. We saw SSG win the tournament and then end up top 6 literally the very next week. He's been damn good, and now we're gonna see what Sharks can end up doing. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, Handsome, Tricky and Grand Shiesty, formerly of Darkest Hour, Despiteful and Kid Nasty, an interesting team on this Handsome roster.
Yeah, definitely very interesting. I wouldn't expect to see 4 of these guys together, but we'll see if it ends up working out for them. On the side of Sharks, you got OpTic, who, for a couple seasons now has been in a situation where he's a very solid player, just really not able to find a home anywhere and not able to solidify himself or plant his feet in any sort of roster for a very long period of time. Maybe that'll change here with the side of Sharks.
Maybe, but one thing that's not changed is the score line. Handsome with a 41-0 run to start things off until the curse comes in, and they end up going 3 down. Sharks quickly moving in for Bravo. Looks like Monster and Sharks looking to snatch away Charlie, and all 3 end up in the hands of Sharks. Maybe they catch up on the backs of this trip cap.
Oh yeah, Artico's a little too aggressive there. Ends up right on top of the spawns of Handsome. But like you said, the trip cap is locked in. Kid Nasty, the last player alive, he's going to be contesting A. And what he'll also do is get those spawns for the side of Handsome. It's up to Sharks now to be aggressive on this A site. And they end up getting the first pick, Tony. That's going to be 2 down for Handsome now. Sharks looking to be aggressive as they smell blood in the water.
Handsome worked so hard for that 43-0 run, and Sharks make it look easy on the backs of a single trip cap, taking the lead and now holding on to Bravo and Charlie for dear life. The former Native Red Star, formerly of Business as well, Manny with this camouflage, no longer on that squad, but I think it'd be interesting when you see Sharks going up against Business. Oh wow, that'd be an interesting matchup.
Yeah, honestly, Tony, you make a really good point. Manny is one of those players, and I always talk about that Native Red roster, aka KCP, aka a whole bunch of different names, and they were my starting casting. So it's just so weird to see them all separated on different teams, and no one's friends anymore, and everyone hates each other. That's not true, but it just feels weird. You know what I mean? And well, maybe these are good decisions that this team has made, and maybe Manny is one of those players of that 4 that made a good decision here going into the team of Sharks.
We're gonna find out here, 136-43 lead. Sharks have taken control over towards the early game, and since then, Handsome haven't scored a single point. That's until they attack Bravo, and looks like they might be able to get away with it. Finally, Handsome putting points on the board after that 43-0 run. Can they make a comeback similar to what Sharks did?
Well, having this 2 cap for Sharks here, going into that triple cap scenario and then getting 3 dead is going to really solidify things for the side of Sharks. So that comeback not looking like it's a storyline for us here, at least for right now. It's going to be Sharks again on that aggression, and the positioning is what's impressing me the most. Look at Manny kind of isolating those 2 players in the bottom center, getting that kill. It's going to be Kid Nasty though, with the weapon in his hands that can honestly do a lot of work.
Good Nasty Looking to keep Monster and the Sharks away from the Charlie side, but only having one not going to work here for Handsome. Eventually, they'll have to try to find a way towards either Bravo or Alpha. Also have to find a way to stay alive, as Tricky the first one to go down. Grand Shiesty having to trade out his life, and luckily, despite Kid Nasty able to work together, because the Nest side is clear. Sharks are 3 down, same for Handsome, and Monster not wasting any time, still feeling confident enough to steal away Charlie and the trip cap here for Sharks.
Yeah, Sharks being 3 down and still getting that triple cap locked in, it just showcases their efficiency, and they're continuing on that. It's going to be Monster with a beautiful nade inside of A. Not sure if it'll remove them from that A site, but he's got shock rifle and camo combination in his hands, and he's putting it to work. It's 225 and counting now for the side of Sharks. Handsome are backs up against the wall trying to figure something out here.
Still really hard to believe that Handsome started off this game with a 43-0 run, and since then have only put 5 more points on the board. Handsome starting off well, but it's really about how you finish, not just about how you start. Sharks really showing us that, as Manny gets one but ends up going down himself. Handsome finally getting another double cap that's ultimately going their way. Charlie in the hands of Sharks still, and the Sharks immediately attacking the Bravo side. Monster finds the one-shot player. Kid Nasty ends up getting the kill, pulls right out of that situation, then goes in for a reach out. Bit aggressive there for Monster, but it just might pay off. Sharks end up not with Bravo, but at least with Alpha and Charlie.
Baby, baby, baby. It's Sharks once again on that aggression, 10 points away from closing out this game, and they're looking really good. And you said it yourself, right? That over-aggression, that re-challenge, and they continue to control the map. I mean, this Sharks roster looking really solid, at least against the likes of Handsome here.
3 down go Handsome once again, and it may just be for the final time here. Sharks have the trip cap. It looks like Handsome gonna try to go over towards Bravo, but it's not going to be enough. 250-64, the Sharks, they're out in the water.
No, I'm really excited, right? Because, you know, there's so much talk about Monster and so much talk about him as a player and all of this, you know, he's an online kid, this and that. I'm excited. You know, Frosty's backed him up. Lots of pros have backed him up. Some of the best players in the game have backed him up. And I'm just excited for him to place well at a LAN event. You know, because I think it'll just, maybe it'll shut everyone up, maybe not. But him placing well at a LAN event, there's no more excuses. And he's just showcasing that he understands the game at a very high level. Look at the amount of damage he's putting in as well. Like, it's not only him. Obviously, this roster seems to work. And it's really cool to see. I don't know when they were put together, Tony, but right off the bat, having that little bit of chemistry is definitely paying off for them.
Yeah, I mean, you feel like it's only a matter of time before he's able to convert some of that online success to LAN. I mean, obviously, LAN it's a different animal. I tell people myself, you know, when I get to LAN, it's really tough. I play better when I'm in a familiar environment. So I need the same gaming shit I normally play. I need the same setup. Like, just one thing feels off, and I'm just like, I'm just not playing the same. So I feel like it's only a matter of time before he's able to convert that success onto LAN. And as of right now, he's getting valuable practice here in yet another online tournament against 3 very talented players. I mean, we don't forget Super CC and Manny. They teamed together quite some time ago, back in the early days of Halo 5, alongside the likes of, I believe it was Envor and maybe Valkyrie, maybe OpTic. I'm trying to remember exactly what that roster was, but they've gotten top 8 together before on LAN. So this is not a roster that is lacking any kind of talent or experience. I think Sharks are a very good team and looking to make a deep run here in today and tomorrow's event.
We'll see if they're able to do that. They got to get past the side of Handsome first, and it looks like they're handsomely getting past them, as once again they have a little bit of a lead here, 5-2. And this Slayer, again, you see Monster utilizing that camo, just putting in that maximum damage. Nothing's being acted on just yet, but they are taking space on the map, which is important.
Big back smack coming out of Monster right there, doubling the score line of the opposition. Handsome find himself 2 down and also find himself the victim of a shark attack, if you will. The moment Handsome come off a spawn, they were being chased all the way toward the gold side, right into the hands of Super CC. Opens things up with a double kill, putting Handsome 3 down once again. The moment Handsome get out of what they think is dangerous waters, they're right back in another attack.
See, Tony, You got to have a lot more than good looks to win games. And 12-5 is showcasing that Handsome have a little bit of work to do here. It's OpTic again, who's had a really rough career. Honestly, I think is a really solid player. Just honestly hasn't been able to find his stride just yet on a roster. Maybe this is the one. Looking really solid here as the side of Sharks. OpTic only died one time so far in this match. Monster hasn't died at all. A 5-0 for him.
Yeah, I feel like every time we watch OpTic's point of view as he gets taken down by Tricky, I feel like we're always impressed by it. Like the way he's able to be aggressive while also just his innate ability to stay alive. I think OpTic is a great fundamental player, and I think a really good glue player for almost any roster. And maybe this is the one that he's found to be a new home. 3-kill advantage, 16-13 in favor of Sharks. Kid Nasty running right into that grenade, well placed by Sharks. Back to 4 kills as Monster looks to take height.
A really good spot to stay alive there. Spots the camo player, though. The player's going to be on the bottom center. That's the Spiteful. A great catch on the camo right there. He's able to take out that player, but they do trade out a few kills. It's going to be a 2-kill lead for Sharks, dwindling down as Handsome continues to get these picks.
This Spiteful looking to take height and back over to the gold side. Cross-map shots onto Manny, but focuses more on the player that's closer to on the more dangerous one. Now there's 2 more that he still has to deal with, and those nades aren't going to touch any of them. Meanwhile, OpTic steals away the shock. You only have 1 player to deal with. Make it 2 after the spawning player towards long haul. Now OpTic, who was possibly in a 1v1, is about to end up in a 1v2. He still has that shock to work with.
I love how he plays his life there, though. Makes himself a difficult kill. Doesn't just charge in. Waits for some information on a player that's weak inside of pipes and goes in and strikes and takes advantage of it. It's still a 2-kill lead for Sharks, but Handsome are starting to get a bit of momentum here. It's Grand Shiesty with the 10 kills, leading his squad in slays right now. Is it going to be enough, though, as Tricky has the shock rifle in his hands, not really able to put it to work? He's going to lose that power weapon now in the hands of Monster once again.
It looks like his team was trying to make it over to him, over toward the gold side, and was just a second too late as Grand Shiesty ends up having to trade out his life. Tricky not able to buy enough time towards the gold side. So another engagement really going towards Sharks, and the moment Sharks, they get any kind of advantage, they start to get aggressive. They start to up the tempo, get right in the face of Handsome. It's been working all game long. We've seen some separation in the scoreboard, back to 4 kills, which in this matchup seems like much more.
Yeah, great job by Monster right there to initially get that player off of the tower side. Great flick to clean up a weak player on the pipe side right there. And a 4-kill lead here for Sharks. Like you said, still, every time the Handsome gets it close, it's going to be Sharks who come away with a couple more kills.
Monster slowing the game down, trying to provide cover fire for OpTic, who ends up going down toward the bottom tower side, and now we're dying staggeringly. OpTic over toward the tower. Manny tries to pick up some of that damage. He gets taken down as well, but now everybody's seemingly 1 step behind of Sharks, and 1 kill turns to 2, then eventually turns to 3, and Handsome take advantage of that and now have closed the distance once again. But now Sharks right off of spawn, 3-man push ends up putting Handsome 4 down, and just when things were getting a bit too tight, Sharks, they find a way to loosen it up.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say that. It's Handsome who did a really good job bringing this game back, but right away, it's going to be Sharks who answer back, get the 4 down, and get control of the spawns as well. Very good job by Super CC trying to get that damage in there, but again, it's within 2, Tony, or make that 3. As Handsome continuing to fire back and continuing to stagger. This is a very aggressive, staggering 1-by-1 game for both of these rosters.
Man, looking to back down, trying to stay alive here. Teammate does end up going down on the opposite end of things. And with this shock, he might just be the most important player on the map. 1 shot can turn the tides, can turn the tables right back in their favor. Gets a bit of chain reaction damage, so he knows there's multiple members of Handsome that could be pushing forward, and Manny hasn't exactly found the headshot just yet, but off his screen, Monster found his 14th kill. The Spiteful tries to take down the weak Manny. It's not gonna happen. 44 to 42, 45 now as Monster puts yet another one on the board, and OpTic emerges from all of that craziness with the camouflage. This might just be Sharks' game to lose, but then a double back smack out of Tricky and the Spiteful brings us back to a tied-up game, 45 apiece.
I really thought that camo was going to do work, but it's Handsome once again eliminating the most important player on the map, and now they take the first lead in a long time here, 47-45, Tony. They're on the aggression with 2 dead from Sharks. This is not looking good.
Tricky finds 2 one-shot players, is able to deal with Monster. The first one that goes down, back over toward the gold side he goes. He wants to stay alive and is literally doing just that. Then responds to the call-outs, ends up finding the weak player in OpTic. Manny's able to take down Kid Nasty. A double kill out of him is huge, but still Sharks find himself down by 1 and are 1 kill away, 1 life away from throwing it all away. But those nades clear out the Mangler side. The Spiteful's down to 1 shot. He's caught between everyone on Sharks. They clutch it out. It don't matter what happened beforehand. It doesn't matter what happened to that lead they had. They come back, they take game number 1, and they make things very interesting for us.
Interesting is the way to put it, Tony. Monster sticking the plasma perfectly onto the Spiteful on the box outside of Mangler Pit. 19 kills for him. Oh gosh, I love this. This is fantastic. A 1 kill lead, or I'm sorry, a 1 kill game. It's going to allow the side of Sharks to have that series lead, and what a massive win out of them. This could have been a tie series, but the Spiteful's caught out right there. Look at this. He's stuck on the box. The nade's going to be perfect by Monster. Nowhere to go. The Spiteful explodes, and he's going to end up going down.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. Definitely not a perfect game. I think they played well and were able to respond a lot of times from the opposition, but things got dangerous towards that end game. You threw away a sizable lead, and it literally had to go out to a 50-49 win behind a 19 kill performance and a Slayer behind Monster. I think at the end of the day, you got to find a way to clean things up, because maybe you're not struggling right now, but as the tournament goes on and on, you're going to get punished for those mistakes. That should have been a loss right there, and you literally barely squeaked by.
Yeah, just like me in school, passing by the skin of my teeth. You can't be doing that, because things are going to get harder. Like you said, Tony, here we go. It's going to be game number 3, Sharks up 2-0.
You can't tell the people that we got kids that watch it. Guys,
sorry.
Active was on the honor roll. He worked very hard and studied and studied every day. Get it together.
Sorry. Here we go. It's game number 3. It's going to be Grand Shiesty on your screen. A lot of roster changes with these lower AM players. Just trying to find a fit. Of course, trying to find a fit at the perfect time due to the fact that Arlington is just a month away. Trying to get as many points as possible. That's going to be Monster, the point leader on your squad, who's willed a couple teams to victory with a snipe in his hand.
Snipe in the hands of Monster. He looks to stay alive here, retreating back towards his spawning players, and now that he has his shields back and has plenty of ammo to work with in the sniper, wants to find a new angle onto Handsome. Off the screen, Kid Nasty was able to take down Mandy. Super CC with a kill of his own in a very important battle that the Spiteful was going to win, taking down both Super CC and Monster, the 2 players that were really a nuisance, a thorn in the side of Handsome.
We'll see if OpTic is able to use this snipe. Of course, that vent, just an important spot to be. He decides to leave it. It's a little aggressive out of him. If he's able to stay alive, it might be okay. But again, taking control of that lift, especially when the entire enemy team is on their spawn, is a very important thing to do. But it's going to be OpTic who takes angles instead. And because of those angles, pulls his flag out. Ends up getting taken out, though.
Beautiful sniper bandit rifle combo out of OpTic right there. The player not even having enough time to react. That damage came in so quickly. Monster not able to rotate this flag away from the enemy team. In fact, Sharks end up going 3 down. That flag is going nowhere. Quantum Translocator about to come up. Grand Shiesty and the Spiteful don't have time. They have to continue to apply pressure. You have Sharks on their back foot. Now it's time to keep them there. OpTic with the first kill, though.
Yes, what you were talking about earlier, Tony, that clean gameplay. We're not really seeing very clean gameplay out of either one of these rosters. It's kind of just a scrap battle to see who gets that 50% portion and who's able to get slays in order to get into the base and pull a flag. You see a very aggressive pull once again by OpTic here. The entire enemy team is in that back base, and OpTic decides to go in. He's going to be the first one going down, which is going to make it very difficult for the side of Sharks to stay alive off this push, but Monster is able to do so. The double out of him, almost a triple as well.
does enough to get the assist to get the 3 down for Handsome, and now Sharks want to continue to push up. You have them 3 down. It's a 2v1 situation. It should be a flagpole, although a bit late. Handsome might have had enough time to spawn and maybe get influence on the map, especially with Kid Nasty just watching the 50 with this sniper. Defense looking good for Handsome, but Sharks, they're still surrounding them.
Yeah, that first kill by Super CC is going to open things up a bit. He gets a trade on the bottom of the enemy team's base, which, you know, a trade in a 2v1 is everything you can ask for. But like you said, Handsome does have that 50% portion of the map. They've also got Sharks on the back of their base as well. It's up to Despiteful right here, and he does it with a double. A nasty shot there to take out 2. That might be enough, though, for the side of Handsome to push in, but he gets traded out pretty quickly.
I love that Manny, despite being absolute, like he's not afraid to fly at you. Like he drops the grenade, and Despiteful drops the grenade right down there, saying if Manny follows me, he's gonna run right into this grenade. Manny's like, well, you know what? Hold my beer. I'm chasing you down while one shot. I don't care. Super CC snatches up that sniper off of the lifeless body of the opposition and puts it to work. Handsome find himself 4 down, and Sharks limiting the options of Handsome off of spawn, trying to force the splits. You already got the split spawners. Now you're immediately starting the flag, and there's no shot. He makes it through. He makes it through without going down. This is bad for Handsome.
Yeah, once you get that flag past that door, past the 50% portion of the map, it's pretty much gone. But you see the stop coming out from Grand Shiesty there, and it's going to be Tricky that jumps on top of it. So this might be okay for Handsome if they can get a couple more kills. This might be a flag stop. The flag is pulled through, but Manny, he gets a triple, and he's going to secure this flag for his roster. It's going to be Sharks up 1-0 on Argyle CTF.
He may not come when you want him, but he's always on time. Let me tell you, I was wondering the same thing as you. I'm like, this flag is going to be automatically captured. There's no way that Sharks aren't watching bottom mid, and little do we know, Handsome busts through bottom mid, barely being touched, but then Manny clutches it out with that triple kill. Eventually, that flag goes in, and now they continue to slay, by the way. 2 down are Handsome. Sharks, fresh off of a capture, and on top of that, they've been able to alleviate the pressure that's being put on them.
It's actually beautiful, right? That's a really good point. You get that cap, and then you're also able to push up on the map, get that space. Like you said, alleviate that pressure. It's all about that fight for the mid side in those vents, the vents being the most powerful power position on this map. Getting control of those vents can decide whether a flag cap goes in or not. The thing is, you see a bit of a difference here with these two rosters. A little bit more scrappy, a little less disciplined, but it makes for some interesting gameplay.
Despite having 7 bullets with the sniper, Monster having 4 of his own and also numbers advantage, but would love to see Sharks really demand control of the mid map as Despiteful. I was hearing that nade kind of bounce around on the screen there, and even though he's one shot, still doing max damage and getting max value out of his life. 3 shots left in the sniper for Monster. Make it 2 after he plants 1 into the head of Grand Shiesty, and now with Sharks that look to push up, they're already trying to command control of their opponent's pistol side. Bandit the first one to go down.
Some great timing here by Monster. Is going to catch one of the pushes coming in from that pistol side. He gets one, gets a nice assist there. Lots of damage being done to this push, but it's going to be Monster who ends up going down pretty quickly. 11 assists on his name, though, so might not have all the kills in the world, but is being a part of a lot of these kills.
3 kill for Super CC. Turns into a beautiful body shot. Make it 2-2 one-shot players toward the pistol side. And although Super CC didn't get the kills, you would imagine that Sharks are able to push up because of it. But now both teams 2 down. Tricky almost readying the needle to take down the leading slayer from Sharks. Manny with 16 kills. Super CC back off his spawn. He does what he does, and that's damage.
Yeah, it just showcases again how important that vent is, and Manny being able to stay alive in there because of this QT allows him to do so much. He's able to run around the map like crazy. Super CC getting a kill as well. It's going to be 2 down on the side of Handsome, and an opportunity for the side of Sharks to pull this flag even further. This flag might be too far gone. I don't think Handsome's going to be able to stop this one, Tony.
Yeah, and this time you see Monster and the rest of Sharks watching the mid angle. They just immediately find out that the player's pushing towards their pistol, and they're blocking that line of sight as well. This perfectly leads to a 2-0, simply watching angles and making sure you secure, you guarantee that flag cap on your side. 2-0 lead, Sharks 2-0 in the series as well.
Oh! Oh. Oh boy. Well, that was funny. Great shots by Monster right there. Ends up getting that cleanup. I don't know what to say about that one. That was very unfortunate. You can't let that get to your head though. As hard as it might possibly be, you got to move on and continue on. Sharks 2-0. This is going to be a tough comeback here. Grand Shiesty trying to do all he can. It's going to be 4 dead for Sharks.
Yeah, big 4 down for Handsome. It's not in favor of Handsome, I should say. It's not over until it's over right now. And you got that flagpole right as the enemy team is spawning up. So it looks like the Spiteful and Handsome wants to secure their slays, especially with the Spiteful with the sniper. Beautiful shot onto Monster. Now in a bit of a counter snipe battle. I believe it's Super CC on the other side of things. Luckily, Kid Nasty has a QT and the Spiteful has a grapple. This is a fight and it could just determine the game here.
Yeah, it's up to the Spiteful right here. It is 100% up to him. He's got the top position in this vent. He's got the sniper to work with as well. He's got to create some space for his team, though. They do get the kill onto Manny, but that's not going to be enough. They've got to get a couple more. And it's up to the Spiteful, but he gets taken out instantly. It's going to be 3 dead for the side of Handsome and a return here for Super CC. Their chance of putting 1 on the board here is going to be deleted by the side of Sharks.
And you must be frustrated if you're on the side of Handsome. I mean, you literally had Sharks 4 down at one point, and somehow even that's not enough for you to get a capture. Like what else do you have to do? 3 down goes Sharks. This time Handsome have to capitalize. Otherwise, it's going to be a long battle for them in this 2 minutes and 47 seconds. Luckily for them, Kid Nasty gets the flag over toward the mid. The timing was a lot better on this one, and this man doesn't even get touched this time. Forget 4 down, 3 down. Apparently good enough as long as your timing is right.
Yeah, that's just a really good cap by Handsome, right? Like you said, they absolutely needed that one. It was a very important cap, especially with the time dwindling down. 2 minutes and 27 seconds remaining. And you have a 3 down, make that, yeah, still 3 down for Handsome here. It's up to Sharks now to play aggressive and realize the spawns that are coming out on the snipe elbow.
3 down for Handsome. And Sharks are already into your base. Now we get to see what your defense is like, because if you don't slay out here, I promise you Sharks are quickly going to be on your flag, and losing a pivotal battle like that isn't what the doctor ordered. A double kill now out of Monster. As they're looking for the final 2 players, looks like Tricky wants to get aggressive, and he finds out what can happen. You know, what do they say? What do the kids say? Mess around and find out? God bless.
Yeah, everyone's got a plan until the first punch hits, and that punch will be delivered. Monster still staying alive in the enemy team's base. This is so crazy, right? He's able to stay alive for this amount of time, create time for his teammates to push on through, and all the while, it's going to be Handsome trying to get out of their base as best as possible. And he picks up the snipe there, but he's going to drop it for Shiesty. Let's see if Shiesty can open up the map a bit with his sniper in his hands.
Sharks really muddying this game up a bit, and it's going to work out for them in the long run. There's a minute and 17 seconds worth of regulation, and Handsome maybe having the opportunity to force a sudden death. If they don't at least get a pull, they're going to end up losing this game. So as Sharks make it really difficult for Handsome to cross that 50% portion of the map, giving them unorthodox angles and looks, it could work out in their favor, or you just put the sniper in this young man's hands and maybe, just maybe, they can make something happen. Grand Shiesty down to just about absolute, comes right back at him with the quick scope. Who is this man? Looking like stellar.
Absolutely insane by Grand Shiesty here, but you see that flag is not going anywhere just yet. You see he hits a lot of shots. He's able to put a lot of damage in. I was a little bit worried seeing Sharks kind of turtle in the back of their base, but it worked out. All the kills don't matter because the spawns come right back up. Lots of staggered kills, and because of that, you're not able to get a flagpole or any sort of a setup with 3 dead momentarily as all of Sharks spawn. That flagpole could be pushed through, but once again, the slays are on the side of Sharks, and they're able to get that return again.
Yeah, it really was a last-minute desperate push there by Handsome to even try to move that flag over toward the PC side, and Sharks just great fundamentals, knowing that Handsome are on full offense. What do? You go on full defense, and you ultimately test them at every given corner. And Super CC, forget the period in that sense. He puts an exclamation point on that game and series.
Wow, a great 3-0 here by Sharks, and looking very dominant. I want to see them kind of like, as their tests come through the rest of this lower bracket, I want to see how they're able to fare, but they look pretty dominant in that one. That game number 2, extremely close. If we saw a different game number 2, I think this could have been just a different series entirely, right? Because you got to see that 50-49 really kind of hurt the side of Handsome, really kind of got in their head a little bit, but a great effort by them, but Sharks come out victorious.
Well, guys, we're in the elimination bracket where, the intensity is just a little bit deeper. These matches mean a little bit more. You are literally fighting for your tournament lives, trying to make it to Championship Sunday, or ultimately going home a bit earlier like Handsome. Sending it over to Ali and Tools. What you got for us?
Definitely great effort by Handsome on that game too. I think we were all kind of heartbroken by that loss, as well as the team themselves. That game 3 was pretty close though, indeed, Tools.
Yeah, game 3, there was that little back and forth. I mean, game 2, remember the 50-49? Just like, I felt so bad for that Handsome roster. Like, everything just fell apart. It all started with the Piv lost over at Top Gold, and then it's just sometimes you get that pit in your stomach where you're like, oh, this is gonna be bad, and it was just as bad as I felt like it was going to be. The game 3 was tough. I felt like they had a really missed opportunity there to get that first flag home, and then they could have maybe had an even score and try to make something happen in extra time. But at the end of the day, I think Handsome would be pretty proud of how they played that game 2 and game 3. It's just being on the other side of that bubble, right? You got to be able to pop it eventually, and they just haven't been able to find that solution yet.
And congrats to Sharks, who are now going to be moving forward in the elimination bracket, and they're going to go up against Cloud9 on Live Fire, King of the Hill. Tools, give me your thoughts on this one.
Cloud9, very, very interesting roster. Has flown under the radar with some of the changes they have made. This is nothing like that Cloud9 roster that you saw at the end of last year. Some big changes. The first one happened a few weeks ago. Tusk being added to the team, replacing Breaking Shot. Well, that didn't quite put them over the edge yet, so they made another change. Triton was removed from the roster, dropped, and replaced by Diagram, one of the triplets in the Halo scene, the Lopez brothers, making their stamp on the scene. And now I have to say, I really like this roster. Rami, Septify, 2 very good players that I think mesh well together. You add Diagram for some of that explosive playmaking, and then you have, I think, the General in the background with Tusk, a very cerebral player that's great at controlling comms, leading teams. I think him and Diagram are really going to be a 1-2 tandem at controlling the IGL position for this team. Honestly, think that this Cloud9 roster is kind of an exciting roster to me. I don't know how long it's going to take for it to quite mesh completely, but this is going to be a great test for them, right? A roster seems kind of like a pickup roster. This is something that you have to overcome. I think for them, anything but a win here is a huge disappointment.
I mean, they will be going up against a team that's also kind of thrown in together as well. So I think this might be a pretty even matchup. I'm on the side that I think Cloud9 might end up taking this, and I'm really excited for this roster as well.
Yeah, I think that this is almost a fight for like these final pool play spots. You know what I'm saying? Like, we have 10 NA pool play spots this year. I think whoever kind of wins this one is going to be that team that is going to claim one of those last spots. That 10th spot at the end of the qualifier. That being said, I think Cloud9, it's vitally important for them to win this match because of the pro points that Monster's been able to accumulate by playing with Space Station, by playing with Native. They have to get at least one high placing on one of these open tournaments if they don't place top 8 in the qualifier to try to beat them out in the points race. That means sending them home day 1 and getting yourself to a day 2 finish where you can try to go a little bit further in this tournament.
Really important game for Cloud9. You guys heard it. Going up against Sharks right now with with Monster, the player who has the most points right now in the Open. Next weekend is the qualifier for Arlington, guys. It's just around the corner. And I think we're going to just blink and it's going to be March already. And Arlington's going to be here. I think we have like, I don't know, just weeks, right? Less than a month until everybody gets to go to Arlington. I think it's actually exactly 1 month. So a lot of exciting games up ahead today and also tomorrow when we start our winners semi-finals. Any thoughts on how this could go? I know you said that. I feel like you feel like Cloud9. I mean, Cloud9 needs to take this, right? They need to take this if they want that spot and if they want to be in the qualifier for a pool play. How do you think this is going to play out? Our first match is King of the Hill, live fire.
I think it's gonna be hard. I want to give the edge to Cloud9. I see this going to Game 5, going the distance, absolutely. But this is a win or go home, like no point return sort of situation for Cloud9. You need the pro points, just simply put. Like they just don't have as many pro points as other teams in the HCS. Not that the talent isn't there, they just add some lackluster finishes to start these first 2 weeks. They've added Diagram. I think it gives them a little bit more slaying power. I think they need to finish top 6 probably this week to feel good with the pro points and where they're at. But even then, they're still going to have to try to overcome some final positions. So this is honestly, I can't understate how big of a match this is for Cloud9 in particular. On the other side, right, for this Monster roster, this is them trying to see if this is going to be our roster coming Arlington, right? You're trying to feel it out. Like if you beat a team like Cloud9, I feel like that's a good sort of indicator of where you sit compared to the rest of the teams in the HCS, whether this can be a roster that has legs to go far and make it past pool play at Arlington. Real questions for them. They're going to have to execute, play at a high level, and finish out some very close games.
So I'm curious to find out, or maybe this could be a question that you might or might not be able to answer, but having a player that has this many points, first of all, has it happened before? Two, what does it feel like to maybe know that there's a player that has this many pro points in an Open like this, from the perspective of another player?
Right, it's almost frustrating when you have a team that's been performing well, right, and then a player like Monster comes in, gets a bunch of pro points, and then kind of just completely disrupts what the rest of a bracket looks like, right? It could feel unfair at certain points, but I mean, Monster went out there, he won those games, he got himself far in those tournaments, like he earned those pro points, and I'm sure he's going to be that free agent that everyone's going to seek out, because those pro points are going to make a huge difference in online and at Arlington.
Well, we're about to find out if Cloud9 is going to be able to take that win on this match up against Sharks.
Yo, what is up, guys? Welcome back. Why Not Be Reckless, aka Why Not Be Casting. I got my man Active with me. We just saw an amazing round just before, but now things get harder for our roster. And was there any player that stood out to you coming from last series and ultimately going into this matchup when you're playing against Cloud9?
Honestly, Monster, I think he's been performing really well. I mean, that's an obvious answer, though, and I'm assuming that's probably not the one you needed. I think Manny's another one to watch on the side of Sharks, but like you said, going against Cloud9, this is going to be a massive test for the Sharks roster. They barely got through the side of Handsome, so looking to see how they fare up against this Cloud9 roster who, you know, like Tools that just mentioned, is pretty much under the radar. Like a very, very solid roster with some changes that I think make this roster a lot stronger than before.
And within 9 seconds, you're able to put a very good Cloud9 roster 4 down, so things looking pretty good for Sharks. That's until Cloud9 come back off of spawn and really kind of return that same energy that was just getting put on them. So already seeing quite a war going on here on Live Fire. And throughout all of it, Septify was able to get away with the sniper. Not sure exactly what happened with Active Camo.
I mean, Sharks got that really rough spawn on the big door. They were pinched behind like 3 Cloud9 members, but they were still able to fight out of that so cleanly. They didn't lose any numbers or hardly any numbers, and they take back control once again of the hill for a little bit of time here. But it's again Cloud9 who get a couple more slays. Monster, though, with the snipe in his hands, looking to make a difference.
Checking out the green side, just barely misses out on the quick scope onto his former teammate in Tusk, and Rami from across the map through the sandbags, pulling a double kill out of nowhere to give Cloud9 a momentary advantage. Now Rami looking at aggressive, doesn't want to just get slays, but also wants to apply pressure to the spawning players. And although that pressure was felt, it was also dealt with. Sharks answer back, putting Cloud9 3 down.
Yeah, Rami being aggressive there, you're absolutely right, Tony. He's the first one to die, but he's trying to do enough damage to prevent the push onto B. That damage is not going to be capitalized on. The pinch comes in from Sharks, and because of that, they will potentially score this last hill, but a last-ditch effort coming to the big door here from Cloud9.
Super CC taking height behind 2 different one-shot players. 3 down go Cloud9. Shots weren't exactly on point, but still good enough for Sharks to come in, put Cloud9 3 down, and more importantly, take the first hill and really set the tone in the game.
Yeah, not only do they take the first hill and set the tone, but they also rotate very cleanly over to the tower side. That's going to be an immediate tower control here for Cloud9. They wait, they quickly go to that rotation. They quickly get control of tower. Now it's looking like they're going to get the slays first, but it's Sharks wants to get on the aggression. They get 2. Cloud9's down 2 right now, and that'll be Sharks in control.
9-1 start coming, make it 10-2 start out of Monster. Meanwhile, on the other side, I think the opposition only having 13 kills as a unit. Probably a large reason why Sharks were able to not only grab a hold of that first hill, but now you see an early setup toward the second. Already about halfway done with this hill as Super CC throws up a prayer, and it's answered. The Hail Mary grenade connects. 2 down goes Sharks. OpTic still has that camo though.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, right? The camo goes down at the worst time possible. He's the kind of point of contact to allow Sharks to clean up the rest of this hill, but him going down and giving up that sniper now gives the control to Cloud9. The question is, will they be able to hold this setup here as Cloud9 come off a respawn?
Sniper in the hands of Rami. With this, I would expect to maybe hit a shot onto the players that are pushing up over towards sandbags, but there we go. Rami connects onto 1, responds to the call. That's a double kill, make it a triple kill. 4 down goes Sharks, and Cloud9 sending Sharks to the cloud and may have just stolen their first hill.
Well, the question was Cloud9 going to be able to hold the setup through the push from Sharks? And the answer is yes. A great hold, great snipes by Rami to facilitate that hold and make sure to lock it in. Now it's going to be Sharks, though, in control of this A spawn. They get the initial hill time as well. Here comes Cloud9 with their own push.
Big damage out of Rami to try to cover his teammates back. Teammate was one shot and in a bad situation, but Rami gets aggressive and gets himself a kill because of that. We're talking about Monsters 10-5 with 6 assists. Well, this young man on screen is 15-5. And he still has at least 1 bullet to work with the sniper, making none as he shoots that player through the heart. He was too late. You give love a bad name. Sorry, I'm done.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry.
This isn't karaoke, Tony. It's the HCS Open number 3, okay?
Number 3.
Karaoke's later. Well, there you go. The push comes in once again from Sharks, and it's Rami on a killing frenzy. Camo's coming up as well. He continues to fire on all cylinders. Rami is absolutely popping off here. 18-5. What a massive, massive performance out of him.
He's currently on a killing frenzy right now, and something tells me he wants a bit more. Apparently, OpTic, he wanted to heat check him just a bit. Big kill by OpTic and Sharks. When the player has the hot hand, you got to get the ball out of it. So great job for them. Cloud9 still in this hill though. Still almost done. Sharks need to continue to apply pressure. They need to drive Cloud9 away from this A-side corner.
Yeah, Sentify overstays just a bit, but they're just trying to get as much scrap time as possible. Diagram's gonna be found out there. A massive job by Monster to have those camo eyes. And he's continuing to put that damage in, so now it's a chance for Sharks to come on back in this situation now.
Set up here for Sharks. But they would have to hold this setup through at least 1, maybe even 2 rounds of slays against a very good Cloud9 roster. The moment I even think about it, the moment I even put that into the atmosphere, Sharks find themselves 3 down. Cloud9 infiltrate and steal that hill away. 2-1 for Cloud9.
Well, there it is, Cloud9. It's going to be huge by them, right? Having that little bit of a lead with 2 minutes and 55 seconds left. Hill's going to be moving down towards the mud side now. And Septify in a big position on the top of tower with a snipe in his hands. He gets a double.
Double kill.
Septify looking to rectify what has happened in that first hill. Back-to-back kills for Cloud9, and Septify still manning the tower side, making it very hard for Sharks to cross that 50% portion. Down to one shot he goes, but still alive, still thriving, and body shots Monster from across the map. That damage is picked up. He absolutely drains OpTic and is still on the hunt through the mud, getting down and dirty, but eventually Septify hits the black screen. Cloud9 go 3 down, but look at these spawns.
Yeah, Septify played that pretty well, but yes, the spawns come out on the B side here for Cloud9, and even though Septify ends up going down there, they're able to get those close spawns because of his positioning when he died. So it will potentially benefit Cloud9, but as I say that, they're going to go 4 down. Tusk is the first spawner. He's going to spawn on the C tower. So still the contention coming through for Cloud9, and I believe the rest of the spawners are most likely going to be close as well. So Cloud9 still in a position to contest this hill.
Pistol in the hands of OpTic. Camo just about to come up. Now you have to worry about both the hill and Camo at the same time. These slays so important in this pivotal situation. OpTic puts the pistol to work, able to take down Septify, drops from the heavens to make sure that Rami goes down in diagram, looking to drop a play to stop this weak side flank. OpTic just staying alive, being a nuisance, does some good damage. I wonder if it's enough to grab Camo.
Well, a couple of kills here from the side of Sharks. 3 down for Cloud9. An opportunity to get a little bit of control here, but the last player alive. You never want to die to the last player alive. Very important to make sure to spot him out and trade him out, but Septify gets a nice little trade there, and that's going to mean that it's now up to Sharks once again to fight back for control.
Super CC, excellent damage. Great job staying alive. Damn, more nades are coming in. This hill just about even right now. And when I say that, Cloud9 ended up going 4 down. Tusk the first one to spawn up, but this should be some good time coming in from Sharks, especially if they're able to take space and watch angles.
I like this position by Monster as well. He's in a spot off the spawns on Camo to just put as much damage as possible. That's what I was going to say. His job, though, is to stay alive in this scenario. If he's able to live and get his shields back, which he does, he can come back out, do some more damage. Sharks are in a great spot right now, and it's just a Monster's ability to live that entire time. 3 down for Cloud9. Sniper coming up as well very shortly.
Yeah, I feel like when it comes to holding a setup, people don't value how much staying alive is. Like, staying alive is actually even more important than both the damage and slays. Your opponent can't push you or break your setup if you're 4 alive. So the fact that he's able to really play his life as well as he did, I thought was great. And maybe Sharks finish this off, but if they don't, look at the time. If a Cloud9 go up 3-1 and there's only, say, 40 or 30 seconds left in the game after that, it's going to be really tough for Sharks.
They've got to get through Rami. The guy's 30-12 right now. It's an absolute incredible showcase by him. Monster's trying to fight his way through. A lot of damage being done. Somehow he makes it in. The 4 down for the side of Cloud9. That's going to be a cap here. 4 Sharks. They tie it up at 2.
Big play for Sharks, winning a must-win hill, and now they already have C-Plat control, which is what they want. They want to be on this tower side of the map, and Monster also wants to be in this hill, but 3 members of Cloud9 wanting to zone them out. Rami and Tusk taking the low side. Rami with the skill jump and the green gun just barely missed out for Monster. Off screen, Tusk gets a kill onto OpTic. Rami already goes down. Monster doing everything he can to try to stay alive and somehow finds himself a sniper. Don't know where that came from.
Yeah, I have no idea. He stumbled on a sniper, probably used a scan there, so he's going to have that sniper and top tower control. And I'm going to tell you something right now. This is very dangerous for the side of Cloud9. They need to prioritize getting him off this tower if they want any sort of time in this hill.
Diagram does take the low ground. Monster not allowing him to stay alive, not allowing him to get away. The repulse is right back up where he belongs. Killing spree out of Monster. The final player is Rami, and Rami would love to clear out tower side. He would love to get a kill onto Monster, but it ain't enough to just want it. You gotta do it. You gotta earn it. 3-2 for Sharks. 32 seconds on the clock, and from this point forward, Sharks will not step 1 foot in this hill.
Well, we talked about Rami going 30 and 16, but on the other end of things, we've got 27 and 14 out of Monster with 14 assists as well. Super CC now on your screen gets an overkill out of nowhere. He's going to pop off as well. So you've got 3 players popping off on one team. What do?
You hide. You run, you hide, and you just start game 2. That's what you end the game. Throw in the towel. Cloud9 going down. They've done it again, man. From one round to another, still looking good, even as the competition gets tighter.
Tony, please tell me that Sharks is not going to place high at this event. Like, listen, these guys are great, but this has got to stop. Monster just gets on a roster and they start like winning games. Like, I don't understand. This is insane. Yep. Cloud9 looks so solid right there, and then again at the very end, things just come together. And a 19.0 KDA out of Monster in that game. Absolutely disgusting.
I mean, he's been doing his thing, and it's funny because I sit here and wonder. I think it's hilarious. I honestly think it's hilarious that these kids will talk crap about Monster because they wouldn't say it to his face and on land. He's jacked. Not only that, but he wears the freshest clothes, eats at the chillest restaurants, hangs with the hottest dudes. I mean, honestly,
dude.
I think some of you guys are pathetic in the chat. Honestly.
They're jealous too. I think they're jealous, Tony. I mean, that's insane, right? You have all those things going for you. But honestly, incredible comeback by Sharks. A beautiful job. This is a big play right here, right? The last player alive decides to be aggressive. He's got teammates there to clean up. Decides to be aggressive. And then just come through. They just come together at the very end. 30 seconds left, and they just play their time. It's all they need to do at this point. And again, I mean, Super CC gets an overkill as well. So, like, what do? You got Super CC popping off. You got Monster. Just an incredible showcase by the side of Sharks.
Overkill.
Gotta love when Jeff Steitzer comes in. Overkill. I can't do it. I don't know why I tried. but like you said, I think multiple players really popping off when it matters most. I look back in the early game when OpTic was doing such a fantastic job of staying alive and continue to put damage on the map. Monster obviously standing out in the Slays department. Super CC was doing his thing with that overkill. You know, the only other, performance that it really kind of stands out to was Rami, who was that the same game that he dropped the Killing Frenzy? Now that I look back at it, wow, what a journey we went on in that game 1.
Yeah, 30 and 18 out of Rami at the very end there. Now we're starting off on the Slayer game number 2. Sharks with the very convincing game number 1. Was really close for a long period of time. Cloud9 even had the lead for a while here, but let's see if Rami can continue on his performance. Obviously playing really well and starting this game off pretty solid as well. That's going to be 2 kills for him, and Camo down bottom center with a Bulldog in Rami's hands.
Tied up at 5 apiece as that shotgun hits the ground, and I know Super CC, he wants to combine that shotgun with the camouflage, but Diagram with the camo eyes hunts him down immediately. Camo's off the map. Shotgun probably has minimal damage on it, and Rami, who although was sitting over toward the backside of heaven trying to conceal his presence, Monster knows where he's at, able to get that kill, turn it into a perfect, well played by Monster to hunt down the player over toward the bottom heaven side, and now it's a 10-9 lead in favor of Sharks.
Yeah, and they've got the knowledge on the spawns as well, but Tusk with a massive win right there on the Monster. Monster deciding to hold forward on the bottom center. A very questionable play by him, but it's going to be Cloud9 who make him pay, and with that, they will take the lead by 2. It's 10-12.
Just 2 kills between them. Monster trying to push up over and looking across map for the B Street players. Doesn't realize the player right under him. Still gets himself the kill, or at least the assist. Gets a bit of a challenge. Does enough to put that player down to 1 shot, and Super CC comes in quick with the cleanup. Camouflage about to come up. Sharks and Cloud9 need to put themselves in a favorable position to at least keep eyes on it, and at least use it as bait.
Well, Sharks are in the position, but oh my gosh, it's going to be Septify who takes out OpTic very quickly. And look at that, with that kill, it's going to open up the center of the map. It'll be Tusk with the camo in his hands now. Let's see what he's able to do with it.
Wants to take it right up the middle. He already has 5 bullets to work with this shotgun, and mind you, his teammates are already starting to push off a spawn. The melee not quite connecting, but it's okay. He got it. Eventually, Sharks end up going 3 down. Tusk still has some damage to do with the shotgun and camo combination. He still wants to push forward as 3 members of Sharks are trying to rotate out of harm's way.
Yeah, that's a really good job by the Sharks to rotate off of the camo, make sure not to let this camo player get a ton of value. It's going to be a nice little lead for Cloud9. It's a 19-23 now. And you see they slow down the pace of the game pretty heavily here. Super CC's in a position to push on this, but OpTic's got to get a few shots of damage in first, and he's not going to get that. He's going to be isolated very quickly and taken out.
25-20, another perfect kill coming out of Super CC, and he drops right down, really feeling himself there. Does some good damage onto Septify. I see 3 members of Cloud9 pushing up purple. I know Manny wants to get involved. He has Monster with him, but hopefully he can recognize that. Don't put yourself in a non-favorable position. They might just burn you because of it. But the Tusk is down to 1 shot. Manny's pushing up. He finds the 1-shot player, is able to deal with them, avoiding the Stalker damage. Although Septify takes down both Monster and Manny at the same time. Almost gets the 3rd. Still 3 down goes Sharks. 29-23. Cloud9 look to tie the series.
Yeah, I was questioning the play by Cloud9 there. They backed off on the purple side. They went towards the lower ground, and I was like, you know, they're playing scared, but no, they were setting up for a trap on that cross on B rail. So a beautiful job by Cloud9. They're going to get some kills off of that. It'll be a 4-kill lead for them, 25-29. Cloud9 starting to run away a little bit with this one. Sharks have to be careful.
I'm also trying to get some information here on the arcade side. Now that he knows that Super CC is battling out towards the subway side, he wants to push up, able to do just that. The first domino falls for Cloud9 as Diagram hitting the black screen first. Super CC punishing Septify because of it, and eventually all 4 get wiped, and now maybe just cycle. You're fresh off of a 4 down. Now you can address the spawners. They know where they're coming from, and they're already having their reticles trained on them.
Yeah, nice little lead change here for the side of Sharks. And like you said, very aggressive off of the spawns of Cloud9, and they're going to trap them inside of PD. The question is, are they going to be able to find any isolation? It's Monster who's kind of out in the open on the arcade side of the map. They don't have the info, but he's waiting for that push on the purple side, which is about to happen.
Tied up at 30 apiece here. Diagram ends up going down once again. The first player at the black screen. Luckily, Rami cleans up at least some of that damage, turns it into a double kill. Big kills now coming out of Rami as they take back the lead and ends up right into the shotgun of Manny and turns it into yet another kill. It looks like Manny and the Sharks gonna take the lead only by 1.
Oh, great awareness of the spawns as well. He knows the spawns are coming out on the PD side. He's got the Bulldog to utilize and a teammate as well. Tusk. Oh my gosh, Tusk gets both. With no shields, that's 3 down for Sharks. That's a massive couple of kills by Tusk.
Tied up at 35 right now. We're moving into the late game, the 3rd quarter, if you will. Things get so important here. Now every bit of damage, every life matters right now, especially that camouflage as well that's going towards the mid-map. They have to stay alive, they have to get aggressive, and they have to put down damage if you want that camo. Monster ends up going down. The same for OpTic. Cloud9 have a momentary advantage. Still a tied up game. They're taking map control, taking space immediately. The spawning players now from Sharks are fairly favorable toward the cafe side, and are able to get the first kill on Diagram once again.
Yeah, that's massive by the side of Sharks, right? Diagram very aggressive in that situation. He pushes up by himself. No one's really able to rotate through. Because of that, he goes down first, and you can see all the pieces tend to fall around him. It's going to be now a 3, make that a 4-kill lead for Sharks, all because Diagram died in that situation. He's going to end up dying again off a spawn. He's in a spawn cycle right now. Sharks are taking over.
And Monster hunts this player down toward the red room. This might be the largest lead that we've seen in quite some time right now. And although Cloud9 mostly have had control during this game, Sharks have blown it wide open. Cloud9 inching their way back into it, down by 3 kills. But again, this is the end game right now when Cloud9 clear out the subway side. They weathered the storm. Now they look to push up. Now they look to take the strong side of the map.
This is where that discipline comes into play for both teams, right? If Sharks had a massive lead and then they throw away their lives in a couple of isolated plays, you got to learn how to pace the game. And I'm not saying they don't know how to pace the game, but at that very moment, they pace a little bit too fast, and it's Cloud9 to take advantage. Still a lead, though, for Sharks, though, 43-41. Sharks lead by 2.
Things should slow down just a bit. In a 4v4 situation, a game this important, you can't be the first one to go down. On board now with Super CC, playing a bit of a 3-1 split. Looks like Sharks are favoring that strong side of the map, but they're playing tight around corners, trying to find the angle, and apparently they won't. Diagram awarded the kill onto Monster. Septify backing down to stay alive, but he's hunted down by Manny. They find the exit route to get out with their lives. Do Sharks back to a 2-kill game. Diagram, camouflage in hands.
The game in his hands as well right now, honestly. He has the ability to make a massive play here. He's just got to make sure not to get caught out with camo eyes. It is literally in the hands of Diagram right now. Sharks up by 2. A situation where he has to push in. Tony, he's about to do so. There's a trade on the map. 45-43.
Shot gets to the body. Player gets drained of their shields, but I think they were able to get away alive. But Diagram eventually gets taken down. Tusk in a 1v1 battle uses the environment to at least trade out his life with OpTic. That trade favors Sharks as it inches them closer to that 50 kill mark. Just 2 more needed, but just 2 kills behind within striking distance is Cloud9 and Septify. Throwing some denial grenades down. Grammy with this Stalker looking to get into an individual pivotal battle. He knows he will have the advantage with the red gun.
Yeah, this red gun is huge right now. It's a 1 shot puts you down to half shields. It's a 2-kill lead here for Sharks, 48-46. We talked about the game being in Diagram's hands in the last play, but right now it's up to Rami. A couple of shots into a couple of bodies, and we get a massive spot. But Monster does have that Bulldog, so you have to think about it, right? Time's probably not going to be a factor here, but it's up to Cloud9 to make a move, and they've got to make a move against a player with a Bulldog in his hands. Monster's making that move, and he gets a kill.
What a play by Monster. Blocking that line of sight with the Shroud so that he can attack the B stairs side with that shotgun and bandit combination. Gotta love the heads up play there. Gotta love the execution out of Sharks, who came from behind for most of that game and took 2-0 series lead against a very good Cloud9 roster. Very close match. But look at that. Couple of shots. Shroud is dropped, and that's the avenue he plays with. I think that's a huge play, and will oftentimes be just go undernoticed, undervalued right there. Couple of shots. Get him out with that Shroud.
That was a great play. You can see he gets Septify weak. Knows Septify is rotating that side. I like these nades as well. I'm assuming those nades land inside of B stairs, so essentially putting some damage in on the B stairs player, or at least backing him off. You see, because of those nades, he has the timing on that B stairs push as well, and timing is everything in Halo Infinite. A great play by Monster in that situation. It's going to be Sharks who lead over Cloud9 in this series 2-0, Tony. They're about to close this out. They need 1 more game, and we're going to recharge strongholds next.
And things have been so close, man. I mean, you look at the back of that game number 1, it was a 2-1 lead in favor of Cloud9. You go into that game number 2, Cloud9 had the advantage throughout most of that game, going into maybe up until maybe like the 35 kill mark. And then at one point, maybe Sharks ran away with like a 5-kill game at some point. But these for the most part have been very close matches so far. But the scoreline is what the scoreline is. You know, you are what your record says you are. And as of right now, Cloud9 are down 0-2 in the series. Doesn't matter how close you are. And what they say, close but no cigar.
That's exactly right. Close is only in horseshoes and hand grenades, I think, is the saying. We'll see. Sharks again look really solid. It's just up to discipline, right? Cloud9 have had the lead so many times. They've been in a position to really take over a map or a game type. It's just, they just tend to overextend. It's like they get a bit too excited sometimes. They throw away their advantage with a little bit of an aggressive push or something of that matter. And now it's going to be Sharks again with the 2-cap locked in on B and C.
Early double cap for Sharks, but don't have the slays onto Cloud9 like they would want to, so Cloud9 can still choose to get aggressive. And looks like at least 2 members are going to attack Charlie. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, Tusk trying to clear out A, playing this Shroud, playing his life masterfully. AC setup, a little bit unorthodox for Cloud9, as Sharks do find themselves 3 down. It looks like they're gonna hold, at least for now.
Yeah, they'll set this, they'll make the setup happen for just a little bit of time, and then they'll try to rotate through and get a more favorable setup. Looks like B not going to be taken just yet. It's 3 down now for Sharks, and an opportunity for Cloud9 to go for that triple cap if they want to, but they've got to get rid of one person first, and it's Monster inside of the pipes playing his life.
I feel like Rihanna taught us this year. You gotta get friends with the monsters under your bed. Otherwise, he's gonna strike. He's gonna be the MVP of this series. I mean, it's tough. Befriend the monster. Do not make an enemy of him.
I'll have to use that advice for the monster under my bed tonight. Thank you, Tony. Always helpful. Sharks, though, are scary as well. As a whole. And it'll be a couple kills that go into Cloud9. Look at this. OpTic's going to get the 4th one. 3 down for Cloud9. Rami, the first one to spawn. They understand where Rami spawns, so now they have the information. They're potentially going to go for C off of this. It's a triple cap locked in for Sharks.
That's what you want to see if you're a fan of Sharks right now. They're looking to close things out, and a triple cap is going to be devastating for Cloud9. Not only do points, practically double here as they're starting to gain, but the moment that Cloud9 hop on a base, if they have the timing, Sharks can strike. Though, how much being gained right now, but also so much to lose. Bravo goes in the hands of Cloud9. Alpha, the same. Looks like they're not able to really attack either or, so you trade out that triple cap, and now you only have 1 Sharks.
What I really like about Sharks and what I'm seeing from pretty much every player up until that moment, at least, is just the fact that they're playing their lives so well. And again, we talk about how important playing your life is in Halo, and the ability to, maybe, not go for a slay that's not, very important, or, to keep that map positioning with that life that you're playing. And, I feel like Sharks are doing a really good job of that in this entire series. And I think that's a big factor of why they're leading this series 2-0.
Shock in the hands of Monster. About half shields right now. They know where his position is, so he gets a new angle off the top rope with the grapple into a headshot with the shock. Is not only going to give them Bravo Charlie, but they're greedy. They're taking 3 again. Alpha ends up in their hands. It looks like they're going to defend Bravo for dear life. Maybe they punt Charlie right now. Not sure they have the timing they're looking for. But 2 down go Cloud9. Only 1 down in exchange for Monster. Great damage there. And I'm sure Sharks have plenty of time to come off a spawn.
They do, and they seem really comfortable as well, having that whirlpool side. Manny having the glass here. It's going to be really difficult for Cloud9 to push on through. This is one of the most important parts about Recharge, is having this cross shot. Look at the damage Manny's able to put in. His job is just to put damage into the players that cross and just keep control of gold, and of course, control of that shock rifle as well. He's got that on a timer too.
145 to 57 lead, still in the favor of Sharks. Double cap working out so well for them. And Manny trying to zone out Cloud9 from the back gold side. The green gun does connect. And looks like one of the players do end up going down, but 3 in exchange for Sharks. An advantage for Cloud9 that they want to take advantage of, but Monster just being a nuisance. Finally, they take him down. Can Cloud9 take away Bravo?
Well, you see Cloud9 is backing up towards A, which they already have, so they're not taking the space on the map with the kills that they've gotten on the side of Sharks, and it's going to be Sharks continuing to have control of this Hydro side. It's Super CC, of course, in control of this. And I was going to say, Sharks are winning a lot of pivs. Finally, Rami's going to win a piv there, and that'll open up C for them to get this with that Shroud screen.
Almost 200 points and counting here. Finally, Monster is able to take away Alpha for Sharks. Cloud9 fighting back, tooth and nail, looking to take over Bravo. And he just about do it, Cloud9. Charlie Bravo set up for them. Still a 2v3 scenario. Sharks can take advantage if they want. They can push up, and looks like OpTic does literally just that. Manny takes the 1v1 piv and really makes this easy for them to take Charlie right back. Alpha and Charlie in the hands of Shark. They're gonna hold for now. Cloud9, they need some slays.
Yeah, Cloud9 are just, they're going for these 2 caps and they're getting them, but at what cost, right? They're losing 2 players in the process. Finally, they get a 3 down for the side of Sharks, but it's Manny once again in control of this B side of the map. He ends up going down finally, so now it looks like Cloud9 in a little bit of a position to try and get some points, but look how far of a deficit they have to climb. 199 to 78 right now, Sharks lead.
Big melee out of diagram, not good enough to take down 2 though. Cloud9 still scoring points on the board, back on the Alpha and Bravo setup. Camouflage snatched up away from Rami as Cloud9 momentarily go 3 down. Super CC with the double, back to 3 down they go. Numbers advantage slightly in favor of Sharks, but they're not able to take Bravo. Spawning players coming up. They'll have to slay out once again. Same for Sharks, but also on the other side for Cloud9. It's a 4v4 scenario, and Monster just took a green gun to the face.
Yeah, he's got to back off because of that. I don't like the chow here at all. It's going to be Diagram who cleans up that kill. That's a really big kill by Diagram because they have that A control, but Diagram ends up falling, and it's going to be Sharks once again in control of A. They've got a pitch on to Septify as well. If they can take Septify off this top gold area, it's going to be Sharks in control once again.
Enemy team scoring.
Bravo and Charlie back in favor of Cloud9. They've been fighting back so well. 200 to 120 lead. Sharks gonna take away Bravo, but you know Cloud9 are gonna be right on them. A trade out in lives there leads a 2v2 scenario. This next kill gonna be so important. Monster looks like he wants to grapple and go right over towards Alpha. So confident as he pushes his former teammate, takes down Tusk, but now the rest of Sharks are really funneling in through that damage. Remy gets a must-win kill as 2 down goes Sharks, and Super CC falls as well. That push really not going to work in their favor, and Cloud9 might get a trip cap because of it.
Yeah, Cloud9 had a nice little 2-2 setup there. They had 2 players. You can see them still in the pipe side, pushing that guy off the gold, and then another 2 players and 2 resources on that A side, so they get A-B now. And, you know, this game's getting a bit close here. If you're the side of Sharks, you got to tighten up a bit because Cloud9 are starting to catch up.
Three down goes Sharks once again. Cloud9, they refuse to go down easy. They do not want to be swept. As a fresh round of slays favor Cloud9, not only able to hold on to the setup, but confidently enough to go in for yet another trip cap. If Sharks continue to flirt around with danger, they may just lose it, because right now Cloud9 are looking like they got the Riz. As of right now, Cloud9 are looking like they want to steal this one away. 3 down again for Sharks. Manny now the final player alive. 184 points in counting. This is going to be a crazy, almost inconceivable comeback for Cloud9.
Yeah, it's all about the rotation game right now. Septify with a ninja. Oh my goodness gracious. It's gonna be Monster, or I'm sorry, Manny, who ends up going down to that ninja. And like you said, a comeback is exactly what it is. 215 to now 200 for the side of Cloud9. They are just rolling off of momentum at the moment.
It has been a fundamental breakdown. They are getting cycled right now, our Sharks. Sharks have had moments, but Cloud9 have continued to dominate them at almost every given turn. And it may just pay off now. Alpha and Charlie in the hands of Cloud9, who were so close to taking their lead, which, to be honest with you, from what I can remember, might just be the first of the game.
Yeah, it looks like you're absolutely right, Tony. Cloud9 take their first lead of the game, and with 2 kills on the side of Sharks, it's going to be Tusk who tries to stay alive. Some slays are coming out for Sharks now, though, and they have that cross shot as well on the top of glass. And that cross shot is going to allow them to get a couple slays, and it's going to be 3 down for Cloud9. Sharks with a chance now to solidify this comeback of their own.
Finally, Sharks able to stabilize. They've desperately needed this moment. They desperately needed to slow Cloud9 down literally all game long. 3 down go Cloud9, make it 4. Sharks already holding on to the Alpha Bravo setup. They're going to hold. They're going to wait for Cloud9 to spawn and then ultimately address where they're coming from. We see limited options here. Tusk by himself. He has to push Alpha by himself right now as they're running out of time. He makes it into Alpha, but they eventually go down. So do all 4 members. All those Sharks almost gave it away. They were just waiting to clutch things up.
Wow. That's insane. I really thought Cloud9 were going to bring that back and then use that momentum for the rest of the series, but that's not possible any longer. Cloud9 are going to get taken out. Sharks with a 3-0 sweep, and that last game and the game before that and the game before that, very close. A very close series here, but Sharks come out on top. And I believe, Tony, with that, they'll go play Rebellion tomorrow. So, wow, what an incredible showcase here by Monsters team once again.
They kept making it close, man. They kept making it close. Cloud9, so, I mean, look at the scoreboard. 3-2, just a one cap advantage. Again, Cloud9 had a 2-1 lead in that game number 1. Street Slayer, very different score line, because the Streets literally had, Cloud9 literally had the lead on Streets almost the entire time. It was crazy. And then going into that game number 3, at one point, Cloud9 almost stole that game away. They were so close to stealing it away, and just maybe ran out of gas, maybe emptied the tank in order to make that comeback, and Sharks once again steal it away. Well played by Sharks, and I would love to pass it over to Ali and Garrett, and Ali and Tools, and get their thoughts.
Wow, that was close indeed. I think we were all just like, come on. Okay, I was rooting for Cloud9. I was rooting for Cloud9 in this one. I don't know why. That first game, I think I just want to call out how incredible Remy was in that first King of the Hill live fire match.
Yeah, he had an incredible triple kill to start that game, right? And it felt like they had complete control, but suddenly you let the other team in. They slowly start crawling their way into a position to steal a couple hills, and then an overkill made all of the difference in that game.
Definitely, indeed. We're gonna hop on to take a look at King J's stream right now. He's playing on team Leftovers.
I believe this series is 1-1 as well, and the winner of this series will go on to play against Native Gaming in the elimination bracket. So this is Leftovers versus 4G, as in Fort Gale Lewis. Shout out to Gale Lewis over there.
That's right, guys. We're watching the elimination bracket right now. We have Native Gaming waiting for the winner of this match, so that's why we're watching it. Leftovers versus 4G.
Let's listen in.
No, man.
Let
me grab the flag, bro.
I'll grab it.
I should have just took your time more right there, but whatever.
I was getting them all weak for you, Kyle.
Overtime.
Yeah, and they just push the flag guys before I can do anything.
Let's show them what we're made.
Grapple.
My bullets don't do anything. They're frags, 2 shots.
We're fine, guys.
Watch out, they're frags. Ain't that long, I'm dead. 1 shot of frag. Oh my god. I got him. Holy shit. Dog shit.
No one vent. I'm dead.
Where's the sniper, Cody?
They're vent.
Yo, nice. Live F.
Oh, bro. I tried to get the sniper.
I'm
here.
Where? Watch your door.
Needed me, bro.
Oh, okay.
There's a sniper down on my X. Our stickies. Going for pull. One shot pulling.
One shot pull. Coming down from base.
Yep, dead. Our face, 1 shot. Oh my god.
Sniping their vent landing. Sniping their vent.
Did anyone grab that other snipe?
I have it.
Apples and team.
Yeah, Squall's cheating their fucking...
Yeah, he actually... That was weird.
This is theirs.
And they're vent sniping.
I'm watching your elbow.
They're commando. Going their frags. Pushing you.
What the fuck is this guy peeking like that?
He's PCs. He's going...
Their elbow as well. He's killing long.
One?
Yeah, our vent.
Nice, there's a
And
sniper
then be our
on my
pistol door. Pushing our pistol, I think.
Yeah, on our pistol, 1 shot.
Another one E1 as well. One's our E1.
1530.
I heard you.
Yeah, it's our basement, our back base.
Okay.
Dude, I just died, bro.
I'm coming on basement here.
He's 1 shot. He's not. I got a blank. He lifted.
We gotta start getting eyes more. Start getting eyes more.
There, Mando. Squall.
Yeah, Mando 1 shot.
Yeah, sniping our vent, bro.
Mando over there. Doubling the re. Oh, watch out, he's leading us.
Oh, dude. Hey, bottom mid, trying to go for it.
Under me?
I don't know where he's at.
Might be chasing me, maybe.
Translocator ready for pickup.
They're Mando right now, Kyle.
There you.
And their basement, going their E1, Tony.
2 on me right.
Yeah, our lights.
1 shot.
Hey, our caution, dude. He just pushed our caution.
Yeah, 2 our vent. They didn't cross yet, Tony.
Yeah, no. One's on
Oh,
next.
10.
Yeah, snipes up, snipes up.
And chase me. Yo, one shot or long. Chase me.
Power weapons on
That's
the
You want
side.
our coils, guys?
Waste that ammo if you have.
Yo, our frags.
Yeah, pushing you, one shot, pushing you, one shot, Kyle.
Pushing you.
And our vent. Our vent dead.
I'm good now.
Still here. Yo, our frags. Straight six on our frags. Yo, we're gonna be.
One shot on Kyle. And our sniper as well.
Another on our snipe, guys. Why are we just sitting back there?
One shot on the flag, guys. Any help?
Another
Let me face.
Our vent.
put down.
Living face. Our vent. One shot. Burton.
I can track
I'm
Dylan.
living. I'm living.
Is he in the vent?
Yeah. He was.
Yeah, to the right side, to right.
One shot their Mando, sniping their Mando. That was the vent guy. That's the vent guy. And our coils.
They're vent.
One shot, they're long. Dude, my bullets aren't doing anything.
Wow. Where's your food? Where's your food?
Yep, one shot. Probably.
They're top.
One shot in front of you, Tony. One shot.
Grappling bottom mid. I'm on the side. He just grappled somewhere. I'm running this bottom fast.
Go.
They're caution. They're caution weak. And they're fucking PCs. Damn it.
Yo, pieces go out. Show him.
Henri.
Again.
Enemy flag returned.
QT and 20.
They're snipe. And they're PCs. To you,
Yeah.
Eric. Nice. There's a sniper down there as too.
I got two one shots. One they're vent, one they're plasma.
QT and 5.
One shot. They're vent and plasma.
I do PC.
Plasma Z2 weak.
1 minute remaining.
I feel like one shot.
Vent's weak. Vent's
two weak.
He's L2 somewhere, I think. Or bottom mid. He fell.
Yeah, bottom mid, go in their coils. Go in the frags. I'm with you, Edor.
Yeah, he's under me.
Yeah, they're sickies. One shot.
Weak.
Gavin, one shot.
Bottom mid's Collie. Right here.
Right here.
They're back right. Both.
One's weak.
I'll run it. Watch me.
Pull front. Oh, go pieces.
I'm getting.
Gonna be E1.
Standing.
Yes, I hear that.
Just get it.
Still. Dead.
They're counting the
Frag.
remaining.
I couldn't frag still.
They know where
I'm getting into the door. I gotta live, bro.
Yeah, that's huge.
On me,
Nice
guys.
shot.
2 one shots.
You people in me. Pieces. Man
Gotta
right.
get it. Throw it up front. He's under me.
No one pull. Don't.
One's our E2. Might push our
power
door.
weapons inbound.
Our plasma sitting over full.
Enemy flag.
Yeah, he's already.
returned.
He's running it.
5.
They have
One shot running it. Okay, 2 1 shots our court. 2 1 flag and 1 shot our court.
Snipes up.
power
I mean, dude, we can touch. We can touch.
Behind me. Our court still front base.
I'm up in one.
Our window still going. Our bottom E1 under you. I don't know where we went. To your right.
They're gonna relay the flag, bro.
One touch.
One shot, straight six.
We have eyes on the enemy flag carrier.
He's their main right, I think.
And there you want.
Snipe out.
Another one on touch.
Nice shit. Next, they truck.
Frag.
He's one shot.
Can we get a counter? I'm getting a counter.
Take your time here, bro.
Frag that,
Truck
frag
hella hard.
that.
You're good.
Okay, whatever.
Sure. I don't know. Right?
Alright, whatever, just regain.
We said still one flag, right?
Yeah, we can do that.
I have no idea.
I'd rather just do full whatever.
Yeah, what did you do for you, dude? I'm not gonna lie.
Really? You guys ready to do full read? I thought you have to play on this.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's one flag, but if we both agree to it,
I'm pretty sure.
Nah, I tried to live, dude, but I got hungry for their snipe. Fuck, man, we could have had that.
Bro, yeah, look, dude, how am I not getting kills? Look at I had 9 kills, you guys all had 20, and just look at the damage, bro. That is
9 kills?
insane. Bro, at one point, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You guys all had 20 before I had 10 kills.
Alright, so full
That's
read.
one? Alright, it's full read? Alright, bet.
Yo, someone should get BR, dude. That shit is so crucial on this map, dude. Like, literally, you can, like, fucking get damaged so much, bro.
I'd be grabbing that shit, but I only grab it off, like, the first rip. I gotta remember to grab it.
Yeah, just grab it right now.
Damn.
Get down.
One's been going like their frag, trying to walk bottom, but we meet each other. We grab the
Bro, I
badge,
should have
goes
told you to
caution.
cut that flag straight down mid, bro. I had you.
Capture the flag.
Or you could have went PCs, bro. Because they always
No,
flank
he died. He
E1.
died from. No, I'm saying that last flag we were running where Kyle died from the guy E1. If I just told him to go.
That's what I'm
mid,
saying.
we
He
were-
should have ran it PCs.
Nah, he couldn't. He was already on his way.
Oh.
Like.
Okay.
Alright, let's go.
Call grapple.
Just got it.
Right now.
I see headshots in your future.
Yeah, sniping long. J6.
RPCs, guys, RPC. And, dude, on our flag, guys. What the fuck?
Yeah,
On our flag.
Above me.
I think he grappled. He just grappled.
Yeah, Burns one shot. Burns one shot flag. One shot
Their flag somewhere.
Dude, they're running at PCs, Kyle.
Enemy flag carrier spotted.
Flag's one, another one with him. Another one E2, I'm being annoying.
Yo, I want shots. Give us time. I want shots.
They're fucking
Plasma.
running it again. Two shot running it.
I killed one runner. One more on it. On it.
Dude, I just choked, bro. One shot on the flag. Pull it up.
Can't.
Oh, it's a full rig, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Tori, bro.
Enemy captured your flag.
Yeah, the bottom minute, I think.
I don't see anything right. The spawn
Yeah,
now.
hot shots, they're fucking
Bottom is calling, going on coil.
Or they're running over.
All right, so that was a little bit of leftovers versus 4G, but we're hopping really quick over to Tenright versus McPookies. Any thoughts on that match before we jump in?
Nah, I'm just excited for it. This is going to be a match to determine who continues on to tomorrow to play in day 2 of the HCS tournament.
Sounds good. We're going to send it over to one of our favorite casters. Not that Eli and Mikowski are not favorite. Active and Tony.
Yo, what is up, Tim? I hope you're ready for some action coming in here. What if I told you that the likes of Envor, previously of that war roster, has joined the likes of Haynes and Common, previously of Proton Gaming, and they brought in Darkest Hour's very own former IGL in Yaxon, and they're going up against a team named McPookies. Does that sound like a winner's bracket round 1 matchup to you? Because it's not. It's actually here in elimination bracket round number 7, and this McPookies roster may even be the favorites in this matchup, fresh off a top 12 finish. Ezzo, the free-for-all star phenom, Facti, former Lies duo alongside Sylvanic, and Parabola and Ivanized coming in. They've been the real deal for quite some time. I actually play a little twos with Parabola. McPookies, they're good, man.
Yeah, I mean they're 10th seed as well right now, going into this this event or this tournament. So, a very solid roster. We've seen them for a couple weeks. This Tenrai roster very interesting. I've always talked about Envor, and I always talk about him. I always mention that he's going to go to Street Fighter, and it's one of my other favorite titles to watch. But we got him back, and he's back in Halo once again. I think he's just a great talent, so it's really good to have him be a part of Halo again. And you can see the Tenrai, they're immediately going to take that first hill, Tony, very quickly, if I must say so.
That they do, but they end up going 3 down, and McPookies do have some early presence onto this next show as they look to tie things up. Ivanized with the sniper, but what a quick bounce back. Yaxon and Common, they're already on the dummy side. They're already putting down damage. Parabola doing everything he can to hold down to tower. Tenrai end up going 3 down once again. There should be some more time for McPookies.
Yeah, definitely, and that tower control is once again going to be the most important part. When you're breaking apart this setup, the very first person you need to take off is the guy on top tower. You gotta at least put a lot of damage into him so you can back him off. Parabola is playing this really well, though. You see, he doesn't take a lot of bad damage, and he's still able to watch the lanes on the map, spotting this player going back on the back of tower.
Gets the kill onto Haynes. It looks like there's a player right behind him, hunting him down. It's gonna be Yaxon awarded the kill onto him. McPookies find himself 3 down, so that means Tenrai gonna do everything they can to try to hold on to that setup, try to catch up as far as hill progression. Seaside setup almost locked in for Tenrai.
Yeah, that first kill onto the McPookies, though, is gonna stall them a little bit. You see, they wait for the spawners that come up. Haynes is the first one to die on the Tenrai side, and it's Envor on the top of tower with this camo. He's gonna be a nuisance to deal with. We'll see if he's able to get any kills, though.
I've never actually taken camo to tower before.
Me neither.
I usually try to roam around the map, but honestly it works out really well for Envor. McPookies never know when he's going to strike, and by the time they find out, the damage is just too much. I may have to steal a play out of his book. Fundamentals are key, and tower side is what you want for holding on to C-Plat.
Yeah, look how well they hold on to that tower side as well. It's a push that comes in, but you see that player right there. It's going to be 4 dead for Tenrai, but that player was no shields coming into tower once. You see that the defense is really solid. McPookies, though, they're going to get their first bit of control here on the A side with this A pit hill, and the spawns come out onto B, so it's a big push, and Parabola has to do all the damage he can in order to stop this push from happening.
But half of McPookies go down. Tenrai wasting no time whatsoever to make sure they're in that hill when watching the camo side. Meanwhile, Jackson, and Common are already watching the green. McPookies have to make a long rotation over towards this hill, and they need to get slays while doing it. So far, they haven't gotten either just yet, but Envoy can't hit the fadeaway.
And barely missed as well, which is unfortunate because that's going to be 3 down for Tenrai, and you know, they're up 2-0 in hills, but they did get halfway through this third hill, so still McPookies have a lot of work to do. Stop this push from happening. The push that's coming in from the outside with a lot of damage being taken here from McPookies, and Tenrai have an entrance into this hill.
Another kill favors McPookies. That's opening within the defenses to try to push up towards Tenrai. 2 down for them, and Jackson playing through this green side, keeping the eye out on that portal. On his teammates. I'm not gonna lie, I swear that was the enemy portal. My bad.
No, me too. Me too. I think he thought the same thing, which is why he was watching it. But it's gonna be a 2 dead. I'm sorry, 2-3 down for McPookies, and once again Tenrai. All the while, that hill looks potentially like it's McPookies. Tenrai come in at the very last second, and they're gonna look to score this one as well. They just gotta fend off one push.
Could be 3 in a row here for Tenrai. McPookie's really struggling to try to get them out of this A-side setup. And with that snipe, putting an exclamation point on that. 3 down go McPookies. They can break the green side spawners, just leaving 2 behind, and push the hill right now, which it looks like that's exactly what Action Jackson is gonna do. Killing spree for them. Clearing out this entire zone right now is Tenrai, fresh off of getting a capture as 3 down go McPookies. There's the 4th.
Yeah, this kid is good, right? Jackson 19-6. What a massive start for him in this game, and it's been the factor I think that's willed this team forward. The slays constantly when McPookies has a setup. It's Jackson getting those slays and making sure to continue to put damage in and play his life. He's only got 6 deaths in this game, which is absolutely incredible if you look at the death score of every member in the on this match right now.
Now Jackson pushing up with that portal. He's already been able to stay alive without the equipment. Once you add that in there, he is so tough to deal with. Damage output has been fantastic so far in this game, in addition to his ability to stay alive. And now, at any point in time, he can just portal right back towards tower, catch the backside of the opposition for the double kill, and stay alive, flipping the map almost entirely by himself. Another 3 down go McPookies. Tenrai in what could be their final setup of the game. McPookies have 2 players that are coming out for spawn, 2 players that are pushing up, but I'm not sure they're gonna be able to end this, Tim. This may just be it.
Yeah, this is definitely gonna be it, Tony. Look at Jackson on the top of tower. Finally, McPookie's get a couple kills, but they are 3 down. So that'll be it. It's gonna be Tenrai taking game number 1 in very convincing fashion off of the massive, phenomenal performance out of Jackson.
We saw what he could do back in Darkest Hour last year. Let me tell you, he ain't slowing down. The man might have gotten even better here on Tenrai with mind you, 3 very experienced players at this point, players that were young guns themselves at one point, but now are quickly becoming veterans in the scenes, and Jax is the one to stand out in that game number 1. Absolutely incredible. Tim, break down these freaking stats.
I mean, let's just take a look at Jackson's stats, right? Just a big game out of him, and utilizing that QT towards the end of the game really showcases how strong that power up is. And I think I mentioned this before, but I talked to Sparty about it, and he said that having QT and the camo on that map, it's just too much power. And, you know, to be honest with you, at first I was like, yeah, you know, camo's really, you know, kind of, it's easy to die with, you know, on that camo platform. So maybe it makes, you know, camo a little less powerful, but I disagree now. I 100% agree with Sparty. I think it's a lot of power on the map. And honestly, if you can use QT correctly, you can really take over a game. And we saw that out of Tenrai and Yaxin.
Going to game number 2 is going to be Streets, and obviously a much different flow with the game. If McPookie's game plan is to muddy up the game and make it less coordinated, less fundamentally sound, I think Street Slayer is where they want to be. Live Fire King of the Hill is a very structured game, a very, you know, OpTic type of game or SSG type of game that you want to see structure, and where if McPookies want to throw off the rhythm and maybe attack it like how a Native Red did over in Season 2, this is a great game type and map combination for them.
Yeah, 100%. This is their chance to kind of bring this back. It looked very, I don't know, it just looked like they were always fighting from their back foot. Every single hill, even though they were like getting that time inside of the hills, they just weren't able to hold the setup for long enough. It was just broken so quickly, and that aggression and honestly just the individual skill and the mechanical skill out of this Tenrai roster was a bit too much to deal with. Let's see if that changes here on the streets.
Both teams fighting really for the strong side of the map, this B side. B really makes it so tough to deal with, and especially as camouflage is coming up, this is where you want to be, along with having presence over towards a bottom C or a bottom A side of the map, so you have a clear sight on camouflage. Facty knows a one-shot player in front of him with the whiffing a few shots. Let me tell you, you can power the entire map of Streets with that windmill.
Oh my gosh, that's the second time today we've seen something crazy. Yeah, Tony, definitely good power in the streets with that. That was unfortunate, right? Because that's a stock rifle, potentially in the hands of Tenrai now, and a lead for them as well. Let's see how this kind of snowballs, though, as Parabola does have the camo. He's trying to do all he can in terms of damage, but that camo is null and void.
Switch gears over towards Ivanized team, down by 4 at the moment, and could be more if you keep allowing the enemy team to grab a hold of that shotgun. The shotgun's so tough to deal with, especially when you're down in numbers, down in scoreline right now like McPookies are. McPookies really need to tie things up. The last thing you want to do is give Envoy, you know, the king of passion, any kind of momentum. When he starts yelling, you're in trouble.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up earlier. You know, that's a big factor, right? If you have a player that's kind of passionate like that, popping off. You see a lot of pro players in the scene kind of have that personality trait where, you know, they can really light their roster up and help their team, will their team forward with their energy. He's definitely a player that does that. Great personality and skill as well. You see, it's going to be a double for him as we're talking about him. And a 2-kill lead as well for the side of Tenrai.
Tenrai wanted B Street control so much they're willing to send 3 bodies straight towards it in a 3-1 split. You gotta love Tenrai really focusing on the strong side of the map, and now the question becomes, will it net them a camouflage because of it? He actually almost catches a long-range pass from bottom C right there in that spike grenade, and that Shroud just might have allowed Ivanice to steal away a camouflage, and if he ends up alive, this is really good for McPookies.
Yeah, you know, shout out to Yaxin there, just doing as much damage as possible, but nothing was cleaned up whatsoever. It allows Ivanice to sneak on through, grab the camo for himself, punch it into his body, and get tons of kills and damage as well. That's going to be the first kill for him. We'll see if he's able to get more, but yeah, I think Yaxin did a really good job in that situation, but there just wasn't any capitalization on the damage he was putting out.
Ivanice backing down with this camouflage. Most important for him to simply stay alive, especially when you have a teammate with you, but the pings are coming down, trying to figure out exactly where they're attacking from. Camouflage just ran out, still has the repulse to work with. First 2 players going down for Tenrai, but the next 2 are McPookies. This battle's so important. And looks like Facty and Ivanice is going to win over that one. Envoy off a spawn, getting a kill or 2. Down by 3 right now are McPookies, but they're off a spawn, and they're playing fast.
McPookies are keeping this pretty close. It was a game led by 5 kills for Tenrai, but McPookies have constantly found opportunities to get kills, isolated, open up the map a little bit. It's Facty now playing the slow game. And you see the push here from Tenrai. Facty in a pretty rough spot in the corner there. Tries to do as much damage as possible, but once again, it's Envor now with the Stalker in his hand, and All the while, just as quickly as McPookie's looks solid, it's a 7-kill lead for Tenrai.
Young man out of Mississippi and Envoy not able to play his life over towards bottom mid. And maybe if he was, maybe they grab a hold of camo. Now both teams kind of scrambling. Both teams find themselves 2 down. Nobody exactly set up properly for this camouflage, which has been up for quite some time. Jackson cannot find the kill onto Facty, who clearly refuses to go down. And camouflage, I believe, just got burnt in the hands of Common.
Once again, McPookie's keeping it a bit close. It's within 5 now. They start to slow down the pace of the game. You see, again, it's going to be a solid defense onto the side of McPookie's here. Understanding where Tenrai is. Who's going to make the first move is the question.
Game slows down here. McPookie's starting to realize down by 5 kills, every mistake is ultimately inching Tenrai closer and closer to that 50 kill mark. So they really need to start valuing their lives and taking advantage of some of the damage that they have been able to create. There we go, Facty with a bit of a sneaky beaver play. Already got the kill, wants to turn it into 2. Jackson with the shotgun, gonna be good enough to get that trade, but 2-for-1 kills now. Trades out are what McPookies want to get. Maybe even turn it to 3-for-1s. They're not out of it just yet.
Yeah, you see Facty kind of plays that bottom stairs side, and it allows him not to be seen by the players from Tenrai pushing on the B side of the map. They think the spot is clear. They go for that push. Ends up getting punished pretty quickly. And now it's Anvar once again with a stalker. I talked about how important this weapon is to have in your hands. And we're going to see him put this to work as it's 2 down for McPookie. He's going to try to isolate these last 2 players inside a tram.
Yeah, you can tell Tenrai playing really aggressive now, really playing for trades, and as long as they're pushing together, it's going to work out in their favor. In fact, maybe work out better than trades, as Common ends up with a double kill to completely clear out the subway side. And now, with a little bit of a hesitation, Tenrai, they know when McPookies are spawning. Now they want to get an angle. Already find yourself a one-shot player, make the other one one-shot. Look at the damage that they're able to create, limiting the options of McPookies as Common gets himself a killing spree before going down. And the rest of Tenrai are continuing to play aggressive through that.
Yeah, Tenrai is just picking them apart one by one. You can see a lot of 1v1s that are happening. Even though McPookies is trying to go for those bait and switches like you saw on the side of PD and Tire Gen, it's just not enough. Tenrai are winning those 1v1s. They're winning those 1v2s as well, and they're making this lead out of, become out of reach here. 46-34 now, Tenrai lead.
One squad wipe away from putting down McPookies here in 2 games in a row. I think McPookies have been fighting well and trying to keep things close, but so far it's been really stopped at every given turn. Everything that McPookies have been looking to accomplish from game 1 to game number 2 has been ultimately been answered by Tenrai. Final kill comes in. That's a back smack for Common, giving him 14 and 9 plays, making not so common plays, rare plays, if you will, than Common of Tenrai. One more game and then pulling off the sweep.
Yeah, this is a 10 seed of McPookies too. Like they've done really well in these opens, and it's Tenrai coming for the spot. Beautiful 2 games in a row. We haven't seen many games go to game 5 today, Tony. I think it's just been 1 game 5. The rest have been kind of 3-0 sweeps. Or hoping to see something a little bit different here out of McPookies. I feel like they are capable, but Tenrai just has their number right now, and it's being showcased in the stats and, of course, the series score.
Take a look at some of the score lines here. 14 kills out of both Common and Haynes. Longtime duo. Haynes, the Brett Favre of Halo, if you will. How many times he's retired and come back? Hey, I ain't mad. I love having you here, Haynes. Wow. Decent damage. Jackson and Haynes actually really leading out with that damage. On the other side of things, Ivan Eyes with his 4,300. Ezzo, pretty damn close. There's Parabola that finds himself, or excuse me, a Parabola that really finds himself really far behind on that damage sheet.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough, especially when you're getting cycled in a Slayer. It's just tough to get out of that, right? You tend to essentially spawn without your teammates, and you got to really change the pace of the game. And then you get isolated, and with how aggressive Tenrai was playing constantly in that game, Parabola was on the lower end of that, and he was just kind of stuck in a situation where you just cycled off a spawn over and over and over again, and then it just doesn't allow you to do much. So we'll see if that changes here on the recharge. A little bit of a different style of map here. obviously with all the crosses. I really like the shroud screen on this map. We've talked about it before, but utilizing it to find yourself crossing through catwalk or top glass is just, it's so strong. I'm excited to see how that develops as the HCS Season 3 year moves forward. But McPookie's looking for something here, looking for some sort of momentum to potentially bring this reverse sweep to fruition. It's going to take a lot, though. Tenrai looks extremely solid and, like you mentioned before, extremely passionate as well.
Yeah, I really want to see a bounce back game out of Parabola. I just think, you know, obviously 1600 damage, really tough and really hard to stop the enemy team from doing what they want to do with that. I actually got the chance to play twos with them literally up until like 2 o'clock in the morning one night, and I know how good this man is. He puts down shots and he barely misses. So if there's one player that I'm looking for to bounce back, it's definitely him. He's way too skilled to be putting up stat lines like that. Meanwhile, it's going to take a full team effort from McPookie. So although I'm really putting a lot of pressure on that young man, and you still got to deal with the entire team of Tenrai, which is obviously not easy.
You know, Tony, you sound a bit biased to me, okay? That's not allowed here on the LVT Halo channel, okay? No more biased casters.
I mean, I've done content with Chris Common. He's on my YouTube right now. You already know I love me some Envoy. Going back to Fnatic days, let me tell you, I am biased. I'm biased because I love me some good gameplay. So love whoever's winning, whoever's popping off, I'ma hype them up, baby.
Well, we need McPookies to pop off, and we need to hype them up, Tony, because I 100% agree there is a lot of talent on that roster. We've seen what Ivan Eyes is capable of, and having a bit of a decent start. Would you agree? 4-1 already in this game. They're going for that double cap air on A and B, and have locked in a couple of points for themselves.
So far, he's doing his thing as Ivan Eyes right now, but it's a long game ahead of us. Alpha and Bravo in the hands of McPookies, but they're the first ones to end up going 2 down without getting a single kill onto Tenrai. With that, Tenrai a little bit slow to make their way towards Alpha. Is it because Common has lost his clamber button? I don't know.
It might be.
He got the kill release, and there we go. We got there. We got there. What was that?
Maybe he's trying to learn a skill jump. Maybe there's a double jump we don't know about on recharge. I don't know. But it's Tenrai with Common getting top A control that allows them to get that A and C set up. And a trade there as well is going to get A reset. And potentially a triple cap as B's being capped as well.
Big bounce back coming out of Tenrai, but having to give up 3 lives in order to get that triple cap maybe is an opportunity for McPookies to push up. Damage going down. Ezzo does enough damage for Ivan Nice to come in for the double. Now it looks like they want to attack B while already going after Charlie. Tenrai had the triple cap, but McPookies want to grab it and maybe hold on to it to run strongholds.
Yeah, that's really good by Tenrai, though. You see that, right? They're on the glass side. They decided instead to get their teammates spawns on long and push for the C side. And you see that kind of stops the bleeding here of this triple cap. But they don't lock in C. Wait a minute here. C doesn't get locked in. The triple cap continues. 2 points every second. Big Pookies are starting to do well.
Spawners over toward the back gold corner. It looks like Ivan Nice and McPookies are able to identify just that. 9-3 right now with this young man. Make it 10. Ivan Nice having one hell of a game. Tenrai want to win it. They're going to have to shut this man down 100-33 at the moment. With Ivan Nice, your leading scorer.
Well, we might have woken them up a bit, Tony. This is a definite different type team than we saw in the past 2 games. Is even a bit of aggression, some confidence coming out of them. Common, though, shuts that down real quick. Now a 2 cap here for Tenrai. Oh my goodness, the triple out of Common. And some nasty shots, gonna stay alive as well with a shock rifle in his hands on C.
Chris Common making some super rare plays right now. Almost gets the timing with the overkill, so close. But the triple into the 4 down, into a killing spree by Chris Common, formerly of Florida. Florida man out here going crazy.
That's what's needed, right? You need a player to pop off like this, and triple cap is answered back by Tenrai and all the work that McPookie just did. All the work that they put in is just completely deleted by the side of Tenrai. Approaching 100 seconds now is them.
Switching gears over towards Haynes, gets an easy cleanup. That nade perfectly placed. Parabola not happy about that one, as Haynes looks to slow things down, holding on to Alpha. They don't have the timing to push it for Charlie, but you see them literally cut the map in half.
Yeah, I really like this play, right? You just solidify control of A. You have control of B already, and you have players on the top of glass. Look at them creating space on the glass right there on your screen. That's going to trap McPookie's inside of the tower here, and it's up to Haynes to try and do some damage and stay alive, but he gets taken out pretty quick, and that'll be 2 down, I believe, for Tenrai.
130 to 112. Why?
Why?
Commando in the hands of Ivanize. Long range shot's gonna connect. Doesn't want to use it for short range, so right back to the bandit he goes. Thought he might be able to push the weak 1v1, but it was actually a 1v2. There's an opportunity now for Tenrai to maybe infiltrate that gold side of the map as Envor holding on to the tower side for dear life, because now he's down to 1 shot. Parabola in his face. Ivanize getting himself some kills as well. Things are really starting to speed up, both teams throwing haymakers at each other.
Now, I know, chat, that you can't see who's dead or who's alive, but this is practice for you. Look at the darn kill feed, okay? I'm sick of you guys. Never mind, I'm not going to get mad at you guys. I love you all. But there it is. It's 3 down for McPookie's. Sorry, 2 down. Apparently, I don't look at the kill feed either. McPookie's starting to do some big work here, though. A little bit of a lead, 25 seconds and counting. And they'll maintain this control and force the spawns on to C.
McPookie's have over a 30-point lead at the moment. They've been playing some great fundamental Halos, and honestly, they've been leading this entire series long. Question now becomes, is it too little too late? Is Tenrai already up 2-0 in the series, or is this an opportunity for McPookie's to maybe, just maybe, pull off the reverse sweep? You already know they're feeling themselves when Enzo is flying in with the grapple like that. Meanwhile, off his screen, Common taking away Bravo while losing half of his team. Alpha and Charlie in the hands of McPookie's once again. They look to put points in.
You gotta love Enzo's stats, right? 5, 12, and 9. A lot of damage output out of him. And it's going to be that. It's going to be, of course, McPookie's in that lead. Common, though, a big play on the pipe side. He's going to try and prevent this B from being put in. But you see already getting his shields back, timing that push. You can't make that jump. I don't know if he was going for that jump, but regardless, he's got that ledge control. And him being up here, it's becoming a nuisance for the side of McPookie's. They really need to prioritize him inside of pipes.
3 down go McPookie's. This is an opportunity for Tenrai to put some valuable points on the board. Finally able to take away Charlie, plus you know where McPookie's are spawning. Now you limit their options. You know they want to break out of tower or try to break into gold, but with that, there's a player already that's rotated towards C. Common recognizes that, adapts immediately, relocates, earns himself a double kill because of it. Bravo's already in the hands of Tenrai. They're taking back Charlie.
Yeah, you see they immediately rotate towards A as well, so they're going for this triple cap. Spawns are a bit wonky, though. There is a player on the pipe side. They might get... No, they're going to get probably a C spawn here, it looks like. Blue pipe spawn. A great job by Tenrai, though, consistently isolating these players. Look, they're coming off a spawn, and Tenrai is getting the kills on them pretty quickly.
Common trying to put some damage as he backs down to get some kind of cover. Still 2 more players to deal with for McPookie, so Common not able to stop everyone from McPookie's from grabbing hold of Charlie, but more importantly, still holding on to Alpha and Bravo, so extra damage, extra pressure. Nothing wrong with that. Haynes with the shock rifle, nothing wrong with that either.
I believe it is Facti who gets away with that camo, though, so Haynes not going to be able to spot him out. And this is going to open things up a little bit for Tenrai. Facti pushing in now. The last player alive is on this A side, but what he does by this pressure is he blocks those spawners from hopping onto A, and that's going to force the spawns onto C, so it's going to be McPookie's with a bit more control once again.
Easy kill by Facti. This was tied up at 200 apiece. Tenrai were able to weather the storm, able to make a massive comeback there, but now McPookie's take back control. A 4v4 situation. The last thing you want to do is be the weak link, be the first one to go down. And it looks like 2 end up hitting the black screen for Tenrai. A double kill out of Facti leads to the 3 down for Tenrai. There's no chance that Tenrai are going to be able to take away Alpha and Bravo. No chance they're going to be able to break the setup if they end up going down once again. They're coming off a spawn. This may just be Tenrai's final push.
Yeah, you see that shroud screen once again coming into play, but like you said, the final push was thwarted there. They're going to get C as well, so a triple cap if Common can't stop it, but even if he can, they still have to get A, so a great job. 3 down for McPookie's. A great fight by Tenrai to keep this game in their hands. It's 242 to 205. McPookie's lead.
Tenrai not only taking Alpha and Bravo, but Alpha and Charlie, but looking to take Bravo. Stopped just short of doing so, but it looks like it's going to be relayed. Triple cap for Tenrai. This is dangerous for McPookie's. The first thing they do is attack C. Luckily for them, Tenrai aren't attacking them right now, but now they have to bust through. Now they have to get that first kill onto a perimeter player so they can ultimately break this setup, and them going 2 down isn't what you were looking for. 3 down for McPookie's. Now somebody is gonna have to make a god play because Tenrai have numbers on the map. Tenrai have Alpha and Bravo, and McPookie's don't have time.
Oh my goodness. Okay, we have to talk about this. We have to talk about this right now. Tenrai are gonna sweep 3-0. Did you see the very ending play there out of Haynes and Anvor? What a beautiful, magnificent showcase of teamwork and chemistry. Holding down those crosses so beautifully, not allowing any players from McPookie's to get through on the setup. Force the spawns on long haul. Masterful out of the side of Tenrai, and that's why they won that game.
So close, man. So close, and yet so far away. They're just dropping like flies. And then at this point here, it's 2 down. Somebody has to make a play, so now you have to straight beeline it. And this is just easy pickings. Easy pickings for Tenrai, because they know where you're going. It would be crazy to know where the enemy's going and the missing shots. Like, it's not even possible right there. McPookie, excuse me, played so well in that game number 3, and I honestly thought they could steal away that one and maybe extend the series, but it looks like Tenrai coming up with the 3-0 sweep. We're gonna send it over to Ali and Garrett.
I thought so too. I thought they were gonna steal that last game and extend it for us. Maybe even see a game 5. It didn't happen, Tools. It didn't happen, and now Tenrai is going to be going up against Native for our next match.
Yeah, I'm very excited about the Native matchup that we have. I believe it's actually 4G that'll be going up against Native. That'll be our last. I think it's the last match in the entire bracket. You can see that everyone's getting in. So that's what I love about these Halo weekends, Aliak, is that like when we get towards the end of it, it's like we get to watch the tournament until it's at its conclusion, until there's no matches going on. This is the very last match in the bracket. Everything else is done. We got here just in time to see it start as well.
This is it. It's 4G, guys. 4G versus Native that we're going to be starting in just a few moments. But while we wait, I actually got some jokes for you all here. I saw Unishek in the chat, and I just had to pull up my puns. So I'm actually not really that great at puns, but I'm gonna try this out. See if I can make Unishek proud. Let's see. All right. Let's see if you guys can guess these. Okay. What do people have for breakfast in an earthquake zone?
What do people have for breakfast in an earthquake zone? God, they said it's like a Unishek thing, so it's gonna be like a pun.
Maybe, yeah, maybe.
He said maybe. Okay.
It's not. It's
cracked eggs.
Scrambled eggs,
like cracked eggs, scrambled eggs.
Hold up a minute.
Earthquaker oats. That's kind of good. I can see that one. Quaker and oats.
Did I say this joke behind the scenes?
Did someone get it?
Yeah.
Wow.
Eli X came in really quick and said pancakes. It's pancakes, guys. It's pancakes.
Wow. Pancakes. I was like, instant. You got it right away. Pancakes.
Oh my gosh, I made Unishek laugh. Let's go. Okay. Next one.
Please stop.
I got another one. Okay. This might be an oldie but goodie. Let's see. What do Spartans have for dinner?
What do Spartans have for dinner?
Nobody's getting it. Actives. Nice try, Active.
I like Tony's.
The Covenant's good.
The Covenant.
Pasta. Grunts.
Stress says grunts.
Grunts. All right.
Flood.
The flood.
The food because it's like food.
Flood. That's a good guess.
Flood.
All right. I'm getting ready.
Oh wait. Alia, what do Spartans have for? What was the question?
For dinner.
Okay, Alia, what do Spartans have for dinner?
Oh, I'm so glad you asked. A meal.
It's so bad. It's like Spartans are gonna eat a different Spartan.
You just don't get it. It's a good one.
Okay. You got a better one?
Yeah, I do. Okay.
Okay.
Just one more? Or I got two.
Yeah, two more.
I can do two.
How about one more? If we get 5 subs by the time this next one's done, then we can do another.
I'll throw the fourth. All right.
I'm gonna be tapped out, I think, after this one.
I like that. Okay. What do you call an elite who takes every vehicle?
A bad teammate.
True.
Oh, okay. I mean, I might need chat for this one. Let's see. What? So repeat it one more time.
What do you call an elite who takes every vehicle?
The Carburetor is a good one. I like that one from Eli X. That felt good.
A Sang Steely?
A war thief.
A war thief.
Someone said a warthog.
You guys got it right.
Okay, so wait. Okay, let me. So, Aliek, what do you call an elite that steals every vehicle on the map?
A warthog.
God,
it's good.
That one was better than the other two. I'll say that for sure. I think that one's the best one that you've had yet. Maybe we finish out high.
Okay.
It's like I feel like I'm gonna regret this.
At least I got you to fake chuckle.
But I feel like we can do one more.
Okay.
We could do it. I'm just my expectations are a little bit higher now, so I expect something very good.
Okay.
For this last one.
All right. You guys are not ready for this one. Why does no one go near elites?
Why does no one go near elites? Aliek, why does no one go near elites?
They don't want to catch warts.
Yeah, that's one. That's one. That's great.
Good.
Oh God, how many people are here, Louis?
I feel like you're overreacting. Tools is overreacting right now. He's fake sweating right now.
I do not like this. How many people do we have in the lobby? How close are we?
I think my jokes are 10 out of 10. At least Unicheck thinks so.
I think that you gotta wait till Pun Tuesday for that.
All right. Oh, are we making this a thing? I'm ready. Pun Tuesday. Let's go, guys. Tools just announced it. Pun Tuesday. It's happening. All right, guys. Let's see what's happening in our lobby right now. We're missing only one player, is it? Yes, one player. What do we have to do to get them over here? Wait, hold up. Is it?
We gotta come up with a pun for the player that we're missing, right? So Mickwin, Barcode Collect. Who are we missing in the lot? We're missing APG. So we gotta come up with a pun for APG.
Oh God.
And then if we say that pun, then he'll come.
Okay, listen. I think we're gonna have to leave chat to make puns because I don't make puns. I steal them.
Wait. Oh.
I just borrow jokes and then I tell them better.
You're saying that you have no original, original jokes.
No.
You didn't come up with any of those?
No. I'm honest.
What do you call it? Well, okay. What do you call it when you're late for your Halo match because of your teammate?
A late gamer.
Oh, that's I see. You're getting there.
Late gamer. I fashionably like a punctual gangster.
A punctual gangster? Okay. I was gonna say
an unpunctual gangster.
A wait PG.
A wait PG. I think mine was better.
Wow, a procrastinating gamer is good.
A procrastinating.
Yeah, a procrastinating gamer is a very, very good answer to that. You see, I like it. So like I gotta find a better punchline. Oh, waited.
What is happening? Sorry, I just got distracted by my dog.
What's your dog doing? Can we get full cam here? Can you move a little bit? Let's see what this dog's up to.
She's going crazy. By the way, a lot of you guys have asked about my dog. Her name is Mila. She's a dog that thinks she's a cat, also a goat, and a bunch of other animals, but mainly a cat. She climbs my desk and she's
cat dog.
Yeah, it took her a year to wag her tail at me, so she's an odd one for sure.
You got like a little Halo 3 pillow in the background. I like that.
Oh, this?
Halo 3.
Oh, well, that's not a Halo 3 pillow. I'm glad you asked. That's actually...
It's gonna be like a segment.
Yeah, I'm glad. I was so ready for this. This is actually my Halo 3 Xbox 360 original t-shirt.
Oh, okay, that's fun. I like
original.
that.
I need to.
Well, last I looked, I think we had all 8 players ready in our lobby.
Yeah. All right, everybody. Next game is about to start. Casters, take it away.
Active. I have a joke. One more.
Not another one.
Listen. What prehistoric animal has a huge head and little arms? You! Ladies and gentlemen, our matchup is here. It's Native Gaming going up against, is that for Gil Lewis? Oh my gosh, I'm definitely biased. I definitely want for Gil Lewis to win this matchup. Oh my gosh. 3 down, go for Gil now.
No, I want you to cast this alone, Tony. I am not a dinosaur or T-Rex. I am a human being, okay? Anyway, here we go. Native Gaming versus 4G for Gil Lewis. Native Gaming's an interesting roster to me. You know, I like Barcode a lot. I'm not a biased caster like Tony is, but I like Barcode a lot because of his smile, right? The smile lights up a room, but what I'm looking for him to do is light up some heads, and Nickwood's doing just that. The snipe in his hands, nets control as well, halfway through this first hill.
Gil Lewis did not retire after 10 years at Walmart for them to lose hill number 1 in this fashion as McWin really laying down the law with that sniper. Another 3 down go for Gale, and now they're just about able to finish this one up and now move on to the next one. They're already having presence on the tower side, and looks like 4G might have punted this first hill and now is trying to push up early towards tower.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. It's a good play as well because it's going to be Barcode who's going to get those big doors / green spawns for the side of Native Gaming. Actually, they get splits on the camo side, but it's gonna be 3 down for Native now, so that early rotation is gonna pay off here for Gil Lewis, and 4 down for Native.
QT just about coming up here. Squall stretched out all the way towards the green side right now, really trying to limit the options of Native Gaming, and Native Gaming desperately having to break this setup or be in danger of an early tie-up before 4G staying alive, almost about taking this entire hill without Native Gaming getting a single touch. But here we go, 3 down go 4G. Native Gaming have this setup, and now they're looking to put in a perfect hold right now. They would literally need to hold them off for what, 2, maybe 3 rounds of slays?
Yeah, 4G did a really good job there, though. You saw they waited for their spawns to come through it, then they peeked towards the big door, and I don't think Barcode or whoever was on Nest has information that 3 are pushing on the Nest side, so they might make it all the way through, and they break a bit of a setup here, so it's 2 down now for Native. Barcode, though, gets a nice little trade. And that trade might just be enough. They might be able to hold off this push here, Tony. There's 1 more player on that Nest side. That QT, though, it's so ambiguous.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I thought it was to the point where maybe Native Gamer would have to rotate and get over towards that early third hill, but no, they get the break. They hold off just long enough to go up 2-0 in this game, and now they're continuing to play forward through that. Barcode able to go right at his former teammate in straight sick, and McWin doing everything he can to stay alive with this camo and sniper combination. Like, he's gonna no scope his teammate.
That's a pretty big deal that they were able to get the camo and get to the hill and get the hill to halfway and be up 2-0. Okay, I know it's a lot of ands in my sentence, but it's a big deal. They're pretty much juggling everything at once like a clown at a carnival, and it's beautiful to see. The third hill is gonna be possibly capitalized on as well, but it's gonna be finally 4G who gets there and gets control, and it's up to Native Gaming for another push.
Unlike a clown at a carnival, 4G they ain't playing any games at the moment here. They're looking to hold on to the setup and finally put one on the board. No scope into the melee, straight sick. Ends up running right into McWin while one shot and hot shot Ghost gets left by himself there. Momentary 2v2. McWin still feeling confident enough to push after this hill. 4G really need to push them out. The last thing you want to do is fall 0-3 in this game.
Yeah, especially when you've had control of two of the hills, right? I mean, 4G have had many opportunities to grab these hills. Finally, they get 3 down the side of Native Gaming, but it's Barcode who somehow makes it in. I thought he was going to step in for 2 ticks there. That would have been insane, but finally, 4G is the one pushing out here, trying to create space on this nest side as the spawns come out on the mud. And it looks like this hill might go on the side of 4G. One more push is all Native Gaming have to break this setup.
But 4G are just about done closing this one out, and they're finding the kills that they needed back to back in favor of 4G. And, oh, wow.
Wow. Did you see that? That was literally Barcode just tiptoeing his way through screens, gets in the hill for 2 ticks, and the third hill goes in for Native. This is not good, Tony. It's got to be a real big blast to your mental to be in control of multiple hills. I would say at least 2 of the 3 hills. You're in control. You have a chance to win them out, and you just can't. And now Barcode has the camo once again. He dies with it, but it means you don't have it. So again, Native Gaming in a great spot here for this next hill.
Barcode fresh off of a plane here in America and already committing robberies at the moment. Stealing away that third hill, 3 in a row for Native Gaming. 3 minutes and 25 seconds on the clock. So even if 4G are able to steal this one away, like how much time gets drained off the clock while they do it? Meanwhile, Native Gaming, they've been playing damn near perfect so far. And listen, they might take the lead once again in this 4th and potentially final hill.
Look at this. This is so beautiful by McWin. The timing is perfect. They push through the bottom center, the bottom tower, and a nice repulse flank play by McWin. This is kind of nice. I was honestly doubting this Native Gaming roster. It's not that I doubted them. I just didn't expect them to make this much of an impact this early, especially with Barcode just getting to the US. But they look really solid here. I mean, it's 4G, but I don't think this team is no slouch. Like, this is a really nice roster, and that's a 4-0 that quickly. That's pretty impressive if you ask me. Native up 1-0.
I mean, yeah, luckily it's been really easy to implement Barcode in. I mean, at one point, this was 3/4 of that Native white roster, if I remember correctly, McWin, Barcode, and Collect. And now you bring an APG, who I feel like can complement almost anybody in any team. And you have a really dangerous team you have to mess with. Native Gaming probably upset that they're in this position to begin with this early in the lower bracket and looking to take out their frustrations on 4G. That was a 4-0, but more than that, it felt like a message to the other team and to all of us saying that we're back.
Yeah, I love it. And you're right, Tony. Yeah, this roster was a thing in previous seasons. To me, it's just like, that's a lot of moving around for Barcode. And I remember talking to him because, you know, it's definitely rough to have those visa issues and have to go back and all of that. I think it's been a little bit of a mental battle for him, and you know, see him come back. And I didn't expect him to be unsuccessful, but I just expected it to take a little bit longer. They just look really solid together, and what you said makes sense. You know, 3/4 and then APG being added. I 100% agree with you. We'll see if they're able to continue that dominance here on the streets. They find themselves in the lower bracket again. This is going to decide who moves on to tomorrow on the Championship Sunday. This game decides that right here for Native. Are they going to be able to make it happen, or will 4G answer back in this Slayer game?
If you're looking for a fight, you gotta take it to the streets of New Mombasa, and that's exactly where we land here for game number 2 in a do or die for both of these teams here. Elimination bracket round number 7. One of these teams will most likely make it into tomorrow as far as onto Championship Sunday, and the other will not. And for all 8 of these teams that are used to making it to that point, you know, it's gonna be a difficult talk. It's gonna be a difficult situation as the 5-2 lead for 4G to start things off. Active camouflage sitting and really teasing both teams over toward the mid map.
Yeah, I really like how slow they are to get this, though. They look for control first. You see Native Gaming, they have to get 3 dead before they even step foot in the camo area. Barcode's gonna pick that up, and now information on the new spawners from PD. Let's see how Native Gaming play this with his camo in Barcode's hands.
He's gonna take his time. He sees 2 players in front of him, now gonna play this perfect strike right when they're weakest, right when they're in a false sense of security, and get yourself a double kill. Barcode making priceless plays right there as 4G staggered deaths, 3 down for them.
Look at that stat line, Tony. I know you love to see stuff like that, right? It's only 1 death for Barcode, 4 assists and 3 kills. That is just beautiful out of him. Look at the impact he's making too. The damage is so crazy out of this man. He's come out with some fire here in this matchup. A beautiful showcase, 13-7 now. Native Gaming dominating in this game number 2.
Well, there's one thing that we know for a fact when it comes to Barcode. The man didn't travel thousands and thousands of miles away to get here to compete and not take things seriously. If you are going to travel to another country to compete professionally, you know you're putting your heart and soul into every game, every practice. You want this to work out. Barcode may want this more than anybody in the HCS right now. The man traveled to another country away from his friends and family in order to do so, and look what has happened. Barcode, an amazing start for him. Native Gaming with a 4-kill lead, looking to make this a 2-0 series lead for them.
On top of that, Tony, you got Sparty watching on the big screen. We saw that on his Twitter, right? He's probably the cheering section for Barcode as well. That's what I would do for my boy. I'd be screaming when he does something crazy. We'll see if that energy is going to affect him whatsoever, though. It's a 15-13 lead now. 4G has done a great job of bringing this within 1 now, so bringing this game back heavily is 4G. We're on board with Burton, and he's going to look to push on his purple side.
Excellent shots coming in from Burton, but not able to take down APG. Luckily, Hotshot Ghost plays his trades out. He's able to take down Barcode. Still momentary advantage, which usually means momentary map control for Native Gaming, but Hotshot Ghost, maximum output as far as damage-wise, doing everything he can to stay alive, being such a tough kill. Might have bought time for 4G to take back this control that Native Gaming almost stole away.
Well, Bird does a pretty good job of cleaning up a couple kills, but it's not going to be enough. That's 3 down for the side of 4G. You see the isolation of the spawns here coming out from Mikwin and his teammate. They know this player is inside a red room, but the spawns come out onto C, so they got to be a bit slower about it. They wait for APG with the flank. Massive job by him. That's a double now, and a 23-16 lead. Native once again running away with this one.
APG's only died 2 times so far. 7 kills, 3 assists, 2 deaths. That was my area code back in Jersey. 732. I'm sorry. Camouflage is coming up. APG wants to work a bit of a 1-2 combo here with McWin. Shroud goes down as they attack Camouflage. Couple grenades gonna shut him down. I believe he was able to burn out that camo, so at least that won't be a factor. But 3-kill advantage for Native Gaming. 4G look to chase them off in the mid map.
Yeah, Native Gaming is holding on to this lead very slightly, though. I like this push once again. Look at this triple push. They've got to be careful of the C plat player, though. Or the player on top C. And it's going to be Burton, but look at that. Isolate the first player, push in for the second one, take minimal damage as well, and clear out another one. A great job by Native on that push. Their pushes have been phenomenal, honestly.
McWin immediately taking a perimeter side. Killing spree being earned after the first kill. Just playing a bit of peekaboo as he puts down damage. I wonder if his damage is going to be picked up. I know Barcode is already in the PD side. It looks like he has some help with them. Stalker rifle not doing the damage that he's looking for, but Barcode comes in and finally takes down Burton over toward the back A side. A side has been cleared out by Native Gaming, and on the other side of things, McWin and the rest of Native still applying pressure onto the spawning 4G players.
Yeah, 4G spawned on the C side, and they had pressure on PD, so a great pinch by them, just kind of based off of the positioning of Native Gaming. Weren't able to really lock down the map and allowed spawns to happen on both sides of them. Still, it's a 7-kill lead for Native Gaming, even with all that damage being done. 4G not able to clean up anything, not able to really get out of C, and now they're pretty much stuck in the tram side as the cross shots come through from Native on B-Rail.
If there's one good thing about 4G is that if they're spawning over towards C, it's easier to keep the enemy team out. It's a bit of a fortress that you can build and set up and maybe play around, but as I say that, somehow APG and Native Gaming able to thread the needle onto the remaining players in Subway, giving them back a 9-kill advantage right as Camouflage is coming up.
Really love this game out of Collect here. You know, I think a very solid player has improved greatly since he entered the scene in Season 1. 10-5 in this game. Look at him wasting the Bulldog ammo as well. That's going to give him the timing. It's going to come up again at 450 or so. He'll know that. And probably go for that next Bulldog, and it's going to be Mikwin with the the Stalker rifle in his hands, and he'll have timing on that as well if they can pick that back up. But it's all the power weapons in the hands of Native Gaming.
5-kill advantage here for Native. Already up 1-0 in the series at the moment. Bit of a 2v1 play, not much that Squally and Hotshot Ghost can do. Both of them end up going down quickly for 4G. Long range shots are starting to connect for Native Gaming. The teamwork is making the dream work, and that nade finishes off straight sick. And as of right now, 4G find themselves cycling and dying staggeringly one at a time. They haven't been able to reset because the moment they think they can breathe, Native Gaming reticles trained on them, nades down, and before they know it, their spawn is being infiltrated right now. Finally, 4G, some kind of showing of life, fighting off the spawn, getting the slays necessary, but then you still got the Aussie to deal with in Barcode. The man's been fighting kangaroos all his life. What's a human?
A phenomenal job by Native, and you see they do such a good job of taking those 1v1s, isolating each kill one at a time, and they continue to do that. They continue to stay alive. Just an incredible job by Native here. 49-41. They're looking to close this out right now, Tony.
3 down go 4G. The final player alive is who they're looking for, and there it is. 50-41, 2-0 series lead. Native Gaming want to bring us into Championship Sunday.
I could imagine a kangaroo would hurt. Yeah, they got those big feet. Anyway, Native, like you said, 2-0 series lead. Recharge, Strongholds coming up next. 4G looking to answer back, but Native just look really hungry. They look to want this, and like you said, traveling thousands and thousands of miles. I could imagine Barcode taking this very seriously, and it's showcased in his gameplay. A lot of assists from the roster as well. Look at the assist column compared to the side of 4G, and the damage as well. Is Barcode with 4K damage, Squally with 4,600. Jeez, that is actually insane. None of it being capitalized on, unfortunately.
Recharge coming up next, potentially for the final time active. Tell me a bit about Recharge.
Tony, thank you for asking, man. Yeah, it's my favorite freaking map in this game. It's beautiful. The cross shots from glass to catwalk, you set up perfectly. You have a nice little fortress that it has to be broken through, and teammates or enemy players have to make the play to break the setup piece by piece. You got to take the guy off of glass, then you got to push through catwalk while not taking too much damage from the players in Whirlpool. Lots going on, and honestly, it's probably one of the more mental maps in the game, where it takes that brain power in order to break these setups and in order to hold them as well. That's why I love it. But Shroud Screen changes all of that. Just put the smoke down, you can get through for free. A great job by Barcode utilizing this camo, and once again, that's gonna be the first camo for Native. A triple cap locked in, as well as 3 dead for the side of 4G, and Native continuing on this story of absolute and utter domination. Barcode, camo's going to run out, but he's at least got some information. No way, he does challenge that one. Mikwin, though, on the cross, a beautiful shot with the shock rifle.
3 down go 4G. Native Gaming able to get a triple cap from it. 66-0 start here for Native Gaming. Looking to put an exclamation point here on the series. Looking to end it right here, right now.
Oh, looking really good in terms of that storyline. They got the first camo. They got the shock rifle in the hands of Mikwin. 9 bullets left to work with on that. So if Mikwin decides, they'll go back for that pipe control and timing of that shock rifle coming back up. But Straight Six, someone we haven't talked about a little, a lot in this series. One of the older veterans in this lineup here. Definitely has his accolades. He's going to be on the aggression here. Camo coming up very shortly. It's going to be about who gets these first initial kills. It's going to be who controls that camo.
Straight Six did a great job of catching an off angle on this player toward the A side. It's going to be APG that goes down because of it. 4G should be able to steal away Alpha, and on top of that, they're already stretching past towards Tower, that they have to guard not only Alpha, but Charlie as well. Native, they try to adapt, try to respond over towards Charlie, but apparently 4G were ready for that. First points on the board for 4G, 100 points still behind.
Yeah, Barcode playing this camo really risky here, but he has some perfect timing on it. Gets 2, he trusts in his teammates. Gotta love that, right? You're building this chemistry with a squad. You have to trust that they're going to get that initial damage in, because you don't want to wait too long to be shooting when you have camo. That camo is going to come to be valuable for Barcode once again. That's the second camo in a row that he's done some big work with, trying to solidify A, and he'll get that kill in order to do so.
Killing spree.
Killing spree out of Barcode. Alpha just about taken back, so some points in favor of 4G, but 17 is just simply not going to be enough. When they get these double caps, when they get these setups, they have to find a way to start chaining points the way that Native Gaming are. Native Gaming are simply running away with this game at the moment. Bravo was momentarily in the hands of 4G, but Barcode, before going down, ends up stealing it right back. Collect tried to take advantage of some of the damage that he's able to put down, but he don't need no damage. He wins pivs.
That was a great job by Barcode, right? Gets the information where the pressure's coming from, hears that contest sound, immediately throws a nade perfectly in the batteries, and that'll delay a little bit, but it's going to be, of course, 4G who get that 2 cap. Barcode going down as well is going to make things really difficult for Mikwin. He decides to go for the very disciplined 3 shots, but gets taken out by Tower. Squally doing a great job of doing that damage once again, and Native getting a little bit antsy here. They're not really going for those kills. They're going for B when they're 2 down. That's not necessarily how you want to take this, and because of that, 4G makes them pay with this triple cap.
44 points on the board here for 4G. At one point, this started off at 100-0 start for Native Gaming. So 4G have done a good job of at least keeping it somewhat close since then, and really trying to make quite a comeback. 77 points. Finally, Native Gamer able to respond and at least stop the triple cap, but only taking 1 is not going to be enough. They need at least 2 of these bases here on Strongholds as the nades are going down, and Native Gaming are looking to push in towards A.
I was gonna say, there's no way you could hide behind that. If after 3 years I didn't know you could hide behind that, I was gonna be very upset. But he did spot him out. It's really difficult to see, but you see right there, it's another almost triple cap for 4G. So they're definitely winning in terms of the rotations. But Native Gaming, as quickly as 4G is able to get this setup, they're just breaking it pretty quick. And they're doing it in a step-by-step fashion that I talked about, right? Taking that guy off a glass, making sure that he's off there so we can get the cross going. It's just that 4G seems to be on that aggressive push a little more often than not here in the second half of this game.
Although having quite the abysmal start here in game number 3, we're seeing a comeback. We're seeing a life being shown. 4G have taken the lead here on Native Gaming, who were really just dominant towards the first half. 4G trading out Charlie for Alpha, and now Straight Six wants to watch the cross with the BR, but knows that APG is pushing forward. Hopefully somebody else can watch that push over toward the A side, or 4G can just dominate every kill on their way to pushing in for Charlie and maybe a trip cap.
Yeah, some great communication there and some capitalization on that communication. They're gonna pushing for that triple cap, but they will trade for A. It's up to Barcode right now to stay alive. This is kind of what I'm looking at in terms of this fight right here. He gets the first kill, stays alive as well. Some massive damage was done, but he wasn't expecting Squall to challenge from the backside. It's still a double cap with all that time that Barcode created for his squad, and that double cap is gonna net them some points for Native Gaming here.
Native Gaming back in control and down by less than 20 points at the moment. They're cutting the map in half right now, are they? Meanwhile, Squall, he wanted to find an easy pick with the shock. Replenishes a couple of grenades, gets over towards tower without being seen, taking his time right now, especially as 2 of his teammates go down. But with all of that time being taken, Native Gaming now take the lead. Alpha Bravo still in the hands of Native Gaming. Straight tick off the screen, was able to take down Collect. Barcode going right after Hotshot goes. Squall finding a target to shoot. Reversal for him as he takes down Barcode.
Yeah, see, I was gonna say, not a lot of value is being provided out of this shock rifle. Finally, he gets that opening kill. It's gonna allow him into A, and this will stop that point being built, those points being built up here for Native Gaming, I'm sorry, who have a little bit of a nest egg in the lead here. 171 to 160 for the side of 4G. Squall really not able to find many angles with this. He's kind of isolating everything and maybe doesn't have the info that he's needing in order to get these kills, but hopefully he can get some value out of this shock here in the coming moments.
Shock still in the hands of Squall over toward the tower side. Big shots onto APG, but even better shots being returned, leading to a 3 down for 4G. 178 to 170 in favor of Native Gaming at the moment. Another triple cap goes down. Straight sick, having to watch while it all goes down because he knows by himself there's really not much he can do. Still wanted to push forward right now. Might be in a momentary 1v2 as he shoots. His location is known. Still getting aggressive over toward the A side. Trades out his life there, but Native Gaming still have numbers advantage.
Yeah, it's a 3 down for 4G, and the last player is Squall, who's on the bottom of A, so he's going to be taken out. And the fact that he dies this late is pretty bad because now all of his teammates are up and they're in another 3v3 situation as Click goes down. So it won't be too bad because they get another kill onto Barcode as well. I was thinking numbers advantage would be a factor there, but Native Gaming going down, trading a couple deaths means that 4G can get a bit of map control and get B, especially with this camo.
Hotshot goes trying to get value out of his camouflage. 3 members in front of him, make it 2, make it 1, make it none. 3 down. Go Native Gaming. And Hotshot Ghost gonna trust his teammate to finish off A as he gets aggressive over toward the Charlie side. They're gonna grab Charlie as well. Triple cap now for 4G. Native Gaming already having 218 points, but as of right now, they're in danger of ultimately losing their lead here in the end game.
Yeah, look at this. I mean, 4G's doing a phenomenal job. They've locked in the triple cap. They got a couple of kills as well. 3 down for the side of Native. And now Hotshot Ghost with a shock rifle as well. Spawn's coming out on that C side. It's up to Hotshot now to prevent them from getting C so this can continue to be a triple cap. And he'll do that with some great shock shots to the C platform.
You gotta love shooting that stronghold plant using that chain damage. Oh my gosh. The heat seeker nade, not enough though. The beautiful shots from shock rifle all the way toward that stronghold pad, zoning the enemy team out of C, and ultimately a crazy comeback. But this is what for Gail Lewis is about. Gail Lewis giving up 10 years of her life to the company. This is for G. This is for Gail Lewis.
I'm excited to see this Forbidden map. And honestly, I think Native was in a position that entire game. In a winning position that entire game. It was that very end, though, where they were just able to capitalize fast on those kills. And that's the big thing, right? You saw Mikwin staying alive on that C side, trying to get C to the best of his ability. And just they were aggressive on that player, on that isolated player. And they were getting those isolated kills. I think isolation is key, especially if you're starting to feel good. You go for those individual pivs. You win them, you're in a good spot. The point is you got to win them. But now we go to Forbidden. Like I talked about before, this is one of my, I kind of like this map now. It's growing on me a little bit. It ain't no midship. It ain't no sanctuary, but it's Forbidden, it's growing on me a bit. I'm excited to see who comes out on top of this one.
Yeah, I think a lot of us maybe judge this map right off the beginning. I think a lot of us thought maybe the map was too big, and as you start to understand the flow of it, you really are able to just make some fast runs. Even though it may be one of the bigger maps, it still kind of flows like a regular arena map does. Still not my favorite, I'm gonna be honest with you, but it has 2 snipers, and there's a lot of good snipers on this map, so I'm all for watching the best of the best go at it on any map that has dual snipers.
Well, we'll see these snipers being put to use here. Collect is one of those players where we haven't talked about him too much. He's kind of that entry frag player, puts that damage in, does his best to stay alive, but it's going to be Mikwin with the sniper. Collect with a sniper. Mikwin hits his shot. Squall is going to be going down. And a little bit of presence here on his side, and this could potentially be a flag cap, I believe. Mikwin's getting those couple of slays. This flag is all the way through, and that's going to be it. Native Gaming up 1-0.
Big capture within just a minute worth of gameplay for Native Gaming, and McWin is not slowing down whatsoever. One of the best snipers in the history of the HCS. 3 bullets in his gun, and honestly, that could be 3 kills. In this man's hands, maybe 6 kills. Oh, a double kill out of McWin leads into a killing spree and potentially another pull for Native Gaming.
I mean, that was disgusting. That was a 2v1. There's double kills, and then there's 2v1 kill. Like, that was beautiful. Utilizing that snipe. Great target switching out of him. He's turned up here. You can tell just by the way he's moving. Mikwin wants to win this quickly, and another flag is being run here as Mikwin plays defense on his side of the map.
The man hasn't died a single time whatsoever, and now the enemy team is coming off his spawn. And McWin is already trying to draw a line in the sand on where they can cross, putting down that damage and really influencing on where 4G can push finally. Burn and the crew are able to take down McWin, but now you have to deal with Barcode and the rest of Native Gaming who have already gained ground.
I can't believe Barcode stays alive here. There's no way, right? The damage he's doing while playing his life as well. You don't see those very often. The shock grenades, I think this is the only map that they're left on being utilized. Oh, there goes that overshield. Great job by Barcode. Lots of output. That's max damage, they like to call it. But is it going to be capitalized on? Squally's the only one to fall.
Burn quickly trying to move into position. You have 2 members of 4G over toward the top mid side, making 1 as his teammate goes down. That flag returned. Burton stays alive toward the mid map. Barcode getting aggressive snipers, both of them coming up in about 20 seconds now. It looks like Barcode and Native Gaming really focused in on grabbing this one. Squall goes in for the challenge. A double kill out of Squall to clear out his nest side.
Yeah, that's a big win by Squally because, like you said, they have the nest, but oh my gosh, the 2v1, beautiful job. A little bit of hand holding there, a little bit late though. Valentine's Day was a few days ago, but I guess it still works. Snipe coming up now. Barcode gonna watch his teammate here. I think it's Mikwin. Put some damage in. It's gonna be 2 down for the side of Native Gaming. So Barcode needs to live here as long as possible. Collect has a snipe in his hands.
7 bullets to work with. 6 now, but Collect ends up going down. Burton, the only player right now with an active sniper. That's until hopefully Native Gaming are able to grab theirs. Burton catching a bit of a new angle. An advanced game of ring around to Rosie to stay alive. And he's gonna go right back over towards top mid. And looks like he's spotted. So eventually the sniper might end up off the map. But Burton, hold on. Showing us some tricks, taking the same angle with those Dynamo as Barcode. But more importantly, Burton lives.
Are we playing parkour or are we playing Halo Infinite right now? This guy's just jumping everywhere. But the important thing is he does live, and that that overshield is coming up. But Collect stays alive, gets the kill, gets the OS, and it's Burton who's trying to make him pay for it.
That was a 3 down, I believe, for Native Gaming. Burton trying to keep Collect off of this flag with that overshield, drains it with the sniper, and still, I think it has a couple of shots maybe to work with. Damage onto McWin, taking damage right back to try to stay alive, and right back to that same Dynamo angle. Burton, he's practiced this route a time or 2.
Just a couple times. Looks real comfortable, to be honest, and that's really good. This is a good way to take an edge, right? Especially if you're like a team that's maybe struggling or maybe, you know, needs some sort of a strong map. It's a good thing to kind of practice Forbidden a lot more than everyone else and get that little bit of an edge in the series. But yeah, 2-0 comfortable lead here for Native. It's going to be Collect who has to play his life now. And I love the reach out there. A lot of confidence. And sometimes you got to have that confidence, especially when you're in a situation where you're up 2-0.
I haven't seen anybody use the commando as much as I see Barcode using it as of recently in this series. Barcode does ultimately get his head taken off. I believe Burton with the sniper once again. A shot and a half out of him as McWin looks to stay alive, zoning out the enemy team's dried HUD. And now McWin taking down Hotshot Ghost, APG pushing up. You got 3 members of 4G in front of you, APG. You better be careful.
Yeah, I like how he's playing it too. You can see, again, he's isolating those 2 other players, focusing on one at a time. And he trusts his teammates to put in that damage. It's going to be 1 dead, though, for the side of Native. So a 3v3 situation, a lot of aggression here. APG doing a great job of reacting to damage done, but he ends up getting taken out pretty quickly. Snipe coming up very shortly as well. So if Barcode can get 4G Sniper and stay alive with it, this could be massive.
Native Gaming currently still up 2-0 right now in the game. Plenty of time, though. A little bit less than 6 minutes of regulation, so 4G, no reason to panic at the moment here. As, you know, Barco was trying to do his best Burton impression and that whole staying alive, the parkour stuff, but apparently only Burton can do it. And McWin, double kill with the sniper, make it a triple. Oh, no, don't do it. Don't.
That would have been nuts. That would have been disgusting. Yeah, I don't know if you thought you could go on that ledge. You gotta test stuff out, but I wouldn't do it in a tournament setting. Barcode's great though. He can do what he wants. 2 dead. APG with a snipe in his hands, and again, there's 5 minutes left. A 2-0 lead. Native can just kind of play this. I wouldn't say play this lazy, but just play this a little bit slower and just hold this middle part of the map. They keep getting kills as well. 4G are not going to be able to move off their base.
Yeah, Native definitely don't have to force any action. Let the game come to them. Oh my gosh, APG. What a snipe out of him. And look at him perfectly anticipate exactly what enemy teams are going to. It leads to a body shot onto Hotshot Ghost, who somehow doesn't end up going down. Still, it looks like Barker running the flag. Already past that 50% portion. Burton now pushing that flag out, continuing the timer, working on the return. I believe it was touched. Yes, it was. APG keeps it alive. 3 down, go 4G. The return is in, and so is the flag. Native Gaming taking it 3-0. Native Gaming taking the series 3-1.
And Native Gaming will move on to Championship Sunday. They look really solid, to be honest with you, Tony. I think it was a testament, you know, watch that whole series is just a testament to, you know, maybe they're putting in that work. Maybe that VOD review is being put in, and it's only going to be a matter of time. And these teams that have made these changes, bringing people from across the pond over, it's only a matter of time till they get nice and comfy. As you can see, an update of the elimination bracket there. FaZe Clan and Native Gaming going to be playing against each other tomorrow. Rebellion versus Sharks, Business versus Stainers, and Reversal Perfy versus Tenrai happening tomorrow.
Lots of interesting matches that we're gonna see here. You know, I'm looking at one side of things. I think Business and Stainer is gonna be a very, very good matchup. I know Switch was recently running with G1, but to my knowledge, both of them are looking for organizations right now for year 3. You know, this is just another resume builder for them. You know, on FaZe going up against Native Gaming. Obviously, I was surprised to see FaZe get dropped down as early as they did. Here they are in the elimination bracket, having to fight against a very good Native Gaming roster, where one of their tournament live ends in the first match of Championship Sunday. Plenty to look forward to tomorrow.
Really excited, and definitely am looking forward to tomorrow. We've got, of course, this is the elimination bracket. We've got, of course, the winners bracket as well. I'm going to throw it to Aliak and Tools at the desk and hear their thoughts on this day as a whole.
My thoughts on this day as a whole, Tools, this was an incredible day, honestly. We had a lot of incredible matches and even an upset towards FaZe, which was, I think it's still on everybody's mind. As you guys saw on the bracket, they're going to go up against Native Gaming tomorrow. And here's a quick look at that lower bracket. At that upper bracket, we have Complexity versus Sentinels and Space Station Gaming versus OpTic. And that will be the first match we will see. Space Station versus OpTic tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern Time.
Yeah, right off the day, starting off our day, right? Two incredible organizations going to be going up against each other. And then the two teams that had to play game 5s today to get themselves into this position will play each other right after Complexity versus the Sentinels. It's upset city, right? The bracket is amuck because FaZe lost this early on. Things are looking interesting down in the elimination bracket.
Indeed, and I think we're gonna take a look at that lower. This is lower.
Yeah,
yes,
right
yes,
here.
this is lower. FaZe versus Native Gaming. I think that's gonna be a great match to see, but that's gonna be a rough start for Native Gaming starting tomorrow.
It's almost a rough start for everyone that's down there. When you go down one more, right? Rebellion's gonna have to go up against Sharks, which is that team led by Monster. That's going to be a really tough matchup. And then even if you win that, right, like you have to go up against FaZe probably next, or Native Gaming. Like that top half of the bracket is absolutely filthy. Now on the other side, that Business Stainers match, I have my eye on. I'm very curious. I think this is a huge test for Stainers. If they can go the distance with Business, I think they're in business to make some big moves in the HCS this season, but they're gonna have to be able to beat a team like Business. Stainers going to be that team with Gilkey and Sab, and then Reversal, Perfy, and Tenrai going to be making their appearance on the bottom half. So a lot of great matches all throughout the tournament tomorrow. Get your eye on what you like the most. Maybe pull up some streams, but you can absolutely guarantee that you can watch all the action here on LVT Halo.
It's going to be an amazing day tomorrow on weekend number 3, the championship Sunday of this HCS Open. As a reminder, next weekend is going to be the qualifier, so tomorrow is the last day for these teams to go on that Open and get those Halo Pro points and see what that pool play is going to be looking like in Arlington. I also want to thank you all for hopping in and just hanging out with us here today and sending all the subbies, the bits. It's been incredible to see LVT community grow, and I think we just got a raid as well. Thank you so much for that raid, Shyway. And man, we reached our goal today with 2,100 subs, and we surpassed it, I believe. How many do we have right now?
Yeah, I know for sure that we passed 2,100, which is a great accomplishment for the chat. Thank you guys so much. Final count, Aliak, 2126 as we go into the day tomorrow.
So hopefully you get to 2,200 tomorrow. That'll be the goal. Everybody, thank you so much for hanging out here with us. And Tools, any thoughts before we head on out?
Just keep your eyes peeled right at the beginning of the day. Two very good matches. OpTic and Space Station Gaming. That's going to be a classic. Obviously, we know these teams are great. Dead Zone versus his old team. Can Space Station finally get the best of OpTic? But I'm very curious about this Sentinels Complexity match, and I think this is a bracket that Sentinels has been waiting for to prove that they can win a tournament. I'd say they had the best possible bracket to get the job done tomorrow. The question is, are they legit? Are they a contender? It's time to prove it. Spartan, Lethal, Boo Boo, Doo and Falcated will try to get that job done tomorrow. OpTic trying to prove that they can be champions once again, picking up Dead Zone from Space Station. Then Space Station had to go pick up Legend. So we're gonna see all these new rosters at the top of their performance tomorrow. It's gonna be fantastic. Make sure that you're here and ready to watch right away at 12 p.m. Or 12 noon Eastern.
It's gonna be an incredible game day filled with Halo, so don't miss out on any of that. Thank you so much for joining, everybody. It's been a pleasure. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
This is my time. I'm on the rise. Can't hold me down, I'm too fly. This is my time. Ready to shine. Brighter than all of the lights. Cause when it's game time, seconds away and the game's on the line. There ain't no doubt in my mind. Beating the buzzer like, this is my time. This is my moment. You better bet that I'm on it. Ready and set, I'ma own it. Blast it to 10, then keep going. There ain't no coasting, I never settled on play. Putting the kettle to flame. I go 100 all day. Foot on the pedal, no brakes. 10, 9, paid all my dues, waited in line. 8, 7, now it's about time that I take mine. 6, 5, one. Watch out, here I come. This is my time. I'm on the rise. Can't hold me down, I'm too fly. This is my time. Ready to shine, brighter than all of the lights. Cause when it's game time, seconds away and the game's on the line. There ain't no doubt in my mind. Beating the buzzer like, this is my time. This is my time. This is my shot clock goes tick-tock. Haters wish that I slip. No, I don't miss. MJ all hits. Watch me pop off, I'm the king now. Moonwalk to the ring now. Keep on wondering how. Let that choir sing now. 10, 9, paid on my dues, waited in line. 8, 7, now it's about time that I take mine. 6, 5, king of the jungle, heart of a lion. 4, 3, 2, 1, watch out, here I come. This is my time. I'm on the rise, can't hold me down, I'm too fly. This is my time, ready to shine, brighter than all of the lights. Cause when it's game time, seconds away and the game's on the line. There ain't no doubt in my mind, beating the buzzer like, this is my time.